Notre Dame fans, Irish Breakdown Nation, welcome back to another edition of the Irish Breakdown Podcast. It's Monday, and so we are continuing what we anticipate will be sort of our Monday theme the rest of the year, which is our RTCF show. That means Sean Davis and I get together and we talk recruiting, R, some team topic for Notre Dame, T, and then a college football related, CF, RTCF. So that's what that stands for. And so today, our first two topics, we're going to go team first, actually. So it's going to kind of be a TRCF show today, Sean. We're going to talk about Ja'Juan Seider and Notre Dame and what the latest there is and what this means. And then we're going to talk about the recruiting impact that Ja'Juan Seider should have on Notre Dame. And then our final segment will be taking a look at the 12 playoff teams from last year. What have they lost? What are they coming back? What have they landed? What newcomers they have? And then which teams, and we're going to break it kind of down into what round they lost. So it'll do like the first four will be the teams that lost in the first round. The second round, the teams that lost in the quarterfinals will be part two. And then the four semifinal teams will be the last segment. So we'll say which ones have the best shot and what are the odds for each of these teams making another run at this thing in 2024. So that'll be the topic for today. So Sean, that is what we're going to talk about. But before we begin, man, how are you this fine Monday afternoon?
I'm absolutely fantastic, man. Excited to talk about these topics and get into some mailbag towards the end, hopefully, man.
Yep. We will have a mailbag today. So we've already got a question in from Mark Avalone. So if you guys want to go ahead and throw your mailbag questions in now, Ant VR, I see you posting in the chat today, so I fully expect you to get a mailbag question in there. Don't let me down, man. All right, Benami's in the chat today. Josh Finn's in the chat today. DK, D-Rock Irish is in the chat today. So a lot of people in the chat today. Get those questions in. Put an MB on there for a mailbag or put in a mailbag emoji, and we will address as many as we can for about an hour after the show is over. So get those in. So, Mr. Davis, we're going to kick things off today with some news that broke yesterday that Notre Dame is anticipated to hire Ja'Juan Seider. I reached out to some sources yesterday, and it sounds like this is a done deal. All we're waiting on is just the official, how it is at Notre Dame. Takes a few days for things to kind of get processed and the official word to get out. But my understanding is this deal is done. And Ja'Juan Seider is going to be leaving Penn State University for Notre Dame to be the new running backs coach. We're going to talk a lot about this hire, Sean, but I got to say, I just want to talk first and foremost about my reaction to it, and I want to hear yours because I don't know if it was on the message board or if it was a tweet or a text message, but I remember somebody asking me, do you think Notre Dame should go after Ja'Juan Seider? And I was like, well, I mean, you talk to him. He's one of the best running back coaches in the business, but he's not going to leave Penn State making $850,000 a year. He's one of the highest paid running back coaches. He's going to, I mean, Notre Dame, I think, has the best running back room in college football next year, but the only one you can even argue is on Notre Dame's levels, Penn State's. I mean, they got a heck of a room. I was like, he's not going to leave Penn State to come to Notre Dame. I mean, as much as I would love for him to do so, it's just, but you'd be silly not to make the call. Well, sounds like Marcus Freeman made the call, and it sounds like Ja'Juan Seider was a lot more excited, impressed than maybe we thought he would be in regard to kind of leaving a good situation to come to another situation. So my first thing was shock. Sean, that was my big thing is like, I know Marcus Freeman likes him. He talked to him when back, he was one of the coaches that Coach Freeman talked to back in 2022 when he hired Dylan McCullough. And it was like when Coach McCullough left, I was like, well, it's going to be a downgrade. It's going to be almost impossible. There's like a number of coaches you could count a number of coaches on one hand that you could hire and be like, you didn't miss a beat. It was a very small list. He was on it. And so just my initial reaction was just shock that Notre Dame was able to pull off this kind of hire this offseason, because we just don't see Notre Dame do this very often, Sean, where they get a big-time coach who's already making a lot of money be able to leave the place that he did to come here. And that's exactly what they did. And it's just another example of of Notre Dame is not going to not get a big-time coach that Marcus Freeman wants because of money. That just, it's not going to be the case. Because like there was other coaches that were good coaches that you could have gone and got for way less money. Stan Drayton's an excellent running backs coach. He's currently unemployed. You could have got him with no buyouts, much smaller salary, but Coach Freeman was like, nope, we're going after the best. And if you're going to lose Dylan McCullough, this is the kind of move you make. He's in that small group of guys you make to say, hey, we're going to keep this thing rolling. So that was kind of my reaction to it initially, Sean, was shock and then excitement, like, wow, this is an absolute like walk-off, bottom of the ninth inning. You're down 3, bases loaded, 3-2 count, game 7 of the World Series, and you knock it out of the park. I mean, this is a big, big, big hire.
And it continues a trend. It continues the trend of what we hear and have been hearing concerning Marcus Freeman. There's profound professional respect across college football and even in the NFL for head coach Marcus Freeman. Whether it was James Blanchard, whether it is the relationship, I believe Al Golden, when he first took the job as defensive coordinator, one of the things he mentioned is that my initial conversation with Marcus Freeman, after that conversation, I knew, yeah, I want to work for this guy. I want to help this young man. And so that is something that is yielding positive fruit on today, yielding good news that this fan base has been looking for since the loss in the national championship game. So, when you get, we can debate who's better, because you're talking about two guys, Dylan McCullough and Coach Ja'Juan, that had the top 2 running back rooms, as you said. So from a recruiting standpoint, someone mentioned it in the chat, he does. He has significant inroads down south, specifically in Florida, where he's from. He's very familiar, also being a player at West Virginia. He's very familiar with the Mid-Atlantic area. And, we're going to get to some of the players that are on the current board that come from those areas. So, it's probably looking really good with how they're going to be able to do in the 26 class. But I think it is definitely a power move by Marcus Freeman. And it speaks to the building respect that he has, especially going back to what you said, another piece of evidence that Notre Dame has his back from a financial standpoint. Right. Fans have worried about that moving forward. I think Notre Dame, with this move, is showing money won't be the option, or won't be an issue, shall I say, when it comes to allowing our coach to go out and get the guys that he wants. And once again, I think this also shows that Marcus Freeman, in his decisions, really wants a staff of people that he has a relationship with or has had previous discussions with, so
there's a familiarity there, and he likes that.
He likes that. He definitely likes that.
Even portal guys they've gone out and landed are guys that they've seen on film that they've had to scout and evaluate and prepare
or
for and play against.
Yeah.
Exactly. Sean, I think this, like, there was a comment on the message board about, he goes, getting a move like this makes the Chris Ash hire make even less sense. And I think this requires a quick comment on that.
Okay.
Notre Dame did not settle on Chris Ash. Notre Dame did not take Chris Ash because he was cheap. Like, Marcus Freeman chose Chris Ash because he thinks was the best guy for the job based on who was available, meaning like they had already talked to Jim Leonard and he wasn't going to take the job. The only debate there about that hire is whether it's a good one or not. They're like, so I just want to make sure that we're making that we're setting the proper discussion points for the DC hire. We can discuss, is this the right decision by Marcus Freeman or not? We can all root that it is the right decision and that this ends up being a home run hire as well. But what we shouldn't debate is whether or not this was a settle move, because you're not going to pay the kind of money that you paid for a running back coach like Ja'Juan Seider and then go out and skimp on a defensive coordinator, especially when your defensive coordinator just left was one of the highest paid assistant coaches in all college football. Coach Freeman made a choice, and we're going to find out here in the next couple of years if it was the right choice. But people need to understand this wasn't a settling on Chris Ash because he couldn't afford to go get so-and-so or so-and-so or so-and-so. I just want to make sure that we're clear on that. So the debate simply needs to be around, do you like the hire or not? Not an example of, well, Notre Dame's going on the cheap. Notre Dame wasn't willing to pay for this coach or that coach or the other coach. That wasn't the case, just so that we're all on the same page. And this move actually shows that, instead of creating concern or question marks about the Ash hire, this should confirm that it was simply Coach Freeman made that choice. And it wasn't a settle move or couldn't afford somebody else. It was, he made a choice, and we all hope that he's right on it. But, we'll find that out. But it wasn't his hands were tied because Notre Dame wouldn't pay the money needed to go get another top coach.
And timing. We talked about timing last week's show and how important it is. Marcus Freeman and the confidence that he has as a head coach now is probably a better fit. Once again, familiarity with Chris Ash from previous conversations. So this is someone he's comfortable with. And Al Golden was just what he needed as a young developing head coach, someone that he could trust to head up his defense and lead the defense that he wants to be at Notre Dame while he becomes acquainted with the offense as a head coach. Well, we have to come to understand this. This is also part of the evolution of Marcus Freeman. He feels comfortable with that hire because of who he is as a head coach now. And he has a better handle on the program and the direction of the program. Doesn't mean that it's a step down, because there were questions about Al Golden when he took the job. He had a better resume because he was coming from the NFL, yet still he hadn't proven certain things on the college level and had not been in the college game for a while. So there were questions
and hadn't
about
coordinated the defense in 17, 18 years.
17, 18 years. There were significant questions about that. Chris Ash is stepping into a situation where he doesn't have to create the culture. The culture is there. He doesn't have to give the defensive direction. The defensive direction is there. He works well with Marcus Freeman. Marcus Freeman respects him, and Marcus Freeman is fully confident as the head coach. It's a totally different situation. If Chris Ash had been the hire maybe 3 years ago, I might be a little bit more hesitant. But right now, I'll give Marcus Freeman a huge leash. Like, go ahead. Like, I'm definitely going to trust you with this hire, because your hires usually have worked out. And I think offensively, it was perfect for him to go get Mike Denbrock as he evolves as a head coach, trying to get a handle on the offensive side of the ball. 5 years from now, if he's still here, having a handle on the offensive side of the ball, he might take a chance on a younger offensive coordinator. It's just timing, and the guy leading the ship, the captain leading the ship, knows what's needed, in my opinion. And so we sit and wait. It all comes down to the performance, right?
Right.
That's what it comes down to.
We just needed to make sure that we set the stage so that people understand why that hire was made, and not, which is either it's all going to be on Marcus Freeman if it doesn't work, but it's also all on Marcus Freeman if it does work, because it's going to show like, okay, like he nailed that one too. We'll express our opinions of what we think of the hire, but again, this was Marcus Freeman doing what Marcus Freeman thinks is best for the program, just like you did with Ja'Juan Seider. So now here's some things we don't know about this move. We don't know what titles Ja'Juan Seider is going to have outside of running backs coach. I assume he's going to have more than just running backs coach. I would assume that there's a pay raise involved. He was the assistant head coach and co-offensive coordinator at Penn State, and obviously he'll be heavily involved in the run game. One thing I like about this move, Coach Sean, with Coach Seider, is he's not a running back. He was a quarterback in college. He played quarterback under Rich Rod, I believe, at West Virginia, and then also played quarterback, I think, at FAMU for a year. He's from Florida. So after West Virginia, he transferred to FAMU for a year. He's coached other positions. He has primarily been a running backs coach, but he's not just a running backs. And I like having a running – and this is something that I think was a big benefit when you had D'Lo McCullough, was you want a running backs coach ideally. A lot of people just with running backs coaches, Sean, they just go out and hire a guy that's a great recruiter. And then just say, look, man, here's some basic techniques to teach a running back. It's not that hard of a position, and just coach the running backs and go recruit. I believe that and you can get away with that at that position. But I think when you have as many coaches as you have that are really dynamic coaches, the better. and you're hiring a guy that obviously knows how to be part of an impact run game. We have seen that throughout his career at Penn State. You're talking about a guy that was the position coach for Miles Sanders back in 2018, who rushed for over 1,200 yards. He was the running backs coach for Journey Brown. In 2019, you had a year he ran for 6.9 yards per carry on 890 yards, 12 touchdowns. And obviously the last 3 years, he's had Nicholas Singleton and Katron Allen, who've been a dynamic 1-2 punch the last couple of years. And this past year, both rushed for 1,000 yards. So he knows how to be part of those type of offenses, Sean. And we saw Penn State this past season make a big jump in the run game after a couple, well, really the last 3 years, but especially the last couple. So like they had that little weird stretch in 20 and 21 where they didn't run the ball for worth at all. Then they jumped up to 181 and then 184. And then this past year, they jumped up to 202 and 5.3 yards per carry. So, and of course they were 200 yards a game, obviously in his first year with Miles Sanders as well. So he's someone that is not just a running backs coach. He's not just a guy that's going to, okay, hey, we like inside zone. Here's how we teach inside zone. You're getting a guy that like Deland McCullough is going to be involved in putting game plans together and have an eye for different things. And I like the fact that, I mean, this could be my bias, but I like the fact he's a former quarterback. So he's going to understand the running back position from a far greater deal than just how it impacts the running back position. He understands the importance of certain aspects of how running back play impacts the quarterback and impacts the whole offense. But we don't know specifically what titles. I would assume, since he's replacing a guy who was also the assistant head coach at Notre Dame, that will be part of it. But that's an assumption I'm making. I don't know that. That hasn't been announced. Notre Dame hasn't officially announced anything. Although, again, we believe that this deal is done. It's just going to be the normal. It's going to take a few days to get everything ironed out and go through all the different checks and just do the process that Notre Dame does. But, you're talking about a guy, Sean, if we just kind of do a quick background look at him, last 4 years, so from 21 to 24, he's been the assistant head coach and co-OC. In 2020, he was the running backs coach and run game coordinator at Penn State, and then he was just the running backs coach at Penn State in 2018 and 2019. He came to Penn State from the University of Florida, Sean. So he is a guy that has some Florida roots, but not just because of that one season in 2017, which was not a great year for the University of Florida, by the way. But he's also someone who's from Florida. He's from Belglade, and he played at West Virginia, as I mentioned. He spent 4 years at his alma mater, West Virginia, from 2013 to 2016. He was the running backs coach at Marshall from 2010 to 12, and he was a GA at Florida, West Virginia from 2008, 2009. That was, I think, the Bill Stewart era. That had been right after Rich Rod left. And then from 06 to 07, he was the quarterbacks coach at Lake Worth High School in Florida. From 03 to 05, he was the offensive coordinator at Palm Beach Lakes in Florida. And then 01 to 02, he was the running backs coach at Glade Central. So that was back in his hometown. As I mentioned, he is from Belglade, Florida. And so obviously he has those Florida ties. We'll talk more about that, Sean, when we get to the recruiting section of today's show. But I did think it was worth kind of going over his resume. You're a guy that at Penn State, you look at where he's recruited, a lot of his running backs are from Pennsylvania, which is a very important area for Notre Dame. Obviously, you got Nicholas Singleton out of Pennsylvania. I believe there was one other running back that they got out of Pennsylvania. It was and then obviously Messiah Mickens who's in the 2026 class, which we'll talk about. Miles Sanders was from the state of Pennsylvania, although he did not recruit Miles Sanders. He did coach Miles Sanders from Pennsylvania. But he's also gone down into Virginia to get players, and he's got some running backs from Florida. Katron Allen was from IMG. Obviously, Noah Kane was played at IMG as well, so he's gone down south as well. But when you coach at Penn State, Sean, you are going to develop ties in Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Virginia, which are three very important areas for Notre Dame in recruiting. So we'll dive more into that here when we get into the recruiting section. But that's just just an overview of sort of who he is and his background, but where he's really made his living and built his reputation, Sean, is as an outstanding running backs coach. And sometimes running back coaches are a lot like cornerback coaches, Sean. When they're dynamic recruiters, there's an automatic assumption that they are considered really good coaches because of the recruiting ability. But you and I have both talked to a lot of people the last 24 hours 26 hours since this really started to break. And what you hear from people is he fits the entire Notre Dame culture of what Marcus Freeman's looking for, in that, yes, he can recruit, but he's an outstanding position coach and he's a culture fit. I talked to someone I know very close to the situation who was like, yes, he's an excellent coach, but he's also a real good guy, and he's going to fit there. He's a fit at Notre Dame. And I talked to somebody else who's a Pennsylvania person who knows what Notre Dame's all about, what Marcus Freeman's about. And he's like, perfect fit for what they want to do. And then, of course, Sean, I know you talked to somebody else who was like, I didn't know that you were going to be able to replace a guy like Dylan McCullough with somebody on his level, and that's exactly what Notre Dame did. So why don't you share that?
Yeah, absolutely. Just spoke with a couple of people, and they echoed some of the sentiments that you just shared about his characteristics and who he is as a man and how he's a great fit for Notre Dame. But even more than that, they just talk about his ability to coach, his ability to recruit. And it's very interesting to me because, once again, I point back to what I said previously about Marcus Freeman. And I think Marcus Freeman and who he is, and something to think about, first year with new offensive coordinator. Like, what goes into a decision for a man who literally, I don't know if he played a part in both of the running backs at Penn State choosing to come back. I'm sure there was a conversation. But to have that conversation and for both of those guys to commit to coming back, Katron Allen, Nicholas Singleton, and then you take a job elsewhere, I'm sure there had to be some things that were a little bit different, because I'm sure he didn't want to leave the kids that he brought there. I'm sure he wanted to finish off with them. But for some reason, Marcus Freeman, of course, Notre Dame, the brand, all of that. But I just think comfortability, looking at the staff, I heard that he had a conversation with Coach McCullough.
Coach Seider?
Yes.
Okay.
He reached out, had a couple of questions, got those answered.
Sean, that would not shock me one bit, knowing Dylan McCullough.
Yeah.
Knowing how he views the profession, but also with how he feels about the kids in his room that he left behind.
Mm-hmm.
I'll just say this, Sean. I mean, you know who I talked to. That was the hard part for Dylan McCullough.
Yeah.
That was the thing that made him think about, do I really want to do this?
Mm-hmm.
Was the kids in the room. At the end of the day, when you're a coach like him, you're always going to have that problem, because if Jeremiah Jadarian left last year, then he'd have the same struggle next year with Kedron and Aeneas and Nolan James and those type of Jabron Payne. And so that's always going to be an issue. So at the end of the day, it's off-season time. You got to do what's best for you and your family. But knowing how he feels about Notre Dame, knowing how he feels about the other staff members at Notre Dame, and especially knowing how he feels about the young men in that room, I promise you that he is going to be someone who's going to be like, if I can help you go get somebody that's big time to replace me, I'm going to do it, because that's what's best for those kids in that room. So that does not shock me at all that Dylan McCullough would do that at all.
Yeah.
Like, I'd have been surprised if he didn't, to be completely honest with you. Knowing Coach McCullough.
Great vibes. But once again, looking at that from the point of view of Dylan McCullough, now it just really gets the wheels turning as to, man, what went into Ja'Juan Seider making this decision and saying, you know what, I think I feel better going over to Notre Dame and coaching that room than staying with the guys that I recruited. Like, he had to go through the same process and think about some of the same things that Dylan McCullough had to think about. And he made the move to leave as well as Dylan McCullough. So Dylan McCullough, with his decision, it was familiarity. I believe his dad coached with Coach Carroll, done some other things. And I'm just very interested as we get to meet him and hear from him down the road what that thought process was like. From the Penn State side,
his dad coaches Seattle. I don't know if it was with Pete Carroll, but I know he coached with the Seahawks.
I think they did have, if I'm not mistaken, I'll double check that. But just to end it, from the Penn State side, they're looking at this as a really bad loss.
They're losing it. They're losing it.
It is a huge loss on the coaching side. It's probably a bit of shock, as to why. And some of the fans and some of the people that are writers over there that cover the Nittany Lions are calling it a lateral move. And
I mean, it
nothing
is.
beats.
I mean, it is in regard to you're not going to get an upgrade. There's no upgrade for him to have on the staff. There's no positional upgrade. I mean, you left a Final Four team to go coach for another Final Four team. You left a loaded running back room to go coach another running back room. Like, it is a lateral move. But we see this a lot of times, Sean, when you're at a place a certain period of time and you're just, this is my role, there's nowhere else to go. You got to look and say, maybe another place presents me an opportunity. It's a similar reason why Tony Alford left Notre Dame. It's a similar, and when you look at Notre Dame, Sean, if you're someone who's looking at career advancement, the last two running back coaches left Notre Dame to become an offensive coordinator at Louisville and the highest paid running backs coach in all of football with the Las Vegas Raiders and working for Pete Carroll. And then, of course, Lance Taylor did that offensive coordinator role for a year at Louisville, and then that bayoued him into being the head coach at Western Michigan. And he took his team to a bowl game this year. And running back coaches, it's a tough position to really have the kind of jump and growth. Like, there's a lot of times there's a ceiling on running back coaches because of the way the position is viewed. And you want to go to a place that has shown that you can leave for there's growth beyond Notre Dame, whereas Penn State hasn't exactly shown that their coaches are going to get those opportunities, or at least he hasn't been able to get that opportunity. There's been some, Ricky Rain and Manny Diaz, but not the position coaches like him. So I think that's got to be part of it too. Is like, look, I've been here. We've done what we can do, and it's time for a new opportunity. And from what I was told, it was time. He wanted out. His family wanted out. It was just time to move on. Not that I haven't heard anything like, oh, he hated James Franklin. I mean, if you hated James Franklin, he wouldn't have been there the last 7 years. He wouldn't have stayed as long as he did if this was like screw James Franklin kind of thing. I have not heard anything like that from anyone credible. And I just think sometimes it's like, look, and I think it speaks to, I can say playing for Marcus Freeman has a level of attractiveness to it that doesn't necessarily mean the guy you're leaving behind is someone that you dislike. It's just like, I've heard from a lot of people, Sean, and I'll tell you, I spoke with someone who had a chance to maybe come to Notre Dame this offseason. It didn't work out for him. And what he said to me was like, direct quote. Actually, I'm going to pull it up. I'm going to pull up my text message, Sean, and I'm going to give you the direct quote that he gave me. Not the whole quote, but this is what he said to me. He goes, Marcus Freeman is about to go on a Saban-like run in South Bend. Now, I don't know that that's going to happen. I mean, I've made my statement of how difficult that is in today's era. I'm simply making that statement not to get hyperbolic and be like, hey guys, this guy said that. It's more so what the perception is about what he's building at Notre Dame. And there's people that want to be on board with that. And when you're in a situation where, like, I've done everything I can at this place, let me go try something new, then I can understand why he would make this kind of move without it being something where there's some sort of negative in the other place.
Right.
That's my thing. Sometimes you just want a new challenge. Your family wants a new challenge, or there's just a better fit somewhere. Because I'm sure I'm confident saying that Notre Dame gave him a pay raise. It wasn't that much, because he was already one of the highest paid running back coaches in the business. He was already making $850,000 at Penn State.
Mm-hmm.
So I think those volumes.
But no, I think he brings incredible energy from what I hear. Definitely, we'll see the type of guys, because I think even in recruiting, you have preferences, right? Everyone's different, right? So you can have the same list. For example, the kids we're going to go over in the 26th class. Dylan McCullough might have had somebody higher on the pecking order. And Ja'Juan Seider might come in and be like, no, I like this kid better. Or, so those are the small little nuances that we'll learn about him in due time. But other than that, it's a great hire. Great hire by Marcus Freeman. I think it speaks volumes for that room. Somebody told me, look, hiring coordinators is always the more difficult task anywhere. He said, but a place like Notre Dame, you're going to get the best of the best. Like if you have a head coach that knows what he's doing, you're going to get the best of the best to come to Notre Dame, more than likely. And it wasn't a surprise. This person wasn't as surprised as some of us were that Ja'Juan Seider ended up making the move from Penn State to Notre Dame. And I think that's based upon what you just said. Talking about what Marcus Freeman is building and what
Right.
people are perceiving it to be across the college football landscape.
I think that's a big thing, Sean. And because my question actually, and this is why I mute myself, because then I can't always just interject whenever I want to. I can hold on, stop, let him finish. Because you answered what I was going to ask you. Why? Why was this person not surprised? And that's what you said, is because I do think there's a level of, Marcus Freeman's a guy you want to work for. And not only just because of what he's doing, but you look at some of the opportunities his assistant coaches have gotten since they've left Notre Dame. His first offensive coordinator left to be the OC at Bama, and he's now an OC in the NFL 3 years later. His first defensive coordinator just got promoted to be the defensive coordinator of the Bengals, Cincinnati Bengals. His second offensive coordinator left to become the head coach at Troy, a team who was coming off of a 10 or 11 win season, a really good, group of 5 program. You look at Brian Mason getting the opportunity after 1 year with Marcus Freeman to go from being a special teams coach with the Cincinnati Bearcats in the AAC to 2 years later, because of his time in Notre Dame, he's the special teams coach of the Indianapolis Colts, making good money. And so you see those things, Sean, where you're seeing these opportunities coming up for these assistant coaches that are allowing them to make these kind of big jumps. Chad Bowden comes here as the GM. He's now making over $1 million, and USC went and paid him a ton of money to come there. So when you look at those different things, Sean, it's you're seeing people working with Marcus Freeman and then jumping to better opportunities, and that matters to coaches. That absolutely matters to coaches. And look, word spreads quickly in the profession if a coach is not helping you get to that point in time. Getting to that point. And yeah. he what we have seen from him is he has been able to, John McNulty also, I think, left for an NFL job too, right? Didn't he leave for an NFL job after his first year? So I look at all those things, Sean, and you understand why this job is attractive. And that leads us back to the DC thing. Is I don't believe that, Jim Leonard, I'm confident, wasn't as interested as maybe we would have hoped he was, but that's just because he wants to stay in the NFL. He turned down other big time programs as well so far. But that was a hire he made because he feels that's the right move, not because there was a lack of top candidates. And so BC, that's right. He went to BC as the OC? The OC at BC. OC, that's right. Yeah. So his tight ends coach left to go be the offensive coordinator at Boston College. Thank you, Michael, for that. Michael Johnson just reminded me of that. I couldn't remember for the life of me. But yes, so you're seeing a lot of Marcus Freeman's coaches getting promotions pretty quickly. Actually, John McNulty was not on his first staff. Oh, no, he left after 2021, so he was not part of that. So scratch that one. That was a bad example.
Yeah. But yeah, Sherman, by the way, Sherman Smith was on that staff from 2010
he was Pete Carroll's
2017. Staff? Yeah.
Okay, so he was on the Super Bowl team in 2013.
Yes.
Okay, I just hurts my heart a little bit because I'm still mad at that Seahawks team in 2013 for the beatdown they gave the Broncos that year. So, but end of the day, Sean, this is a big hire. This is someone who's known as a strong position coach, which is important. This is a coach that meets like you and I said the other day. You need to find a coach that obviously cares about developing young men. Everything we've heard is that he checks that box. So the off the field part matters to him. It's what we heard. Now, of course, you've got to do it at Notre Dame, and we got to see it firsthand. But we're just telling you kind of things we've heard. Number 2, you need someone who has a level of expertise as a position coach that can develop players. It clearly checks that box with the success he's had at Penn State just the last 7 years. And you needed someone that was a strong recruiter. But one of the key ingredients for me was you needed someone who knew how to use multiple backs. That wasn't one of those guys that just, you got your number one back and your number one back's going to just dominate all the reps and dominate all the opportunities. We didn't see that from him this year. Now I would say two backs dominated this season because that's what they needed. And that's, I mean, honestly, when you have those two backs, you're not going to play a whole lot of other guys, if we're being honest about it. But we have seen in past years where they have used multiple backs effectively. But this is a coach that understands, that has shown the need to say, look, I can have two stud running backs and use both of them. And he understands riding the hot hand, finding different roles for the backs. They didn't ask Ja'Juan Allen to do the exact same stuff that Nicholas Singleton did. We also saw him over the years. We saw Penn State more and more use their running backs in the pass game. Now, that's more of an offensive coordinator thing. You know, no matter how much you teach your backs to be good in the pass game, if they're not in an offense that promotes that, you're not going to see that. So, 2022 under Yurcik, they didn't do that a whole lot. So his running backs caught like 31, 36, 38 passes, 40, 41. And then this past year, we saw a coach that does that a lot more. And Nicholas Singleton had 41 catches by himself for 375 yards and 5 touchdowns. And then Ja'Juan Allen had 18 catches for 153 yards and 2 touchdowns. And then his other backs had 4 catches on the season. So this is someone who's shown, hey, we're going to have backs do a lot of different things. What does that mean for the specific running backs in the room? Will roles look exactly like they did last year? That we don't know, Sean. We don't know how that's going to play out. But what we do know is that they did hire someone that I believed, and you and I have talked about, they needed to hire someone who understood how to keep an entire room engaged in using a variety of skill sets in the backfield. And that's a very important piece to this puzzle as well.
I think I'm going to be very honest right here. As he inherits this Notre Dame running back room, there are 2 ways that this situation can go, right? I think he comes into a room where roles are already established. I think roles are already established in a sense. And that's not just with the top 2. You can throw Aeneas Williams into that, right? So now, does Kedron Young look at this as, okay, it's a new coach, it's a new opportunity? Like, is this coach coming in saying, hey, I know the top 2, but we're going to see. That's what's going to be interesting for me going into the spring and watching spring practices. Not the top 2 or 3 guys. What is Kedron? Is Kedron Young now going harder because he feels like now he really has an opportunity, rather than waiting in the pecking order if Dylan McCullough had remained? And I think Dylan McCullough would have recognized if he had done the work and taken over. He definitely probably would have gotten more carries and more opportunity. I think he would have gotten more carries and more opportunities had he not been hindered by the injury, when he came in. So it's going to be very interesting. It's almost like, I don't want to take it that far because I was about to say, spring is going to be very important to giving a vision to Kedron Young, because I think he had the vision through Dylan McCullough to believe in. But I think that's the one running back in the room that I'm really going to watch going into the spring. Like, I want to see his body language. I want to see how he moves. I want to see how he's being coached. I want to see how they use him in the spring game. All of that, because that's a young man that I think is probably going to need a vision to hear and see a vision of the running back room moving forward, where other guys pretty much know they have their roles, and the vision should be clear. Like, hey, you're the next 2 up. These 2 are more than likely leaving.
If you're Kedron, who, Sean, my stance on him, I think he's a stud. You've got to look at Penn State and be like, I kind of look like that guy, except I'm a little bit more explosive. Like, I was having this debate with somebody the other day, and they're like, Kenny Moore, my guy, love Kenny. But he said, look, I think that Ja'Juan Allen is better than Jadarian Price. And I was like, yeah, I don't know about that. I think he was used more. But Jadarian was way over 6 yards a carry. Kedron's at 5.0. if you put, his stats out over the same type of usage, I mean, if you just look at his numbers against top teams, Ja'Juan had like over twice as many yards and on half the carries almost, just it's like that's a usage thing. Yards is a usage thing, but Kaytron Allen's a really good running back, no doubt. But I just think Jadarian Price is too. But if you're Keidron Young, you're looking at him because Jadarian and Kaytron Allen are comparisons in regard to who the perceived number 2 back is. Keidron's got to look at that one a little bit different because with Keidron, it's like that guy is built like me. He plays like me. Now, I think, again, like I said, I think Keidron is a better player coming out of high school. I think Keidron has the more natural talent. But it's nice knowing a coach has coached a guy like you and had a lot of success with a guy like you and has shown a willingness to say, I'll use the big boy to be the lead back and then use the faster guy as more of the change of pace back, which is what Penn State did this year. I mean, Kaytron Allen was their, I don't want to say number 1 back because it was really 1A, 1B. But he was the guy that got more of the touches. And then Nicholas was able to come in and be that dynamic, guy from a carry standpoint. So Kaytron Allen this year had 220 carries, 13.8 per game. Nicholas Singleton was at 172 carries in one fewer game at 11.5 per game. And so I think if you're Keidron, you see that. But to your point, Sean, he's going to be a guy that's going to have to be sat down and say, hey, here's how I see you. Here's your role. Here's your plan. And let's go into the spring that way. Because my only question about Ja'Juan Seider is this. You always get concerned about coaches and this isn't about him in specific, this is about all new coaches. There are some coaches that come into a job and say, okay, I'm not really concerned about building up the young guys on the roster. I'm going to coach the vets that I have, and then I'm going to go recruit my guys to follow them. That's a risk that happens with some position coaches. I'm not saying he's that way. I'm simply saying that's what I have seen doing this as long as I have. Yeah, I'll coach the young guys. We saw that with certain positions at Notre Dame. Well, I'll coach the veterans I have, but when it comes to the younger guys, I'm going to coach the guy. I'm going to develop the guys that I brought in, not the guys that I inherited. We've seen a couple positions at Notre Dame recently, in my opinion. I won't say who it is because I'm not trying to start that, but you know what 2 positions I'm talking about, Sean. So that's going to be my thing is, will he look at this and say, dude, I am blessed. I'm not only walking into a situation where I have great backs for 2025, but I have great backs for 2026 and 2027 and 2028. Like, this thing is going to keep on rolling. And then I can recruit some guys and have it brought in and all that type of stuff. But that's a general unknown that is true for every new coach that we don't know, that we haven't seen do it at Notre Dame. It's not something that's necessarily specific to him. You could say that about every single coach that was hired. We could have said that about Marcus Freeman when he was hired as the coordinator. We could have said it about Mike Mickens. We could have said it about Harry Easton. This is true of every coach when they get hired, is how are they going to handle what they inherit versus what they're going to bring in. And that's going to be very, very interesting to see. So that's kind of the final piece there, Sean. We're going to get into recruiting next. But before we do, folks, y'all know what to do. See that little thumbs up button below there? Right now, as we're doing this, it takes you, there's 584 people in the chat, so that we should at least have 584 likes. Do us a favor, real quick, right under the screen that you're looking at, either on your phone or on your computer. You just look down. It takes you 3 seconds to hit that thumbs up button for us. Only hit it once, because if you hit it twice, it's going to undo it. So just hit it once. Hit that like. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Make sure you hit that notification bell. Share this podcast with your friends and family, not just sharing it where you can actually hit a share option, but to let people know that we had someone come over and do an inspection in our house today. He's a listener of the show. Really appreciate you being by today and taking good care of our house. We appreciate that very much. But go ahead and make sure you're subscribed to the channel. And of course, Sean, as always, make sure you sign up for the message board at boards.irishbreakdown.com. As we mentioned, one of the things about this hire is he is known as we're talking about obviously Ja'Juan Seider. He's known as a great recruiter. I read an article from a Penn State person. This is after he decided to leave, because, a lot of times in today's media, Sean, when you have people that cover a team, it's like Dylan McCullough leaves, and I'm like, well, he wasn't that good of a coach. I mean, he had great players, but was Dylan McCullough really that big of a – like, we don't play that. And I think the Notre Dame beat, by and large, is pretty good at that for the most parts, especially the vets. But at some places, you get a lot of these young writers and their fans, and the guy leaves, and you're like, well, he wasn't really that good anyway. And that was not the case with some of the stuff I'm seeing from Penn State people. They're saying this is a big loss. And the biggest reason that they're saying it's a big loss is from a recruiting standpoint, because he is a dynamic recruiter. And what I didn't know until I did more research on him is he doesn't just recruit running backs. He also is very heavily involved in different regions. So he was very involved in like getting Alex Birchmeyer, the top 100 lineman they got. Tony Rojas, who's a sophomore linebacker for them, was a highly ranked player. King Mack, who's a guy that I loved coming to high school. He's since transferred, but John Mitchell was a guy that he was involved in. And that's a big thing, is this is a guy that has a reputation. I read somewhere that there's been 4 or 5 times at his time at Penn State, he's earned some sort of postseason top recruiter recognition from one of the various recruiting services. Not just like one year we happen to have a really good class. It's a consistent thing. Obviously, in 2022, when he landed Nicholas Singleton and Katron Allen, that was a pretty good class. But he's continued to kind of fill out just year after year and land good running backs into his roster. He's someone who has different connections. He's not just a Pennsylvania guy. He's obviously had success there, being from Penn State. He spent the last 7 years in the state. So he's developed those connections in Pennsylvania, Philly, Pittsburgh, New Jersey. But he's also someone, Sean, that has obviously strong ties to the state of Florida. As we mentioned, being from Florida, having coached high school football in Florida, having coached at the University of Florida. They got Katron Allen from the state of Florida. And then, of course, being at Virginia, he's also had he's been very involved in recruiting the state of Virginia, which is a state that's important to Notre Dame as well. So the biggest thing is, Sean, is you lost a guy in Dylan McCullough who had done a great job in acquiring talent. Yes, you can coach the talent you have. We discussed in part 1 of today's show that we don't believe Notre Dame has taken a step back in regard to the quality of the position coach in Ja'Juan Seider. You lost one of the best in the business. You replaced him with one of the best in the business. Now the question is, okay, but can he evaluate and recruit the way that Dylan McCullough did? Because Dylan McCullough hit some home runs in his tenure at Notre Dame. That Jeremiah Love kid's not too bad. He when he got hired, Jadarian Price was already in this class, but he was like, no, let's roll with that kid. And he brought in Jabron Payne, and then he went out and got obviously Aeneas Williams and Kedron Young last year. Went out and got Nolan James, who I'm super high on in that class. And so I am the reputation he has plus the results. He's got Messiah Mickens in the 2026 class. Notre Dame liked Messiah Mickens a lot. He visited Notre Dame. So he's beat Notre Dame for a couple guys too. Notre Dame liked Corey Smith a couple years ago out of Wisconsin. And he got him in the class. And he wasn't all that interested in Notre Dame. Why? Because he really liked Penn State. And so this is someone who has a very strong, proven track record as a recruiter, Sean. We'll talk about kind of that part first, and then we'll dive into the specifics of what that means for the 25 or for the 26 classes and moving forward. But that's the thing, is no matter who you talk to, the one thing that's constant is this is a dynamic recruiter that most importantly impacts your recruiting. And this is what's a little different than Coach McCullough. And it's not better, not worse, it's different. He has been used to recruit more than just the running back position. They have kind of sicked him on certain regions that are very important to Penn State. And if you're at all familiar with Pennsylvania, with Penn State football, you know that the 3 areas most important to them outside of Pennsylvania is New Jersey, Virginia, and Florida. And he was heavily involved in Virginia and Florida recruiting. And those are 2 areas that are also going to be very important to Notre Dame moving forward and continue to be. So I think that's the biggest thing, Sean, is this is a guy you're bringing in that is going to, at the very least, keep the recruiting operation rolling at Notre Dame and perhaps enhance it a little bit because he is someone that has experience recruiting beyond just his position.
Heck, that entire DMV area has been very fruitful for Penn State down through the years. So, and those specific areas or states you mentioned, When you look at the offers that Notre Dame, the guys they're looking at the running back position, you'll see those particular areas, which makes it a perfect, almost like a perfect marriage with what he's been doing at Penn State. But I want to talk about this because the similarity, I remember covering for you, meeting the new staff when Harry came in with Dylan McCullough and the former wide receiver coach and Mike Mickens, and we got a chance to sit down and talk with those guys. Dylan McCullough was very much upfront about not only evaluating talent and recruiting talent, but building a running back room and knowing how to build a room. Running backs with different abilities that can mesh well together to be able to make the room better and push the room forward. That's something that you see with Ja'Juan. I remember talking about Chris Smith a lot when we were looking at the 25 class, the 24 class, and saying, yo, this is a kid we have to get. Man, we would love to get this kid. And he's so explosive. And was he a teammate of Owen Streamyard?
Owen, yeah.
Yes, he was a teammate of Owen Streamyard. So I think he popped on the film as we were looking at Owen Streamyard all the time. So it just goes to show that this decision becomes even more sensible. It was highly unlikely to a lot of us because we were trying to figure out a reason why. But I just think some of the things we talked about in the previous segment points to why this makes sense and why he felt comfortable coming over, especially if they had a discussion, which I don't know if they had any extensive discussion about the running back board and recruiting and what he sees this class in 26 looking like and who his guys are. Maybe they had that type of discussion. But, it's almost like a perfect marriage, as he enters, because there's really no, I think once Harry left and Joe Rudolph left, we can speak to this. There was definitely a difference of opinion on certain kids that Harry really liked. And then Joe Rudolph came in and some guys that Notre Dame really wasn't even pushing for, all of a sudden got pushed to the top of the recruiting board. I don't see that. Maybe there's an addition, one or two here or there.
It seems a lot more regional, not stylistic.
Not stylistic.
Where Notre Dame was going down to Texas and Missouri to get kids. And it looks like with Ja'Juan Seider, it was more sticking to the East Coast. It was Pennsylvania, Jersey, and on down to Florida, North Carolina, Virginia, Georgia, all that. And that's as much a staff focus as it is anything else. I mean, you just don't see Penn State going to Texas as much as Notre Dame does. It's not that they don't. It's just that they don't do it as much as Notre Dame does. And that's something that every coaching staff has to kind of get into is like, what are the regions we're going to recruit? And then, you can always look at different things and say, hey, look, I think we got this kind of guy, we get that kind of guy. But at the end of the day, it's one of those things where that's the nature of what you're doing. Like, for example, the state of Texas right now, Sean, only has one scholarship offensive lineman from the state of Texas, or one scholarship football player from the state of Texas on their football team. That's it. And Notre Dame obviously has more than that at wide receiver. They have more than that at running back. You know what I mean? They've got two kids from Texas at running back. So things like Penn State doesn't go out to California and recruit as much as obviously as Notre Dame does. And so those are different things that tie more into what is your staff's view of recruiting. And California or Penn State has one kid from the state of California on their roster, and it was a kicker. So a lot of that's going to be determined by where you're at. Well, I didn't recruit that area because we don't recruit that area. That's not who we are. And it just goes to show sort of that the difference of being at Notre Dame compared to some other places. I don't believe that Penn State, looking at their roster, has a single player from the state of Missouri on their roster. And Notre Dame has two running backs from the state of Missouri.
And you make a great point, because there is a honesty that you must have as a recruiter when you're setting your board. You can evaluate a California kid at Penn State, but you have to be honest with yourself about, what's our chances of really landing a kid from California here at Penn State? What's our chances of really going down to Texas, right? Because these are the areas where we're really strong at. You come to Notre Dame and you walk in a kid's room with that ND on your sweater. Like, that is a national brand. We've been recruiting everywhere for decades. So now it's a new challenge for you as a recruiter. Not that he can't recruit those states.
Right.
He hasn't been given the opportunity to do so, and now he gets that opportunity because of the web that Notre Dame casts. It's a much wider web than, say, Penn State, who really sticks to that Eastern Seaboard in Georgia and Florida and other states.
In the north,
so,
they get kids from Wisconsin, and then they get the DMV on down, and it's knowing who you are. I mean, you just don't see Penn State recruit the areas that Notre Dame recruits, and I have to think that is something that, as a coach, you're going to find kind of exciting. Is like there's plenty of good backs where he's been. I mean, there's plenty of good backs. You can get good kids from Pennsylvania, and that's part of their strategy too. Is like, look, we can get those kind of athletes from our own state at a volume that Notre Dame can't get from their home state. That factors into it as well. But you've got to be thinking this guy is going from Penn State, where he had some really important areas on his kind of availability, but now he's heading out to Notre Dame, where he can now recruit St. Louis, he can recruit Texas, he can recruit California, he can recruit anywhere. And it's a much more national program, where Penn State is a very much an East Coast program. I mean, they are, and that's not a bad thing. It's worked for them. I mean, they not only made it to the college football playoff this year, Sean, but they led Notre Dame for a chunk of that game. I mean, it's a good football program. But you look at their roster, I mean, a lot of their top players, it's Pennsylvania, it's Michigan, Ohio, Maryland, Pennsylvania. See here, you had one kid from Texas who was originally from Indiana. Remember, Jalen Kimber was the one Texas kid they had, but he was originally from Indiana. You have Pennsylvania, Alabama. That was a transfer portal kid. Maryland, Ohio, New York, Florida, Maryland, Pennsylvania, Florida, Virginia, Iowa, Ohio, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Pennsylvania. One kid from Texas, New York, a kid that we liked a lot, Josiah Brown from New York, Pennsylvania, New Jersey. I'm just going through the scholarship kids. Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Georgia, Pennsylvania. I don't know that the kid from Georgia is a scholarship kid. Florida, Zane Durant from Florida, who he had based on looking at the recruiting services, he had a role in him. Jersey, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Delaware. I'm not going to go through the whole roster. That got me through the 30s. That's a lot of the skill players. And that shows you that this is where they're recruiting from. At Notre Dame, you've now just walked into a situation where you can recruit the whole country. Dylan McCullough walked into a similar situation. Dylan McCullough wasn't able to just walk into any school in Texas and be like, hey, I'm at Indiana. But you look at what he did in his 1 year at USC and you look at what he did at Notre Dame, it's like now I have the whole country available to me. I can now go truly find the best backs. And that's what Ja'Juan Seider's walking into. And with his track record, Sean, I think that bodes very well for Notre Dame continuing its great running back recruiting, which has really been there for the 3 of the last 4 hires have been pretty darn good recruiters. I mean, obviously, Tony Alford was a great recruiter. His last class, I said this the other day, his parting gift to Notre Dame was Dexter Williams and Josh Adams. I mean, that was his parting gift to Notre Dame. Thank you, Tony. That's why we always love you right there, my friend. And then you had the really brutal stretch of Autry Denson, who looked A.J. Dillon in the face and told him he couldn't play running back at Notre Dame. He's probably a linebacker. Yeah, had to deal with that train wreck. But that was rectified, and they brought in Lance Taylor, who did a really good job. Helped recruited Kyron Williams. He obviously was after they lost Will Shipley. He was instrumental in getting Audric Estime. And then obviously Tom Reese did a really nice job helping to get Logan Diggs. Tommy was the driver of that one, but he helped. And he went and got Jadarian Price. He actually committed to Lance Taylor. And then, of course, Dylan McCullough comes in, and he gets Jeremiah Love as the first running back. He lands in Notre Dame. Follows that up with a great class of Keidron Young and Neas Williams. And then this past class got Nolan James, who I'm a huge fan of. Outstanding football player. So 3 of your last 4 recruiters have been really dynamic.
Yeah, you opened up something that I think is very important as well when you talk about what he can bring to the staff, right? Because if you can see in the 26th class, not from a positional standpoint, but a regional standpoint, Notre Dame is making a very intentional and concerted effort in the states of North Carolina and Virginia in this 26th class. lots of offers, specifically on the defensive side of the ball, defensive line, where it's an area where they're looking to go ahead and start to upgrade the level of talent or the depth of talent. This is where, he can speak for or speak to maybe Coach Washington, for example, say, yo, I know this area.
Mm-hmm.
These are the things these kids are looking for. This is how you can really make an impact. These are the people, the influencers you might need to know in this area. There's impact and conversation that takes place. You've been in these rooms with other coaches, helping coaches out, even though that's not your position. But if that's a region you're very strong in and have connections, this is how you aid and assist in the recruiting of players that you might not necessarily be coaching on the next level. So I think he also brings that in connection to what we're seeing with the offers that have been going out in the 26 class in those particular areas where he has strength.
This is especially true in Florida because that's where you're helping. If you have the right staff, like, hey, man, you know this, coach. You've recruited some kids from here. You know this area. Give me some pointers. Help me out. Hey, man, listen, when you go there, this is the first thing you need to do. You need to go find Miss So-and-so in the guidance office and make sure that she's on your side. Because if she's on your side, you got a shot. You know what I mean? There's that stuff is true at a lot of these schools, Sean, where you got to know, like, man, you're walking into that school and you got to know who are the people that we need to make sure we get on our side. So that way, in the future, they're calling us about kids. Hey, we got a kid. I got a kid for you. And he can help you that. But then also in some of these states like Virginia and like Florida especially, you can't just be one guy recruiting a guy. It's got to be some level of a staff effort. And you've got a guy now that's gone into IMG, landed a kid from IMG, and turned him into a 1,000-yard runner at Penn State in Katron Allen. So it's important, Sean, to kind of have that ability to say, hey, listen, I can help you out in this region and that region. Just like when he's going down to Texas, there'll be people on the staff that have recruited that state that can kind of help him out with that type of thing. So I think having someone that has a track record of not only offering, like recruiting certain areas, but developing players from certain areas that have had success is very, very important. I mean, he can go to Pennsylvania and be like, hey, listen, man, look what I did with Nicholas Singleton. A guy came in and rushed for 1,000 yards twice for me. He can go down to IMG and be like, hey, man, if there's a back down there that fits what Notre Dame is looking for, kid from Florida or whatever, he can say, look, man, look what I did. Look what I did over here with this cat from IMG. Came up and played for me. And yeah, I had another stud from right down the street, but I turned them both into studs. And they're both going to play. Those things are important. But at the end of the day, Sean, it's about what kind of coach are you? What kind of recruiter are you? Are you good at developing relationships? Are you a grinder? Are you someone who has a reputation for being honest with people? And that's a big thing about Dylan McCullough we've talked about is like people just felt like if he told you something, you could put trust in it because he'd also tell you things that maybe you didn't want to hear. I mean, I've heard stories about Dylan McCullough telling recruits like, hey, listen, we like you, but here's why you're not as high on my board right now. And if you want to come here, I need you to, and kids like that. They respected that. And he developed a relationship with someone who's honest. And so I think Ja'Juan Seider is going to come at it from a different angle because he's a different guy. He's not Dylan McCullough. You don't ask him to be Dylan McCullough. He's got to be himself. But as long as people feel that you're trustworthy, you put in the work and you know how to develop the people skills, you have the right operation. Recruiting isn't just being personable. It's being personable with the right strategy. It's about volume. It's about, like we said, going into school and knowing who I need to go talk to and doing it. So if Caleb Davis or Carter Allman or some of those guys or whoever the new GM says, hey, listen, when you go visit this school, you need to make sure you go talk to Miss So-and-so or Mr. Such and such. And that's who you need to make sure you spend some time with before you go talk to the football coach. And that's this person. And someone that will do that and knows how to impress those people. So all those things are very important, Sean. And it sounds like from everything we've heard that he thrives in those areas. And now he's walking into some of these places and he's got an even bigger brand, with all due respect to Penn State, who is a huge brand in the Northeast, huge brand, great brand in the Northeast. It's not the same. They're not the same brand as Notre Dame. They're not the same brand as Ohio State. They're not the same brand as Michigan nationally. And that's okay. That's not a knock on. It's not an insult. It's just, that's why they had to stop being independent and join a conference, and Notre Dame didn't. That's why Notre Dame is still independent, and Penn State's the third, now maybe fourth biggest brand in the big. Actually, now they're even down more because you just added Oregon and USC to the mix. So, you're probably fifth biggest brand, national brand in that, like, let's put it this way. Oregon's going to have a whole lot better shot at coming out to Pennsylvania and getting a kid to go out and play in Oregon than Penn State's going to have it going out and getting a kid from Oregon to come play at Penn State. That's just the reality of it. So, but Notre Dame now is that type of brand. He has that type of brand power now behind him. And I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do.
You make a great point. Once again, as we talk this out, we possibly start to tap into some of the thought process that Coach Seider had to go through. Now, when you recruit in your conference, you have to recruit against the teams in your conference first, right? It's almost the same with the NFL. You build your team to beat the teams in your division, and then you build out to the conference and hopefully to win a championship. And it's the same thing in college football. Like, you want to win the Big Ten. Like, how do we build to beat Ohio State, Michigan, Oregon? And now you've added USC and Oregon. So now it becomes a more difficult task. But if I go here to Notre Dame, that's an independent that has a far wider reach in recruiting from a brand standpoint and a networking standpoint. Now, this probably is a little bit easier than having to go up against Oregon, having to go up against USC now, and us only being regionalized from our recruiting standpoint. That's, as we continue to talk about this, you start to see some of the reasons that would lead Coach Seider to say, you know what, let me go ahead and take this opportunity for myself. It's definitely going to be a challenge for him because it's something he hasn't done from a recruiting standpoint, recruiting nationally, like you have to at Notre Dame. But I think it's something and a challenge that he is welcoming by making the move and probably super excited to get started.
It could certainly be a factor, Sean. I mean, I have to think about it. Maybe not everybody is so anti-independent as the guy he used to work for. Maybe some people see value in being part of an independent program more so than maybe James Franklin did during his press conference before that game. I'm sorry, I just had to get that little shot in there. But so, Sean, let's talk some specifics here about this hire from a recruiting standpoint, and let's dive into it. And first and foremost, we will talk about the commit he has in the 26 class first. But I did want to first talk big picture about this. And number one is, to some degree, Notre Dame is starting over in the 26 class of running back recruiting to some degree. And by that, I mean, this is a position group where Dylan McCullough had built a very strong bond with certain recruits. Some of them have offers from Penn State, but we don't know the level of with Messiah Mickens in the class, did he build the kind of relationship with Jonas Walton that Dylan McCullough did, or Javion Mallory? That's kind of the thing. So just big picture, he's walking into a much different conversation. There's some wounds that kind of need to be treated with some of these kids who were not upset, but sad to see Coach McCullough leave, because a lot of their relationship so far about Notre Dame was with Dylan McCullough and the vision he had for them and those type of things. So that's obviously an important piece of this. But it is good to look at the board and say, okay, who are some guys that are on Notre Dame's board that are on his? Because he's going to have a say in who they recruit. You don't pay a guy this much money and come and say, hey, listen, we're going to tell you who you need to recruit, right? He's going to have a role in this, especially since Notre Dame doesn't have a GM yet that could tell him that. I mean, Caleb Davis and Carter Allman are two very talented young guys in the recruiting office, but they're not going to walk in rooms and start telling coaches who they're allowed to go after or whatnot. They're all going to work together and play a great role together. So I think it's important to kind of look at some of the names that he is on so far and say that's where you at least will most likely early on see him work on. And I think that's an important piece to this conversation. So let's kind of go over some of the names, Sean, that are on the board for Penn State now that got offered by Penn State that Notre Dame is actively recruiting or has offered. So a couple guys that Notre Dame has offered that they're not actively recruiting are Savion Hitter, who's from Virginia, and then Jamichael Jones, who is from the state of Alabama. They both were offered by Penn State, don't know the level of the relationship. The others on the board are Favor Aki, who Notre Dame, I don't know that Notre Dame has offered him yet, but I know they're recruiting him. They like him. They recruited him. They just haven't offered him yet because Dylan McCullough wasn't doing a lot of expanding the board early on because he had a group of players that he liked. They have also offered Javion Mallory, who is a player that Notre Dame certainly likes because Notre Dame was out to see him recently. He's from Boca Raton, Florida. They were out to see him somewhat recently and check on him. Jonas Walton, who was arguably the top running back on the board for Notre Dame under Dylan McCullough, was also offered by Penn State. And then Davion Gross. I don't know if it's Gross or Grossi, who's from Florida, who's another player. Actually, Davion's actually from Texas, I believe. Excuse me. I think I just said Florida, but I believe he's actually from Texas. Let me just check that. I think I said that wrong, Sean. Yes, he's from Frisco, Texas. As soon as I said Florida, I was like, no, that's not right. I got Darian Geis is who I was thinking. Darius Geis is who kind of immediately popped in my head from Florida. Remember him in the 25 class? That's where the DG. But Davion Gross is from Texas. That's the board of guys that Notre Dame has offered that Penn State also offered. I'm curious to see how he conducts with those guys, and I'm also curious to see if he's able to quickly make a move with two kids that he did not offer, that I promise you were not offered because he knew he had no chance. And he also got Messiah Mickens early. That's Javian Osborne, who Coach McCullough, if Jonas Walton was the 1A, I would argue that Javian Osborne is 1B on that list. And then DeZephan Walker from Missouri is another guy who's from, I believe, the Kansas City area. And then the third guy that I'm curious to see if he makes a quick move on also is Jonathan Hatton, another Texas kid that Notre Dame recently offered that Dylan McCullough is doing a really good job with. So those are three Southwest type of kids that's sort of outside of the Penn State range, outside of the Gross kid from Texas, Groce. By the way, I'm not saying the kid's gross. Names like that always make me kind of laugh. But anyway, I look at this list and I'm like, okay, we know he'll at least contact some of those guys. I would imagine Jonas Walton gets an early call. I'm curious to see if he it's what's going to answer sort of our question that we were just talking about, Sean, is will he take advantage of the national aspects of Notre Dame? I think who he immediately reaches out to on the running back board is going to tell us a little bit about that. Does he value first, I need to reach out to the kids that I already know? Or does he say, I also need to make sure immediately that I'm reaching out to Javion Osborne, who is a stud, Jonathan Hatton, who's a stud, DeZephan Walker, who's a really good running back as well. Does he also get in on those guys? That's what I'm curious to see is how quickly he moves on to those guys could tell us a lot about how much he's going to tap into the national ability of Notre Dame running back recruiting, because those are guys that were all high on Notre Dame to some degree. And that's going to tell us a lot about sort of his early recruiting, at least depending on another potential circumstance. But for now, I think that's going to tell us a lot.
And this is the nuance of it, in my opinion. He comes in and it's not just as simple as who he prefers, right? He has to map out the 26 class. Then he has to look at the 27 class, because he's not just going out acquiring talent. He's trying to build a running back room.
Right.
And all of these running backs can't be or have the same characteristics. All of them can't be speed guys. You know what I'm saying? All of them can't be outside guys. You have to have versatility within that running back room. So now he has to not only be ready to coach two elite guys that are probably more than likely not going to be on the roster going into the 26 season, but now what pieces do I need to put around Aeneas and Keetree and Nolan? What is missing? What do I have in this?
What do we need? What do we need? What do I have?
Right. So what we need, just looking across, let me just rank who's the best. but the top two might not be what we readily need to fit the room. Or does he have the mindset, I'm just going to get the best. These are
Or
the
is
best
it
kids.
a
Or
combination
is it a
of
mixture of
both?
both? Absolutely.
Because I do
Absolutely.
think Notre Dame is going to consider taking 2 backs in this class, depending on
Mhm.
how the season goes. And so that's obviously going to be a very interesting part of this is that, Sean, is because sometimes you say, listen, we don't need this type of back, but that kid's a stud. And he's better than anybody we have in our room. He's better than the people we have on our roster with that skill set. And that's the thing that goes into it as well is there's sometimes where you don't have a need at a position, but it's like, yeah, but I'm not turning that kid down. I don't need this, but I want him. And that's going to be part of it too. So we're going to learn a lot very early on, Sean, about who he values, who he targets. There may be some guys on the board that he would have liked to have offered, but are maybe not necessarily in his region that he feels now they're going to reach out to that maybe Notre Dame was even on. And there's going to be a learning process for him as well in regard to you've got to learn a little bit about what Notre Dame likes and doesn't like or can and can't take too before you start jumping too hard into throwing a lot of offers around. And I think he's being hired at the right time because it is a dead period. So it's not like he's behind the 8 ball. He's not getting out on visits and he's not having kids visit and those type of things. You can have some contact with kids and dive into those relationships. So I think all that stuff is going to matter and is very important. And then once the dead period's ending, it's like you're hitting the ground running with a lot of these guys. And that's going to tell us a whole lot about what he's going to do. But let's talk about this thing is he's got running backs committed in 26 and 27, and they're both very good. And I'm very curious to see if he makes a run at them or not, or if they're interested in it or not. And of course, we're going to talk first about the 26 class, but there's also a 2027 running back that I want to get into as well as we dive into this conversation. And the 2026 class, I look at it and I say, okay, you have a running back in your class, and that's fine. You can say he's a Pennsylvania kid. We're talking about Messiah Mickens. And when you look at Messiah Mickens, he's not just a kid that obviously Ja'Juan Seider liked a lot, but he's a kid that Notre Dame offered and recruited very hard early on. They offered him when he was a sophomore. Like he was one of their first offers in the 26 class, like very early on. They liked him a lot, and he visited at least once, maybe twice, but for sure once, Sean. I don't remember if he made a second visit. I think he was going to make a second visit at one point in time. I'm not sure if that actually happened, and then he committed to Penn State. But this is a young man that's been on campus at Notre Dame, clearly had some level of interest in Notre Dame because he made a visit on his own dime. And then if you read anything about why he picked Penn State, Ja'Juan Seider had a huge role in that. That relationship had a huge role in that. There's a couple different ways this could go, man. This could be a thing where he recently had shut down his recruitment in late January because he was still talking to other schools, but late January, he shut it all down. Does he open it back up? Or does he say, hey, look, all the things Coach Seider sold me on about Penn State are still true, even though he's not here? That is something that could obviously shake up the room quite a bit. And then also, how does he evaluate Messiah Mickens compared to some of the other guys on the board? Was he just the best player he could get early? Did he view him as an elite running back? Does he view him as the next Kaytron Allen type of back? Because that's more his style of play than Nicholas Singleton. He's more of a slasher, physical runner with great feet, great vision, physicality. He's not the burner that Nicholas Singleton is. Mm-hmm. He's in he's different than Kaytron Allen too, but he's more of that. He's that bulk guy. He's more of that volume guy with the great feet. He's more Audric Estime than he is Jeremiah Love, even though he's not built like Audric was. I'm talking more style of play. Does he view him as an elite back? And if he does, you almost kind of have to go after him. But if he views him as a good back, but Notre Dame has like 7 guys on the board like him, then maybe you don't go after him and you try to get him to honor his commitment to Penn State. That's going to be a very fascinating part of this process very early on is, does Notre Dame pick things back up with Messiah Mickens now that Ja'Juan Seider's on staff at Notre Dame?
I think, just looking at his social media posts, I believe within the last 24 hours, I think he's in the process of really contemplating whether or not that is going to take place. And I think that speaks to how influential, because his posts line up with the confirmation coming out that Ja'Juan Seider was making the decision to go ahead and take the Notre Dame job.
A few hours, I believe, right?
Yeah. So I'm sure there are going to be conversations. Someone of the integrity, from what we hear, the integrity that Coach Seider has, I would imagine that he probably contacted Messiah Mickens before the news came out. I doubt very seriously that he allowed him to find out via the media,
internet. Yeah.
So now his family, I'm sure they'll go through conversations. He's really coming off shutting everything down. What was that? I think January 27th. January is when he shut everything
when he
down.
announced he was shutting everything down. Yeah, that came
like, man, 2 weeks ago. So it's still really fresh. And so I think the situation kind of yields itself to him, probably more than likely, or at least opening it, listening to schools again.
Right.
Even not decommitting, but at least opening the conversation again with schools to become reacquainted. And I'm sure part of those conversations would be with his former position coach that he committed to. So, I think it's
and that could even be a thing where he's convincing him to say, "Hey, man, listen." I mean, that's part of this process too. Is if you're Ja'Juan Seider and maybe Messiah is not as high on your board, and I'm not saying this is true or not. He may view Messiah Mickens as the best back in the country. I'm not saying he does or doesn't. Please don't take this as anything. This is me just talking about the things that have to go on in these type of moves. It's a general. Using it as an example. But you may recruit a kid to the school you're at, and then you go somewhere else, and you're like, dude, I could get 5 or 6 guys every bit as good, if not better than this guy. And so in those honest conversations, I may convince that kid to stay where he is because I know he fits that place well. If I care about that kid, and I know that maybe he isn't as as good of a fit for maybe where I'm at as a player or whatever, academically, whatever the case may be, then I may encourage him to stay where he is. That may be part of the conversation too, Sean. We don't know. And again, just so we're clear, I'm not saying that he is going to tell him that. For all I know, he thinks Messiah Mickens is a dude and would love to have him at Notre Dame. I think Messiah Mickens is a very good running back. You guys are seeing the film here. This is Messiah Mickens. I think he's an outstanding running back. This is a much better running back. This is one of the better running back classes we've had in several years. And I've talked about this with you, Sean, and John Garcia and I have talked about this multiple times. But the last few running back classes weren't that great. There were some guys at the top that were really good, but the depth of the class wasn't strong. This year, that's a heck of Notre Dame's defensive linemen need to watch that move he just put on that guy. But this is a much deeper, much stronger running back class than we've seen in a few years. I don't know that there's as many elite guys, but the depth of really good running backs in this class is really good. And I say that more so because I haven't watched everybody, but I've watched 25 backs so far, 20-25 backs, I'm 26 class, but 25 backs. And I'm just like, man, all these kids can play. It's a really deep class. And so, I mean, we don't know his view of Messiah from a national standpoint. He may even say to him, hey, man, just look, you're in a good situation. And everything I told you before is true now. He may say, hey, look, because I want to go in a different direction here because our needs may be different, Sean, to your point. After getting Nolan James, he may say, hey, look, we need more of an explosive running back. Or, he may say, hey, look, we need a little bit more size. I mean, who knows? We don't know how he's going to evaluate the needs. So we don't know that he's necessarily going to just immediately go, let's flip Messiah. We don't know the answer to that. I haven't been told that. So we're just having a conversation here, but it does throw a little bit of a wrinkle, in my opinion, Sean, into the conversation about what is recruiting going to look like immediately in this 2026 class with Ja'Juan Seider. I think that's going to be something very interesting to take a peek at. And I'm watching this like this kid's pretty good defensive player.
Like you just said, you watch Messiah Mickens, And who's to say he doesn't walk in and say, well, heck, I got Keidron Young. So if I want to make sure I keep him in the class
and Nolan
keep him in the
James,
room, and Nolan
who's
James,
similar. Right.
But I'm just looking at, from stylistic, like, these guys. So now I can go focus on Davion Gross, Jonas Wilson,
Jonathan
Walker,
Hatton, who's a burner, Javion
exactly.
Osborne, who's a
Jason
home run
Osborne,
hitter. Right.
Absolutely. Now I can really focus on those guys, and then maybe the second guy would be someone that's a little bit different, a little bit of
because
a
I'm trying to
guys.
replace Jeremiah Love in this class,
right?
Not
exactly.
Keidron Young or Nolan James or even Jadarian Price. I need to replace, because we don't have a Jeremiah Love guy on the roster outside of Jeremiah Love. So maybe that's the need. That's all part of the conversation. And that's what good coaches do, Sean. And you said that earlier, and it's a great point, is partly who you go after isn't just so much about this is how I rank my board 1 through 5, but it's like, this is how I rank my board 1 through 5, but 1 and 2 aren't as big a needs as 3. They're all really good players, but 3 brings a skill set we absolutely need, desperately need in the room. So he may actually be your number 1 target, even though you don't necessarily grade him out number 1. It's no different than, you've got 1 spot left in your offensive line class, and you've got your top 5 guys, and your top 2 guys might be elite guards, but you're just like, but we need a tackle. And these guys can't play tackle. So I got to go get a tackle. Because it's not always about getting you. And this is why I've said before, Sean, little mini tangent. And this is why I always say in the past why recruiting rankings are just sort of useless and really in a lot of ways. Not only the processes and all the biases and all that other kind of stuff, but they're not talking about, are you meeting your needs? Yeah, you landed 4 highly ranked guys, but they all play the same exact kind of game at the same exact kind of position. You're not going to be able to use all those 4 guys together.
Mm-hmm.
And those are things that you factor in and say, you're ranked high because it's a points-driven system, and those points are all basically in 3 positions, and you didn't do a whole lot in other positions. But that's part of building a team. And you said that earlier, Sean, and I think that's a great point, and it's going to tell us a lot about, just the decision that he goes, that's a nice move right there.
Yeah.
It's got good.
Yeah, I'm just like you. Yeah, I watch all of the film for all of these kids, and it's like, okay.
Yeah.
All right. It was almost like the 25 quarterback class. Like, the top 7, it's like, I'm fine. Whomever you choose, I'm good with it. Right. And so, and I'm sure all of us, like myself, you, and Ryan, all of our top 3 were probably different. Like the top 3 quarterbacks for the 25 class were different, but like, we had the same guys in the top 5. Just our preferences were just a little bit different. And so I think for what you're going to see from Coach Seider and Coach McCullough, there's a willingness to build, first of all, to use multiple backs, play multiple backs, develop the young running backs and give them opportunity. But also, now how do you build your running back room? I think it's going to be definitely diversity in the running back room, but with everybody, you just have differences. So it's going to be very interesting to see, what those differences end up being. Either way, I think it's going to end up being very positive. I'm telling you, man, when I got to, because the Texas kids speak to like the explosiveness, right?
Mm-hmm.
I forget, I'm drawing a blank right now. The kid from Kansas City as well.
Walker? Zephon Walker? Yeah.
Yes. Man, super talented. Key, the Ohio kid.
Who hasn't even been offered yet by Notre Dame.
Yet, but you see why he's a very patient runner, good back, powerful inside runner. Ja'Juan Seider, VA, right?
Mm-hmm.
The talent that comes from there. But then, just for me, like I love those kids, but it's like the first 2 plays of Mallory's, Mallory's film, I was like,
Mallory or Osborne?
No, Ja'Juan Mallory.
Okay, the Florida
kid.
Okay,
yeah. His first play, they're backed up on like the 2-yard line. I'm like, oh, okay, all right. And then Jonas Walton, he's just really good out of space. And then David Gross is just speed, man. It's just, it just pops. His speed just pops.
Yeah. Hatton's that way too.
Yeah.
Yeah. the kid from Steel. He's like 6'1" and just like sprinter, like one cut and go. Have you seen Ja'Juan Osborne's film yet?
I saw a little bit of it. I did.
Yeah, he's really good as well. But that's the point, Sean. And I'm actually going to pull up the Ja'Juan Mallory film here too while we're talking. Just let's have some film showing while we're talking here, Sean. But no, I mean that's the thing about this year though is it's such a good year at running back. It's such a good year that it's like, man, there's so many kids to choose from. So many kids to choose from. And a lot of them are built the same. I mean, Mickens, Mallory, Osborne, Walton, Zeph and Walker are literally just lookalikes, physically lookalikes of each other and how they're built. It's like cookie cutters. Now, their games are different, but just how they're built. Like this kid is a thick old boy. Doesn't he look a lot like Messiah Mickens? Is just his body type, and but he's got that your boy from Boise State, Ashton Genty, running back stance, that just standing up straight. But I mean, this is this kid that's just averaging 10 yards a back in the state of Florida. Look at that dip and a rip and just running over that guy. I mean, but you keep watching these kids, you're like, yep, he's a baller. Yep, he's a baller. Yep. I mean, it's a loaded year at running back. And that's going to factor into, in my opinion, number one, you got a greater chance of meeting whatever your needs are, specific stylistic needs are. But sometimes a running back, Sean, it's like, look, man, I know we might have a need for this, but this kid is a monster. And we can't not bring this kid in if he wants to come. I mean, those are things that all factor into all these backs. And like you said, Ja'Juan Mallory is like, and you start liking certain guys, Sean. You're like, oh, I'd love to see Notre Dame go after that guy. And you're like, yep, I think that's my. And then you pop in the next guy, and you're like, oh no, that's my new top guy. Yep, that. And you're like, then you pop in the next guy. Oh shoot, man, I like that guy too.
Yeah,
it's
I'm
going to bring up Ja'Juan Osborne next.
You have to make a choice, and making the choice means that you're denying somebody else. That's really good. Like that. Right. And class by class, this running back class is deeper than last year's running back class, in my opinion.
Last few, in my opinion. Yeah. Last few.
So now, to choose another kid over another kid is, that's a really tough choice because they're all really good, like you said. So now it just might come down to fit. Yeah, you see, like this kid. I'm telling you, man, the first kids.
Detroit Hunter just said. Detroit Hunter said Ja'Juan Osborne sort of would be my Price replacement, and I was literally getting ready to say I feel like I'm watching Jadarian Price when I'm watching him. Not only his body type is similar, explosiveness, but also the uniform, the black and yellow uniform, which is what Jadarian had at Denison. It's a very similar look and very similar player. But like Sean, it's like, look at that. Like that is sick. It's a phenomenal cut. And that's what, but like that's the kind of move that we saw Jadarian make. This is the Purdue move right here, basically. I mean, it's not quite as dynamic. He's still a junior in high school, where Jadarian did this as a junior in college. But like, this is the Purdue jump cut. Look at those calves. Like, look at that boop. This is like, come on, man. Like, I don't know what you're supposed to do about that. But that's the thing is, it is such a deep running back class. You gotta figure out who you want, what kind of player you want, and then go get them. But I mean, this is one of my top guys right here. Him and Hat, just because I want an explosive back in this class.
Yeah.
Like one of these shows, actually, we may do it next week, Sean, and just kind of go through all the film and break down the board or whatever. We'll probably do it in a couple weeks when we have a better idea of what the board is going to look like with Coach Seider. But I think those things are all going to be factors in this, and it's going to be interesting. It's going to be very interesting, Sean, to see kind of how this process evolves and develops. But there's so many good backs on the board, and now we're going to find out who, because like Penn State didn't offer this kid. Now, you really think that Ja'Juan Seider doesn't think Ja'Juan Osborne's a really good player? Like, no, I'm not going to be able to go down there and get that kid. That kid's not coming to Notre Dame. Coming to Penn State. So why am I going to waste? But Notre Dame has a shot with a kid like this. Like, this is boom. Look at that speed. Whew. Look at that speed. So that's the thing is we're going to see how the board evolve, Sean. And the other thing too is he also has a commit from a 2027 running back from Pennsylvania. I'm just going to show about a minute worth of film of him, Keemon Spell, who's a 2027 kid. So let's just watch a minute of his film real quick while we're talking. But so that's the thing about Ja'Juan Seider is I'm curious where he was with recruiting, period, since he already had a running back committed in 26 and 27. And this is a kid that's considered a top 50 national player at in the 2027 class from the state of Pennsylvania. This is a big time running back as well. So he's kind of, like I said, he went from being completely done. I mean, he was almost like where Gino Gadouli's been for like the last year, since he got Nolan Grubbs. It's like, well, I was kind of done with recruiting, so I'm already talking to 27 kids, and he's still there now. But you had that little period of Deuce leaving where he had to kind of go recruit again in the 25 class. But he couldn't talk to 27 kids anymore. But that's where Ja'Juan Seider was, and now he's going to a thing where you don't have anybody in 25 or 26 or 27 class. Yeah. You got a much different looking roster, and so and he also signed 2 really good running backs last year. Not as good as the Notre Dame pair, but he signed Corey Smith and Quentin Martin at running back, who are really good also. I think Notre Dame pair is a little bit better, but it's not too much. Not too much. I also love that both of these kids play defense. Have I told you that before, how I love when running backs play defense? It's not a must. Jadarian Price, I don't think, played much defense in high school. Keedron didn't play much defense in high school. I don't know that Aeneas did either, but if they do it, they get brownie points for me, basically, just because that they're going to play the physical part of the game.
I wonder, from a philosophy standpoint, how limiting a place like Penn State can be. But you just talked about the 2 kids he got in 26 and 27. And so let me surmise it like this. Being from the Chicago area and being a lifelong Illinois basketball fan and alum, when it came to Illinois basketball, you have to get the best players from Chicago. You have to recruit Chicago. And Bill Self was really the first coach that came in and said, if you want to win, you have to recruit Chicago, but you have to recruit nationally.
Mm-hmm.
You just can't say, just go get the best players from our region. And so I wonder if, looking at the 2 kids he got at running back, if I'm not mistaken, they're both from Pennsylvania. I just wonder if the feel as the running back coach at Penn State is, we can't let the best running backs from Pennsylvania get out.
A lot of times you don't need to, because like if you get Nicholas Singleton, you're like, well, I don't know that there's a better running back than Nicholas Singleton anywhere. Right. And Pennsylvania will produce that, more of that than, like, let's say an Indiana or a Michigan will, or an Illinois will.
That's what I'm saying. You don't have that in Indiana.
Right.
Like you do have. And to say like, you can have some good running backs, but there literally might be better.
Right.
Like D Brown was fantastic, but Darren Williams from the state of Texas was just as important, and a first round top 5 draft pick in the NBA to that 2005 Illinois team. So like, you get the best player in the state of Illinois, but you also went and got a 5-star from the state of Texas, and it took a mentality shift that Bill Self brought in order for that to happen. Even though he wasn't the head coach, he recruited those guys, but he wasn't the head coach that eventually ended up coaching them. And so I think, I'm very interested in seeing how this opens up some of his abilities that he hasn't tapped into, because he was in a place where it was kind of like, hey, if we get the best running back from Penn State, we'll be fine. Which, they've been able to be successful in doing that. But now, like you said, at Notre Dame, you're looking at kids, these Texas kids, like, I would have never even thought to recruit these kids up to Penn State. But now, you darn right, I'm wide open to recruiting these kids. And I'm very interested. Seeing who gets to a spring practice is going to be very interesting. Like, who can they get to campus on the unofficial out of these running backs? It's going to be very interesting. I think it's going to tell a tale. It's like you said, now he comes in a comfortable position because it is a dead period. So now he can really orchestrate, get things in order. And then once the practice season begins, like, okay, these are the guys we want. And I think whoever comes up for unofficials, we'll start to see possibly, who's at the top of his preference list. It's going to be very interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah.
Spring this might be one of the most interesting spring. Please give us a little more access. This is going to be.
Don't hold your breath.
That's my prayer. But no, this is
it's
going
good
to be
it's good to have dreams, Sean. It's good to have dreams.
Hey, I believe I can speak things. But no,
I'm with you.
In all seriousness, I think this is going to be one of the most intriguing springs that we have. From a team and recruiting standpoint. I truly believe that.
So I'm doing a little bit of math here, Sean, and I'm going to make a point here to kind of back up what I'm saying about how different it is recruiting in a place like Notre Dame compared to a place like Penn State. And it's not better, not worse, just different. And here is just give me I'm doing the math, so I just need a second to kind of do all the math on this, Sean. But it's going to be an impressive number. So I'm looking at the Penn State roster from this season, and I'm counting the number of scholarship position players that they have from states that we would view as very important in Notre Dame: Georgia, Texas, California, and North Carolina. We would agree that those are areas that are very important to Notre Dame's recruiting, and especially in recent seasons. Would you accept that premise? Right? So looking at their position player non-walk-on numbers on their 2024 roster, Penn State had 7 kids combined from Georgia at 2, Texas they had 2, California they had 1, and North Carolina they had 2. 7 guys. Notre Dame, from those same 4 states, California, Texas, Georgia, North Carolina, had 21 scholarship players. And I'm just talking position players, so I don't even count Mitch Jeter, who is from North Carolina. 4 from Georgia, 6 from Texas, 6 from California, 5 from North Carolina. They more than doubled every state but Georgia. They doubled Georgia, and every other state was more than double. So you want to talk about the difference in recruiting. Again, not better, not worse. It's just we're just pointing out the difference in the two. Because, again, you don't have to leave the state of Pennsylvania to land a big-time running back. So so I'm not going to crush a coach like all you do is recruit the state of Pennsylvania running backs. Well, yeah. Why wouldn't I do that? I'm in Pennsylvania, and we produce stud running backs every year. We should always get the best running back. And if the best running back in Pennsylvania is a top 100 player, he shouldn't go anywhere but Penn State. That should be your motto if you're at Penn State. Just like it would be if it was in Notre Dame. If there's a top 100 running back in the state of Indiana every year, and they fit what we're doing academically, which is a little easier getting to Penn State than it is Notre Dame, then we should go after that guy every year, correct? I mean, that's how, well, now, does mean you can't get 2 and you go get some stud from Texas, but you better go get that kid more often than not. So that's kind of the point of that one, of that one, Sean, is when you look at these states, Notre Dame is able to hit all the big states, not just Florida and Pennsylvania. And then the other thing about Penn State that's also interesting is Penn State, he played a big role in the state of Florida, and they were able to have some success in the state of Florida, but they weren't exactly like lighting the world on fire. If we're being honest about kind of where guys are from, because Katron Allen went to IMG, but he wasn't from Florida. He was from Virginia. But they only had 4 guys. So if you look at Florida on there, that only gets them up to 11. So like 11 guys from the states of Georgia, Texas, California, North Carolina, and Florida. And if you look at Notre Dame and kind of where they are in this whole conversation, we talked earlier about the 21 versus 7, but if you look at Notre Dame and you want to start talking about Florida, you can add another 1, 2, 3 more onto that list. So that gets Notre Dame up to 24. So it's 11 to 24. But Notre Dame had, let's see, 1, 2, 3 scholarship players in the roster from Florida. And one of those was a lacrosse recruit. So here's my point. If you can continue to dominate, or you can continue to do what you're doing in Texas and North Carolina, California, and Georgia, not every year's different. Some years you do more than others. But he can then help you tap more into Florida also and Virginia also, because the number in Virginia is way different, Sean. And when you look at Penn State's roster, you look at guys from the state of Virginia, and all of a sudden that list jumps up. You got Katron Allen, you got Tony Rojas, you've got Tyler Warren. He didn't suck. Alonzo Ford, Alex Birchmeyer, Anthony Donko, who started on offensive line this year. So 6 players from the state of Virginia on that list, where Notre Dame, if you look at their success from the state of Virginia, they have 1, 2, see, 2 scholarship players from the state of Virginia, and one of them, he originally landed at Penn State in Devin Ford. So 2 states that Notre Dame wants to do even better in are Florida and Virginia. So being at Notre Dame can help Ja'Juan Seider be able to recruit everywhere. Missouri. And if you throw Missouri on here, their number stays at 11 and Notre Dame's goes up quite a bit. Arizona's a budding state of talent. California, Texas, all those where Notre Dame is having a lot of success, Penn State had none. If you can keep that going, and now he maybe helps open up Virginia and Florida a little bit for you. I mean, Sean, you're looking a little grumpy right now, but that's got to get you pretty fired up. You know, and that's where I think a move like this is really big for Notre Dame from a recruiting standpoint. Not that you're all of a sudden going to sign 9 kids from Florida because you now have Ja'Juan Seider, but it's like it's an asset to getting more involved in that state, which Notre Dame has clearly been trying to do the last couple of years. Texas and Florida and Georgia are 3 states that Notre Dame, especially Florida and Texas, are states where Notre Dame is very clearly trying to get more involved in getting impact players from. We've already seen it in Missouri, but they're trying to add it to those as well. And you hope that he can help you with the Florida side, the Virginia side of this.
That's interesting that you even mentioned that, right? Because in certain positions, I think, once again, that's that honest conversation you have in a room with the coaching staff. Like, okay, what states can we go get kids in Georgia, Florida, and Texas? What positions do we feel comfortable we can go get these kids? As opposed to, is it truly feasible to go get the top, let's just say, defensive line talent in Texas, Florida, and Georgia right now, as opposed to really hitting North Carolina and the DMV? You know, those are the conversations that take place. And it's going to be interesting because I think as a staff, like you said, those 3 states that you mentioned, didn't we do a show where we ranked like the importance of California, Texas, Florida? We did it 2 years ago during like.
I'm trying. Yeah. I couldn't get over. I was trying to mute myself, but I couldn't get over there. Yeah, and we had differences of opinion on which one was first or second or third. Right. But we all, those are states that you need to do very well in.
Yeah,
and you know they are. And what people need to understand is there's going to be years where you do well in those states and years you don't do anything in those states because you don't force the issue. There's going to be years Notre Dame doesn't get anybody from Texas. That's okay, as long as on the whole you're hitting that state well. Yeah. I think somebody in the chat just asked, you know, who's going to help them get some inroads back into Texas since Stuckey left. I'm like, Stuckey helped you with one position in one class. He had nothing to do with Jadarian Price, nothing to do with Kedron Young, nothing to do with KK Smith, nothing to do with Logan Thomas, and he doesn't have anything to do with all the kids from Texas. I mean, like that have visited Notre Dame already this year in the 2026 class. So, you know, it doesn't really. I mean, look, you can. Yeah, it was nice that he did what he did that 1 year, but you know, Notre Dame is already they know how important Texas is to their success, and that's why you see them offer so many kids and why they went after so many kids this past year. And they tried to get some kids from Texas this past year, but you know, ended up not working out for them. But they tried to go get Jalen Cooper and and some other kids, and they try to get Tanook Hines, and we know how that played out. They could have got Dalen McCutcheon if they didn't blow that recruitment completely. But there's going to be years like this. Oh man. But there's going to be years like this, Sean, where you don't get a kid from that state. It's good. Yeah. There's going to be years where you don't get a kid from Florida, or you don't get a kid from Tech, Georgia, or California. It's more about, on the whole, looking at it over the course of 2-3 years, things like that, where you're able to have some success. And again, Chancey Stuckey did not have connections in the state of Texas. He was already recruiting certain players while at Baylor during his 2 years at Baylor that he was able to tap into, which is why that's the only success that he had. So no, he didn't have connections in Texas. He just recruited a couple kids that were on Notre Dame's board that he recruited while he was at Baylor. And I believe Braylon James is already committed to Notre Dame when Chancey Stuckey was hired.
I believe so.
So he helped you get Jaden Greathouse.
And having Notre Dame on your sweater probably helped a lot in recruiting those kids instead of Baylor on your sweater.
Yeah.
Like, come on now. Like,
right.
Give him credit.
So you say, well, he knew coaches in Texas. Yeah, so does every Notre Dame coach. Like, you're making way too much out of this. Way too much out of this. You're acting like he spent 30 years in the state of Texas. Like, chill. They're recruiting Texas just fine since Chancey Stuckey left. Just fine.
Yeah.
So that's that. Notre Dame's Notre Dame. They don't need a Chancey Stuckey. They need coaches that grind and coaches that evaluate properly. Do that and they'll be fine. And I think that was a mistake they made this past years. I think they made some evaluation mistakes in this class, Sean. That was something that hurt them. That's partly why the receiver class turned out the way that it did. Not that they didn't have connections in Texas. You could have absolutely landed Dalen McCutcheon from the state of Texas this year. Mm-hmm. If you'd have got on Jalen Cooper a lot sooner, like they should have, you'd have had a shot to get in. Almost still flipped them. So it's about doing a better job at evaluating and then recruiting and landing certain guys. And then, the season that they had is going to help with that. But Notre Dame is clearly making that a priority. And the one thing that those states all have, Sean, is a lot of running backs. California doesn't produce as many running backs as it used to. It really doesn't. They don't produce a lot of big-time running. I mean, some. Nate Frazier, Notre Dame watched a pretty darn good one for Georgia, who's from California. But they don't produce as many as they used to. Texas produces a ton. Missouri's starting to produce a lot of really good running backs. Florida produces a ton of backs. Georgia produces a lot of good backs. Those are states that you've got to start doing a better, and Pennsylvania does as well. I mean, Pennsylvania every year, Sean, is going to produce 2 running backs that you're like, yeah, that kid could play here, minimum. And so now Notre Dame can help him with some of those states. He can help Notre Dame with some of those other states. But those are the areas where you predominantly need to focus on getting your top skill players. St. Louis, Texas, California, Georgia, Florida, states like that. Occasionally, you're going to find a kid like a Will Fuller from Jersey or Pennsylvania, or a Nicholas Singleton from Pennsylvania, or guys like that. But more often than not, the majority of your elite skill talent is going to come from those areas, and that's kind of where you're at with that. So anyway, so that's the recruiting impact for Ja'Juan Seider. I'm very much looking forward to seeing how this thing gets rolling once he gets started, Sean. It's going to very much be an intriguing thing to say who are the first 5 to 8 guys he contacts. That's going to be very interesting. Very interesting.
Absolutely. Yep.
So that's going to do it for this segment of the show, everybody. So we're going to move on to we actually spent a lot of time on the recruiting part, a lot more than I thought we were going to spend on that. But it was good conversation, good discussion. We're going to talk a little college football next, and Notre Dame will be part of that. But before we do, folks, hit that like, hit that subscribe, hit the notification bell, share this podcast, give us a 5-star review, as we would always appreciate that. And as always, make sure you sign up for the message board at boards.irishbreakdown.com. So part 3 of our show today, Sean, is we're going to talk. We were going to do this last week, but we wanted a little bit more time to study. We're going to talk about the college football playoff teams and looking at it from the standpoint of what of those 12 teams have the best shot at getting back to the college football playoff next season. And that is going to be a fun conversation because it's surprising how many of those teams, especially the Final Four teams, have new quarterbacks and have had some a lot of coaching turnover. So we're going to have some fun having that conversation. I believe either tomorrow or Thursday. I got to go with Trevor and see where he is on putting his list together. But either tomorrow or Thursday, we're going to do our way too early Irish Breakdown top 25 rankings, where we're going to come up with our top 25 rankings. But Sean, you and I are going to look at this conversation and really look at where these teams are. And so what we're going to do is we're going to do the first category will be the teams that were knocked out of the playoff in the first round. The second category will be teams that lost in the quarterfinals. And then the third category will be the final four teams. So we're going to kind of go in that order. And then what we'll do is we'll talk about the group as a whole, and then just very briefly, and then go through each team. And we'll, after discussing it, or as we discuss it, we'll say whether they're likely, unlikely, or sort of, I'm not sure, on their odds at getting back to the college football playoff next season, Sean, because it's going to be an interesting conversation. And so part one, we're going to talk about Clemson, SMU, Indiana, and Tennessee. Three of these four teams, I think, were a little bit of a surprise to get to the playoff last year. Not so much that Clemson coming into the year was a surprise, but after watching them get blasted by Georgia in the opener and then watching them lose to Louisville the way that they did, it just kind of seemed like they were going to struggle. And then, of course, they got beat by South Carolina. They ended up still winning the ACC. SMU obviously was a bit of a, wow, didn't see that one coming. They also made the ACC championship game. Indiana was a storybook season. Nobody saw that coming. And then, of course, Tennessee was the one team that I would say, along with Clemson going into the season, were the two most likely going into the season. And then, obviously, Tennessee started the season red hot. And they were never quite that dominant the rest of the year, but did earn some very big wins during the season, and they made the playoff too. So this is a group of intriguing teams, Sean, because you have two teams that are kind of traditionally good football programs in Clemson and Tennessee, and two upstarts with that came from very different directions. SMU is a little bit more homegrown, making that move from the AAC to the ACC. Indiana kind of just came out of nowhere with a roster completely redone by a new football coach in Curt Cignetti. So let's talk about these, Sean. Want to start off with, and we'll go in the way I'm doing this group is just kind of going from 12, 11, 10, 9 from the seeds. And so we'll start off with the 12 seed Clemson, because this is one of the most intriguing teams in the country for me, Sean, as I look forward to this upcoming season and who we think is going to be some of those top teams to keep an eye on this season. And Clemson is a very intriguing team to me for a host of reasons, Sean. And one of, and you and I kind of already talked about this a little bit recently, is the emergence last week of the quarterback, Cade Klubnik. But the other thing too, Sean, when you look at their roster, Clemson has a lot coming back next season, which makes them a very interesting team to evaluate and really break down, because they don't lose a whole lot, Sean. And they fired their defensive coordinator, which I thought was a move that was needed. But their starting quarterback comes back. 3 of their starting receivers come back. All 5 starting offensive linemen come back. Their starting offensive line returns over 3,800 snaps from this past season. They returned 3 of their 4 starting defensive linemen. They added a Purdue transfer who's a really good player at defensive end. They did lose Barrett Carter, but he's going to be replaced by Sammy Brown, who's an elite recruit coming out. Wade Woodaz comes back. 3 of their 4 starting defensive backs come back as well. And now they got Tom Allen as the defensive coordinator. So this is a team, Sean, that made the playoff last year. There's some question marks about, can they really beat good teams and whatnot? And their schedule this year is one that I feel, it's going to be telling. We're going to know how good they are during this regular season. They start the season off with LSU at home. They got to play at Georgia Tech. They got to play at North Carolina, at Boston College. They got SMU at home. They got to play at Louisville and at South Carolina. They'll be tested more this year than they were last year. It's not a gauntlet by any stretch, but it's at least more. They're going to be a little bit more tested than they were last year. But I actually think, Sean, this is a team that's got a great shot to get back to the college football playoff. And I've seen a lot of people talk about how Louisville's I've seen a lot of predictions that some are picking Clemson, but I've seen a lot of people predict Louisville as the team to come out of the ACC and the front runner coming out of the ACC, I personally, Sean, think it's Clemson. What say you about the Tigers? What are your thoughts about their chances of getting back to the college football playoff next year? And in my opinion, having a much better shot at actually going further than they did this year, where they were a one and done.
Yo, that is actually funny. I mean, they did kind of manhandle Clemson at home, but you have 3 teams in the ACC that are bringing back the core of their teams that are going to be really good. Clemson, for me, I think you talked me into this, because if we had done this last week, I would have probably said shaky. But after our discussion about Clemson last week, I'm definitely going to land on this likely that Clemson does get back to the 12-team playoff. I do like the evolution. This is what I think is probably a day too late. I just don't know if it's going to end up being $1 short. And when I speak of that, I'm talking about the changes that have been necessary at Clemson. I think Dabo
did he wait too long? That thing,
the one thing, yeah. The one thing I respect about him, that he is a principled man, and he's going to stand on his principles. But sometimes things change, and those principles need to not be removed, but they need to be evolved and more accepting of the change. And I think finally he is kind of, yielded a little bit, whether it was by, someone, inside the program or the school saying, hey, I think this needs to happen, or whether he just came to it on his own. Either way, I tip my cap to him for recognizing that he had to make the change and get more explosive on offense to help his quarterback. That's what's helped his quarterback. I think the run game can improve, can also help his quarterback, but that's going to be the offensive line. Defensive side of the ball, I think they've had to adjust a little bit, and Tom Allen coming in from a defensive coordinator standpoint gives them the ability to be multiple in how they, go against teams, rather than, what they've traditionally done, which is having a really talented front four and everything works off of that. And I think the less talented or less dominant that front four has become, now their back end has become a lot more susceptible, and that's something now he's having to adjust and figure out, because I think his championship team, you look at his championship teams, I think they're extremely more physically talented at the linebacker position than they were just looking at physically. Like you talk about
now they are, then
now they are. And then you look at his linebackers,
and there's only one exception. There's only one exception. He technically wasn't even really a linebacker. That's Isaiah Simmons.
Right. Isaiah Simmons. He's more of a safety /
Right. I mean, he would line up deep middle.
Right.
He'd do everything for them. Exactly.
Yeah.
Like Trey Lamar, he was an undrafted free agent. 250 pounds, slow-footed, undrafted free agent. They'd have some kids here and there, but yeah, I mean, you're talking about a kid now that's a, Sammy Brown was a 5-star kid. I mean, Kendall Joseph was, he was all right. I mean, to your point, they weren't exactly like loaded with elite linebackers. Ben Boulware, Dorian O'Daniel, Kendall Joseph was on both of their titles. I mean, did Ben Boulware, did he get drafted?
Like, that's a good question.
He was a try-hard guy. He was down to try hard. He was a try-hard guy.
Yeah.
I'm pulling up right now to see if he got drafted. He was not drafted. So did any of their linebackers get drafted
from the championship team? That's a good question.
I mean, because I know that Trey Lamar didn't get drafted. I know that obviously Ben Boulware didn't get drafted. Dorian O'Daniel didn't get drafted. Isaiah Simmons would be the only one, and then it doesn't look like Kendall Joseph got drafted either.
So that just speaks to how dominant their front fours were.
Yeah.
And as that dominance kind of waned a little bit, it impacted the linebacker position. Right. But now they recognize, like, okay, now we have to get a little bit better at the linebacker position. And now,
like we talked about, I mean, not you and I, but I remember talking at the time in 2018. It's like Notre Dame's got way better linebackers than what Clemson had. like Tavon Coney and Drew Tranquil are way better than their linebackers as far as like their inside guys. Kendall Joseph and Trey Lamar, and I'm like, Trey Lamar never gets blocked, not because he's a great athlete, because he's not. He's big and slow footed, and again, he's another guy that people will I point to as like, people talk about, well, this team had X number of 5-stars. I'm like, yeah, but that guy wasn't a 5-star on the team. Like Trey Lamar was a 5-star recruit coming out of high school. I use it Ohio State 2014 as an example. They're like, well, they had X number of 5-stars. Like, yeah, one of those 5-stars was Curtis Grant, who's a very mediocre player, and their best linebacker was Darian Lee, who was a 3-star, and Josh Perry was their next best linebacker, was like a top 150 guy. But just because a guy was a 5-star doesn't mean, and then Raekwon McMillan would play a lot on that team too, but Curtis Grant was their starter. Just because the guy was a 5-star doesn't mean he was the dude. Isaiah Simmons was the stud in that hybrid role. He was a 3-star. Trey Lamar was a very mediocre college player. He was smart. He was tough, but he benefited, to your point, Sean, of the front playing well. And here's the thing about those teams. They had great quarterback play, obviously. They had very talented pass catchers, and they were different. It was Mike Williams was the stud, and you had Deion Kane. You had, obviously, Hunter Renfrow was the one guy that was on both. You had Artavius Scott was on that 2016 team. And then 2018, it's Justin Ross, it's T. Higgins, still Hunter Renfrow, because he was in college for like 14 years. Deion Kane was not as big of a factor on that 2018 team as he was in the previous years. And then you had Amari Rodgers start to step up for that 2018 team. And so you had really good pass catchers. You had a big, tough, physical offensive line that wasn't loaded with elite players, but they played well and they were tough. They had an elite defensive line. They were very average at safety. And again, Isaiah Simmons was a little bit of a weird player. Their 16 team was a little bit better at safety. And they had really good corners. And what's hurt them in recent years, Sean, receiver play has gone way down. Their D-line hasn't been nearly as good. And at times their cornerback play has been very mediocre.
Yeah.
One of the things I like about this team, and the cornerback is a question mark position for me on this team with AJ Terrell's little brother Avion and Ashton Hampton as a projected starter. But here's what gets me fired up about what I think this Clemson team could be. No, you don't have a Deshaun Watson, a Taj Boyd, or a Trevor Lawrence, a quarterback, but Cade Klubnik's a good football player. But you're really good. You should be really good at wide receiver this year. With TJ Moore, Antonio Williams, Bryant Wesco, you've got some guys coming in. They should have some really good receivers. Your offensive line is big, physical, and very experienced. They're not super talented, but they're playing better together. But your defensive line has a chance to be really, really good next year with Tom Allen now running the show. Because he's going to play to it better. And getting Will Helt was huge for them because, as I said yesterday, they had Peter Woods and TJ Parker playing outside a lot. I'm good with TJ Parker being on the edge. He is an edge. He's a very good edge. Peter Woods is better as a really disruptive 3 technique that can also play kind of over the tackle in some odd type of looks. He's, in my opinion, if he accepts being more of an inside guy that will play outside as opposed to a guy that did a little bit of both at Clemson. I mean, his numbers are pretty even playing on the edge and inside. When you put DeMonte Capehart inside, you've got Cade Denoff coming off the bench now, and Will Helt coming off the edge. You've got Vic Burley and Stefylan Green as so you're deep there too, Sean. So you're taking Peter Woods off the field and you're putting Vic Burley in the game. You take DeMonte Capehart off, you're putting Stefylan Green in the game, Jaheim Lawson. So they have really upped the talent level on the defensive line in recent years, but they were missing that really kind of rangy, athletic edge rusher. And Dabo did something he hasn't done a whole lot of. He went to the portal, found a kid that fit what they're trying to do, and got him. And I think they've done a really good job there. Their linebacker should be really good. Khalil Barnes was a good player for them last year. Kylan Griffin's a solid safety for them. Avion Terrell's a solid corner. I think he's got some potential. The secondary's got to step up, but I really think the front 7 could be one of the 5 to 8 best front 7s in college football next year. They got a shot. They got a lot to prove, but I'm saying like the talent is there, the depth is there for them to be that.
Yeah.
And then when you talk about the experience in the offensive line and look what Texas had a tougher time covering Clemson's receivers than they did Ohio State's. Part of that was what, Sean? Their offensive line gave him more time.
Gave him time.
And Ohio State's gave Will Howard. So that's what has me thinking, like, I know their season didn't end well. I've never been this fired up about the potential of a team that literally lost 2 of their last 3 games to end the season.
I think I understand.
Really good.
I do understand why people, watching, Louisville walk into Clemson and do what they did. And now next year they have to go on the road, and Louisville is bringing back, some talented skill players. So, and I think they're going to be better on defense because they were young in the secondary, especially after that injury, to the injuries they suffered. So that triumvirate of SMU, Clemson, and Louisville is going to be and we're not even talking about Miami. You know what I'm saying? Just those 3. So it's going to be an interesting year in the ACC, but I think the schedule that you laid out I'm going to stick with likely. I think they likely make it to the playoff.
The opener is going to be the key for them. If they beat LSU, I think they're not a lock because anything can happen, but they're going to be hard to because now they're likely in as an at-large as well, even if they don't win the ACC. They could get to the ACC title game and lose to a Louisville or an SMU, there's going to be some good teams. I saw one person who predicted North Carolina to be in the and I'm like, stop it. Just stop.
Because of Belichick?
Yes, stop. His last, is Tom Brady transferring in for them by chance? I'm just curious because stop. Just don't go there. So they're in, Sean. I think the next team that we talk about here is SMU. SMU is a very interesting situation, Sean, because are they going to have a quarterback competition this year with Kevin Jennings and Tyler Van Dyke? That I don't know. They lost a couple starting offensive linemen. They've got transfers to replace them. They lost some skill players, but they have. LJ Johnson comes back, but they lost Brashard Smith. They're RJ Maryland, the tight end, who was really good for them early in the season, but then got hurt. He'll be back this year. They lost some good receivers. They've got some guys coming in. They've got Jalen Cooper coming in as a true freshman that I think can absolutely help them. So there's some guys, Sean, that I look at and say this team's got a shot to be good again. Defensively is really where my big question is because they lost a lot off their defense, and their defense was pretty good last year. But even as good as it was, they still at times there was a talent differential. You could see it. As good as it was in the ACC, I should say, there was a talent differential when they played some better teams. They played TCU, and their defense gave up a lot of points in that game. They went through a stretch in October, November where they gave up 27, 25, 28 points consecutively, shut down Virginia and Cal, but then got ripped up by Clemson and Penn State in the postseason. So SMU is a team where I look at it and I say, Sean, everything, the stars all aligned for them this season. ACC was down, schedule worked out favorably, a lot of Power 4 teams that we would think otherwise would be in over them, all lost late in embarrassing fashion. I look at this SMU team, Sean. I think they're going to be good again next year. I think they're going to at least be an 8 to 10 win team again next year. I think my prediction, I think they're less likely to make the playoff. I have some doubts about their ability to make the playoff next year, not just because of what the turnover they've had, and the fact that I think they not caught some breaks, but maybe weren't as maybe not quite as good as their schedule showed. But it's also, I think the ACC as a whole is got some teams that are ascending. Clemson being one, and some of those other teams that I think are going to be a little bit tougher for them to beat this year. So that's why I have SMU as a team that's less likely to make it. What's it?
Yeah, I have them as shaky. I have them as shaky because I do like what Rhett Lashley is doing down there. I think they're recruiting. I like the skill position guys they got in this 24 class. This 24 class, or 25 class. I'm sorry. So, but everything you pointed out, I look at the schedule early on. The schedule lends itself to them being able to get their footing, but I think it comes down to 3 games, in my opinion. I think it comes down to the Clemson game on the road which is going to be extremely tough because I just don't think stylistically they match up with Clemson. The way they like to play, it feeds right into what Clemson wants to do, on both sides of the ball. And then it's the Syracuse and Louisville matchup.
Yep.
For me, that are going to be very, because I think Syracuse is, I think
they got Miami at home as well.
Fran Brown's doing a really good job. I think he's doing a really good job of laying a foundation of a program that's going to end up being pretty tough. I don't know if they get to the point where they make it to a 12-team playoff, but I think they're going to be knocking on the door.
And they're going to have they've already had an impact on who they knock out of the.
Yes.
I mean, they're the reason Miami wasn't in the college football playoff this year. In my opinion. That loss they had, that win they had over Miami. Yeah. I think there's actually 2 games in September in their home state that are going to tell us everything we need to know about how good this SMU team is. They play Baylor at home, and then they play at TCU. Mm-hmm. Now, they whooped TCU pretty good last year. TCU got better and better and better as the season went on. Now, I'm not saying that I think TCU is going to be a good football team. I'm not saying that TCU is going to beat them. I think TCU's got a shot to give them some problems, in my opinion. But that's a game. When I look at their schedule, Sean, or I look at their football team, TCU has a lot coming back next year, I believe, and we're going to see we're going to see what kind of team that they're going to be, Sean. But I look at this and I say, hey, look, those 2 games are going to tell us if they can get through those 2 games with wins. Not that those are great teams, but if SMU's going to be a really good team, those are the games you're supposed to win. No. We wouldn't be worried about Notre Dame losing to Baylor and TCU, right? But that's the whole point. If you're going to be that kind of playoff team, those are the games you go out there and you win. Even though this year you're playing one of them on the road, and did they play Baylor? They didn't play Baylor last year. They played BYU and got beat.
BYU.
The other thing is
in a very good game.
Yeah. The other thing is though, like you said though, Sean, they were able to kind of get through that Baylor loss and be okay because they ran the table in the ACC the rest of the way. And didn't lose to anybody else. They beat Louisville on the road. They beat Duke on the road. They lost to Clemson. They didn't, like you said, they didn't have to play Clemson or Miami last year, and this year they're going to have to play both of them. And I don't know how good Miami is going to be. We'll have a conversation about them later in the week, but they're going to have some talent. Miami's not all of a sudden going to be not a talented football team just because they don't have Cam Ward anymore. There's still some talent there. We just don't know what kind of team they're going to be, but they're going to have talent. I just think it's a lot tougher slate for them to handle. And they're going to have to turn over a lot of different aspects of that roster that I'm just very curious to see what they're going to be next season. So SMU, we both agree, is doubtful for our prediction. Let's talk Indiana, Sean, because this is a very fascinating one because my initial reaction was, well, of course Indiana's not going to get in again. I mean, they had the dream season of all dream seasons. And, the schedule was soft and they had all these transfers that came with JMU. But here's a couple things to keep in mind as we have this conversation, and I'm going to hold my opinion until the end, Sean, is this year the schedule's not a whole lot harder. There are some tougher in-season, regular season games. They play Old Dominion, Kennesaw State, Indiana State, and Illinois at home to start the season. They get that win over Illinois, that's probably going to be a ranked top 25 team. Then they got to play at Iowa before they have a bye. We can play at Oregon. If they come out of that Oregon game, Sean, with one loss, that they're going to still be in the top 25, in my opinion. Then they play Michigan State at home, UCLA at home, at Maryland, and then at Wisconsin before they finish at home against Wisconsin and at Purdue. So basically, there's four games that are going to determine their season: Illinois, at Iowa, at Oregon, and at Penn State. If they go 2-2 against those games, and one of their wins is over Oregon or Penn State, I think they could have a shot to get back in. But I'm going to lean towards doubtful for now because their schedule's harder. And we saw when they played the better teams last year, they weren't as impressive. But here's my counter to that. I actually think they have a shot to be actually a better team this year. Here's why I say that. They bring back their 2 best receivers. Elijah Sherratt and Omar Cooper are both back. They got a really shifty transfer coming in for App State that's a good football player. They returned 3 starting offensive linemen. They signed 4 kids from the portal, a kid from Colorado who's not that great. They signed Zen Mikulski from Ohio State, who I don't think's that great. And then they got They got Pat Coogan, who I think is a good player for them. They got Holden Stace in the portal, who I think is a good football player. They got Roman Hemby from I'm drawing a blank on where he's from. He's in the Big Ten. He was in the Big Ten last year.
Ohio State. No. Was he all? No. They got an Ohio State kid. That was O-line, though.
Yeah, where was Roman Hemby last year? Maryland. That's right.
Maryland. Yeah.
He was a very productive back at Maryland last year. And then here's the big one for me. As much as I loved Curtis Rourke, I really like Francisco Mendoza because I think he's more of a playmaker. He's a guy that can run around more. But here's the other thing. As good as their defense was last year, they kept their defensive coordinator. But here's the thing, Sean. A lot of what they had on defense last year is back. I mean, they lost C.J. West, who's a good football player. They lost James Carpenter. And they lost Sean Asbury. Those are all very important losses. But Mikael Kamara comes back. All their linebackers, like their best linebackers, come back. They lost Jalen Walker, but Elijah Hardy is a really good young player. Aiden Fisher's a really good player. D'Angelo Pons comes back, who's an all Big Ten kid. Amari Farrell comes back. Jameer Johnson comes back. They got 2 transfers in the portal that they can play. Like, they had a very good portal season. I think overall they're actually going to be a more athletic team than they were last year. But here's the thing. They return a lot of those players that are now going into years, and I don't think a lot of people are thinking about this. They're returning a lot of guys on defense that are going into like year 3 and 4 in that system. A lot of those, like Mikael Kamara, Aiden Fisher, Elijah Hardy's another kid who transferred in from JMU. Sean Osbury is going into year 2 in that system after he transferred in, I believe, from Old Dominion. So they've actually, I think, done a really nice job of bringing in players they like. They went out and got Rylan Gandy, who adds depth to their lineup. They brought in Tyler Morris, who will be a good depth player for them, rotation guy at receiver. So they went out to me, Sean, and got some good football players, and had some kids come back, some kids that left before the staff came over and are coming back. And so I actually think Indiana's got a shot to be even more talented next year than they were this year. And so like that balances the tougher schedule. So I think I'm not. They're not likely. They're not unlikely. I think they're kind of in the middle. And because they do have those 2 huge games, and if you can pull off an upset in one of those games, now you've got a shot. Right now, I'm not betting for them to win either one of those games. I think they lose to Oregon and they lose to Penn State. We'll talk about those teams later. But if you can somehow pull off that upset, and here's the other thing, this Indiana team is going to benefit from all those big games that they played in last year that they didn't play well in, but now they've played those games and they're like, you know what? We are pretty good. What does that do for their football team? Very, very curious to see how that plays in. This is a team that's got some talent, Sean, and they're going to be a lot more experienced next year. And I think they're more talented now even than they were a year ago because of some of the guys coming back and then, of course, some of the additions. What say you?
I'm going to, you know what? I was kind of stuck in between, but I'm going to go ahead and say shaky. And this is why I say shaky. Because of those 2 games they have against Oregon and Penn State, number one. But I think the most important game, and this is not me choosing, or, of course there's a bias. But objectively looking at it, I think the most important game after a very soft early opening schedule, that Illinois game is huge. I think it's huge for both teams for the rest of their season, right? Because the expectation is for not Notre Dame, but Illinois to take the next step, right? 9-4. Next step is getting to double digits. I don't think Illinois is thinking about, well, inside the building, of course, they're probably thinking about winning the Big Ten, getting to the Big Ten championship. Indiana has a pressure that is like, yo, you're bringing everybody back. Now you're expected to get back to the college football playoff, right? How do they handle that, right? I think, honestly, Notre Dame helped Indiana. Let me explain why. I think as much as their coach talked going into that game, and as much as they were embarrassed, I don't know where they were mentally. But they got a taste of medicine and felt good about it when they saw Notre Dame get to the national championship. Wasn't like they lost and got embarrassed and then lost to a team that got bounced. the very next round. It's now like, oh, well, dude, we
how many losses did Indiana have last year? How many losses did Indiana have last year?
2, Ohio State, Notre Dame, both teams in the national championship game.
You're telling me they're not going to use that as fuel?
I'm not saying that they felt their way in the immediate aftermath of getting trounced.
Now. Yes, now. Yeah.
It makes you feel a lot better about those 2 losses. And you could say specifically if we clean some things up, we're probably right in that game on the road against Ohio State.
Now,
right? If we don't make some early mistakes against Notre Dame,
not true.
maybe
it's not
true. But you can
but
fool yourself into saying
they can absolutely sell it.
Absolutely.
Sean, they can say this. Look, we played the championship teams from the last 2 years. We beat 2 of them, lost 2 of them. Now, you and I both know that the teams that they beat were not that good, but that's the storyline. That's where I think, like you said, Sean, I think it's a great point. Playing that game on that stage has helped them realize, like, hey, we're a good team, and I do think they'll have more talent. But you hit on something very important. That Illinois game is going to be huge, and I think Michael Johnson said that in the chat as well. If they lose that game, I could see it spiral. I could see it start to spiral out of control. Because if you lose that game, how do they handle that kind of loss? And then you've got to go to Iowa the next week. Then you got to go to Oregon after a bye. And all of a sudden, your team just kind of starts to fall apart. And I think that is an interesting piece. If you beat Illinois, however, now you're feeling really good about yourself going on the road to play Iowa. Now you're walking to that Oregon game. Potentially it's a top 10 battle.
And now when you look at it, you're being chased by Illinois now. You're being chased by Iowa now. You're being chased by Michigan State and UCLA now. You're not doing the chasing anymore. Last year, you weren't the prey. You were the predator. Now you're the predator. So now, as the predator, it was easy to talk trash and be bold, when your team is the predator, right? Because you're giving them confidence. You're infusing confidence into that team. Now, I want to see how Kirk Cignetti, does he dial it back? Is he as boisterous now? Like, what is he going to do? How does he figure out how he needs to coach his team to get them through handling elevated expectations? That, for me, that's going to bear watching. Hopefully he stays the same. Stay the same. Learn your lesson. And maybe in certain instances, maybe not as boisterous and just let the play speak for itself, but still be that guy. Like, be who you are. Because your players, they're going to need that. Because you still are viewed as an ascending program that has something to prove. But that Illinois game is going to be big. And I think it's going to be big because it's going to be a test of how physical they are. That Illinois is going to bring a physical team.
Illinois brings a lot back on offense.
Yes,
a lot back on offense. I think they only lose 1 or 2 starters off offense.
Well, they lost their best wide receiver. They lost the best wide receiver.
Right.
They bring back both of their running backs.
They brought a kid from West Virginia who's a good player at receiver too. Yeah. They brought a kid, the Hudson Clement kid last year in the Big 12, caught 51 passes for 741 yards. They added him in the portal to help replace, like you said, losing their best receiver. That was the Franklin kid, right?
Yeah.
You're talking about him? Yeah. But
then,
I think the whole starting offensive line comes back, I believe.
Offensive line comes back. Don't forget, a kid that Notre Dame recruited at wide receiver at the end of the season was making plays. Malik Elsie, guys are probably familiar with him. But they do lose Pat Bryant, who was huge. Pat Bryant has been huge at the wide receiver position. But like you said, Franklin, the freshman, now sophomore, they get Elsie. They got a couple of other smaller slot receivers that came on late in the season. Who was coaching them? A guy by the name of former safety in Notre Dame, Houston Griffith, was coaching the wide receivers last year, Illinois. Now he's coaching the defensive back. So
they also did a good job, Sean. They lost some really good players in the front seven off the defense. But I liked their portal class as being able to kind of come in and help fill some of that void a little bit too.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
to keep that thing
and
rolling.
then their starting running back, a kid that Notre Dame recruited for a while, Caden Fagan.
Mm-hmm.
He got hurt early and they never got him back. So
Yep. So that'll be a big game for Indiana. So last team, Sean, that is the Volunteers of Tennessee. Very interesting season, Sean, where they started off offensively and people are talking about, is Nico going to win the Heisman and all this other nonsense? And we were like, no, let's let them play a team that can actually play football first before we start. And they were a tough team. They had a very good defense this year. Their run game was very strong. Won ugly, but learned how to win. I think this Tennessee team, if they handle the season correctly and learn the right lessons, learned how to win in certain ways. The problem is I think their culture wasn't as strong as it needed to be, which is why you saw some of the things happen late in the year. There was a lot of rumors about some of the guys were wanting to leave even before the playoff because they wanted to go get paid and all this other kind of nonsense. And they let some guys walk. Some guys are going to the NFL. They lost some very important players, there's no doubt. But I also think they have a lot of young up-and-comers and some portal guys last year that I think could help them. But this is a team that I'm very curious to see how they're going to be, Sean, and I'm very curious to hear your opinion of them because here's how I look at them. I think Nico is a guy that got way too much hype early on. I think he's not as the player that people thought he was coming out of high school, but I think he's still a talented player. I think he's like when I watched that team quit against Ohio State, there was one kid in that game that I felt battled his butt off until the end, and that was Nico. I watched a bunch of his teammates, a receiver and running back and defense and O-line just kind of punk out, oh, I'm hurt. I watched Nico running around and battling for 60 minutes. But you lost some guys. You lost Brew McCoy. You lost Dante Thornton. They got some talented players coming along. They went and got Chris Brazell, the kid from Tulane last year. He's back. You've got Mike Matthews, who's a very talented young player. You lost three starters on the offensive line who were Cooper Mays is a really good player. You also lost Javonte Spraggins and John Campbell, but you're bringing in a 5-star kid, David Sanders, which people in Tennessee are saying that they expect him to start as a true freshman, and they gave him a lot of money, so they should expect him to start as a true freshman. You went out and got a transfer from Wendell Moe from Arizona, who's a solid, big, physical kid, and then William Satterwhite, who's replacing Cooper Mays. That might be their toughest task. You're losing a lot off your D-line. That's the one big question I have. They lose a lot off their D-line, but they're also bringing some guys back that played a lot. And I think their entire secondary comes back. And their secondary was pretty good last year. Their linebackers come back. So how well can they replace the losses along the lines? That's going to be the key for me because I actually like their offense next year better, Sean. Dylan Sampson was a heck of a running back, but they're going to have more explosiveness at running back this year with Peyton Lewis, who I think is more of a home run hitter. Nico's now another year in the system. I think they're going to be a little bit more dynamic at receiver this season than they were last year. And that's kind of where I'm at, Sean. And the coaching continuity helps as well. I think that's an important piece of this as well. Same offense, same defense next year. You're able to re-sign Tim Banks, but you lost some dudes up front. I mean, James Pierce is a loss. Amari Thomas is a loss. Omar Norman Lott was a key part of their interior rotation. The good news is they played a lot of dudes. That helps. They didn't go out and get a ton of portal guys to replace them yet. Tennessee only actually got 4 portal guys so far. And we're going to see what kind of impact those guys have. And they were all on offense. I don't believe they got anybody in the portal on defense yet. Can they keep that thing rolling? That's going to be the key because they were built on line play last year. Can they step up, or does the losses on the line cause them to take a step back? That's the question. And I don't know that I have enough of a read on Josh Heupel's ability to build to have an answer to that, Sean. That's the question. Right now, I'm leaning towards they are unlikely to get to the college football playoff because a team that's unproven as far as like 2 years ago, they were a really good team. A year ago, they weren't. This year, they were again. There's been that inconsistency, but also I think there's going to be a lot of teams in their league that are going to be improved. And when I look at their schedule, they got to play Syracuse and Atlanta. They got to play Georgia. They got to play at Bama, at Kentucky, at Florida. I think their schedule is going to be a little bit tougher. On top of, I just don't know where you're going to be in the trenches. And that's why I lean towards it. Even though I think their offense is going to be a lot more explosive this season, I think they're going to overall take a step back as a team because I don't see how they're going to be as good in the trenches. I don't see how you just lose that kind of talent up front and then replace it with – I don't think – there's no James Pierce that's coming up. Like, there's no, okay, you lose Javonte Jean-Baptiste and you've got a Boubacar ready to step in and replace him. I just don't see that type of situation. So they're a team to me, Sean, that I think takes a step back, and I don't see them being a playoff team next year, even though I think their offense will be more dynamic than it was this season.
I think we look at Tennessee, I think they are a program that probably sits back as a coaching staff and laments missed opportunities, some outside of their control. Because I think that team, without Hendon Hooker being injured, probably builds on that. I think the Joe Milton thing was a big mistake, a misevaluation coming off Hooker. But you have to put that on hype. And then this team, the way they destroyed North Carolina State.
They brought in Milton to start over Hendon Hooker.
Yeah.
Like, Hendon Hooker was not expected to be what he was at Tennessee. For all the love that Josh Heupel gets as a great quarterback evaluator, I'm like, is he? He lucked into that one.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. And so I come away from last season. They made it to the playoffs, but I come away underwhelmed with what I saw. Because the way they dominated North Carolina State on the road early, you were like, okay, this program might be ready to take that next step. And then what we ended up seeing, it's like, no, I expected more, especially offensively. I just expected more. And I understand you had a first-time starter. But like you said, when the rubber hit the road at the biggest moment, he was the one out there competing his tail off. Like, everybody else kind of just tucked tail and ran. So I think that speaks to, like, some things inside the program that need to be fixed, and with that being said, I'm real shaky, man. I'm real shaky. I'm almost doubtful.
That's kind of where I'm at.
I'm almost doubtful.
Yep.
Really.
And their schedule too, Sean, with
Syracuse
on a neutral, Georgia at home.
Yes.
Yeah. At Bama, at Florida. I mean, at Bama, at Florida, that's 2 losses. They got to prove to me they can beat Georgia. And I
no, I don't think they have the front defensively.
Yeah, we'll get to Georgia here in a few, but like I have my doubts. Now I know they beat Georgia a couple years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Battled Georgia a couple years ago with Hendon Hooker. I mean, they lost 27-10 or something.
Yeah, it's a fourth quarter game.
They got blown out by Georgia 2 years ago in 2023. And I believe they got blown out again this year, too. Wasn't it? It was 31-17, right? Well, I should say they got blown out. It was 17-17 at halftime, and then Georgia put them away in the second half. And this was not as good of a Georgia team as the 2 previous teams, in my opinion, especially the 2022 team. So they got to prove to me they can beat Georgia before I start feeling any kind of way about that. And then they also got to play at Kentucky, who gave them a tough game last year. Who knows what Jeff Lebby's going to be in year 2 at Mississippi State, but at Alabama, they're going to get destroyed by Alabama on the road. And then, Florida's everybody's favorite trendy pick
this year.
Yeah. And didn't play
Tennessee.
well. Right. And didn't play well. They played terrible and had a chance to beat them. And then, Florida's the hot pick for everybody around college football to be that ascending team this year. And we'll see. We'll talk about Florida at some point in time. But that's kind of where I'm at with that one, Sean, is I'm very unlikely for them. Let's go to part 2, and we will go in the same order of lowest ranked to highest ranked. So it's actually reverse of what I sent you, Sean. So let's go with Arizona State. I actually, Sean, was surprised. Arizona State has a lot more coming back next year than I thought they did. I thought Jordan Tyson was gone. He's actually back. You lose Cam Skattebo, but they replace him with Kanye Udo, the kid from Army. Now, I don't know how Kanye Udo is going to do in a real offense, and he's not Cam Skattebo. But I think this team is going to be a little bit more throwing centric next year. They return 4 starting offensive linemen, which is huge. They return a lot from their front 7 next season, and a big chunk of their secondary comes back. And I'm actually looking at this team, Sean, saying, well, the roster is going to look a lot like it did this year when they made their run. The question is going to be, though, can they still be as good, though? Or did they kind of hit that stride and just kind of have that everything went right season? We're going to find that out, Sean, because you're returning a lot, and you talked earlier about what lessons do you take from this season. Arizona State's, what are they going to do? Are they going to be a team that says, hey, we had a great year and it's just the beginning. We're hungry. Let's go out and earn it. Let's go out. We want more. We want this. We want that. Or are they going to kind of feeling good about themselves and maybe they don't have that same hunger? We don't know the answer to that. This is new for them. The other thing that hurts them a little bit, Sean, and why I'm thinking they have a shot, but I think it's going to be, I'm shaky for them. They've got to play at Mississippi State, at Baylor, at Utah, at Iowa State, at Colorado. And then they've got home games against West Virginia and Rich Rod, Houston, Texas Tech, TCU. It's not a brutal schedule by any stretch. It's certainly a schedule. They have a shot to get back to the Big 12 title game. But it's a little bit more challenging, in my opinion, than maybe it was this year. But I think this team has a shot to get back. I'm a little shaky on them now because I just need to see if they can build on it. But roster-wise and schedule-wise, it sets up nicely for them to make another run at winning the Big 12 next year, Sean. So I think they got a shot. I don't think it's likely, but I'm leaning more towards likely than I am doubtful in this conversation. I'm gonna go with shaky, but leaning towards, they have a shot to get back again. I think the other thing that's gonna hurt them too is I think there's a couple Big 12 teams that are going to take jumps this year and be tough that could make it, a little bit more challenging for them.
I think we possibly see a return of Big 12 teams that disappointed this year. A team like Kansas and Lance Leopold, they was extremely talented. Just got off to a horrendous start and came on late in the season and had some really big wins. And that, I think the temperature of the Big 12 is very much up and down. Like, have you ever lived with someone that just constantly kept running to the thermostat? Like, just find the temperature, right? Unfortunately, the Big 12, unfortunately, the Big 12 is like that. The temperature is like, I think with 3 weeks left, Arizona State had the longest odds to make it into the Big 12 championship game, and ultimately going on to 12-team playoffs. So, I think that temperature remains in the Big 12 next year. I think don't even believe in the preseason rankings and we don't know. We don't know. I think it's going to be a week-to-week battle, and they'll pretty much eat each other, cannibalize each other in a sense. We'll find out who survives. But I love the energy in the program.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what makes you feel good. We coming off talking about Tennessee. I don't like the energy in the program. Yeah. I love the energy in the Arizona State program. Right?
I mean, Sean, this is the second year. This is the second time in 3 years that Tennessee has been late in the season with a shot to play for a championship, and there's been issues about the locker room and guys worried about NIL. And because remember, there was this stuff late in November in 2022 where there was the defensive players jealous of Hendon Hooker and Joe Milton coming to his defense and all this. Like, you do not have a very mature program when this continues to be a problem. I thought at the time it was Georgia, but I was wrong. It's from what I've been told, it sounds like it was actually Tennessee that was having that issue of guys that were just wanting out and wanting their money. And it's not really about the team. It's about these other things. And so I think that's going to make it very, very interesting. And then you look at some of these other teams there's going to be, you're correct. There's going to be a battle in the Big 12 next year. There's no doubt about it. And that's one of the reasons I love this league, Sean. I really do. I think this league is going to be a lot of fun to watch next season. A lot of fun to watch. Not because there's any teams that are going to be title contenders, because I don't think that there are, but more so just looking at these teams that are just, it's just a competitive league. Can Iowa State repeat what they did last year? Can Utah bounce back? Answers we don't know. but it's going to be fun to watch. Can Colorado, without the Travis Hunter and Shedeur Sanders, can they keep rolling? Do they take a step back? Does TCU keep growing after what There's so many. Can Baylor build on what they did last year? There's so many. Can Texas Tech build? It's going to be a fun league to watch, man. As long as you're not like expecting to see like elite football, like elite talent. If you just like fun competitive football games every week, that's what I think that we're going to see out of the Big 12 next week here, which makes it hard to predict who's going to be the number one. To your point, Sean, absolutely. Let's talk about the Boise State Broncos. Now, this is a little bit more pertinent to Notre Dame, Sean, because one of the things that you talk about with Boise State is their schedule. Well, next year their schedule is going to include a game at Notre Dame. Now, that does not preclude them from being a playoff team, even if Notre Dame beats them by 50, because they've got a shot to win their conference and be one of the 5 highest-ranked conference champions. You look at their schedule overall, they play Notre Dame, which is going to be a tough game, but the rest of their schedule is very winnable. They play UCF not out of conference. They play App State, play at Air Force. They get Fresno at home. They get UNLV at home. Now, we don't know when those games will be because the Mountain West has not released their schedule yet for as far as when they play, date and time, but they know who they're going to play. They get Colorado State at home. They get Fresno at home. They get UNLV at home. And those tend to be the best teams in that league in a lot of different years. So the schedule sets up nicely for a run, Sean, but the big question we have to ask ourselves is, can they repeat without Ashton Jeanty? Because if you look at their roster, they don't lose a lot outside of Ashton Jeanty. They lose one offensive lineman. They lose a couple really good defensive linemen, one DB, their nickel. But outside of that, they bring back a lot from their football team. Is it going to be enough? And I have to admit, I'm shocked that there weren't running backs just like in the portal, like just chomping at the bit to go play at Boise. I mean, I guess it's just about the money, but I love talk about culture. I love the culture that Spencer Danielson is building at Boise State. Mm-hmm. But will they have the horses next year without Ashton Jeanty to make that run? That's the question.
I think there was so much that he allowed them to do offensively, because teams had to stack the box and focus on stopping him. But at the same time, I think their supporting staff was a little bit underrated. You're going back, they fought against Penn State. It wasn't an easy game for Penn State. Like, they fought, right?
It's much closer than the final score.
It was much closer than the final score. So you're going to have a tough-minded team coming into Notre Dame Stadium. They're going to be a well-coached, tough-minded team. But like you said, it just comes down to the horses. That's what it comes down to. And whether or not they're going to be able to get the job done. And I definitely wouldn't be picking them to beat Notre Dame. But looking at the rest of their schedule, they could go on a similar run, but I don't have confidence. Mm-hmm. That's shaky confidence at best. They can go on a similar run, right? Because they had some games that they could have lost outside of the Oregon game. But they do bring back some pieces at key positions, though. So, once again, a program that I like the energy, love the coach. But when you talk about these lower conferences, man, it's always a surprise, right? Boise State is normally a standard. But, then you have these surprise teams that pop up. And it's like, oh, man, they've had a great season. So I'm very interested. In seeing, who else can jump up. But they'll be at the top for those non-Power 4.
They actually also, I said this incorrectly. I thought that the only big loss on offense was Jeanty. They also lost Camper, their leading receiver.
Yeah.
He originally went to the NFL draft and then backed out of the draft, but he's now in the portal. So he was at Indiana 2 years ago, transferred to Boise. Now he's looking to transfer again and get his payday. So that's what we've brought. Free agency every year. That's what we have here in college football. So it is what it is. But I still think they're the cream of the crop of their league, Sean. That's but I think the margin for error in that to win that league is a little slighter. I would feel a lot less optimistic about their chances if UNLV hadn't lost their staff, and lost their coaches.
Yeah,
like that to me is that's the big thing for me is that right there. I don't know that they have the ability to do that. I mean, you not only lost Barry Odom, but now Brennan Marion's now the head coach at Sacramento State. He left. Dan Mullen's taking over.
Coach.
Huh? Oh yeah. See, why you gotta be that? Why you gotta be that way? They did though. They did. Let's move on to the two big teams in that part now, Sean, and that's Georgia and Oregon. And I have to admit, I have a little bit of a difference of opinion from a lot of people about these two football teams. So let's start with Georgia. I think Georgia is entering a very, very important period under Kirby Smart, because there's a lot of assumptions about what they will and won't be. There's a lot of assumptions about their talent level based on recruiting rankings. I don't know that I view Georgia as being the team that a lot of people seem to think that they're going to be this season, Sean. And so I am actually a little shaky on Georgia getting back to the college football playoff. And I know people are going to say I'm nuts and people are going to disagree with me, but I have some reasons why, and allow me to explain those reasons. So when I look at Georgia, one of the things I'm not concerned about is actually their skill talent, which was an issue this year. But I actually kind of like the skill talent they're putting together around Gunnar Stockton. That kid showed me some grit, some toughness. I think he's going to be a better leader than Carson Beck. I think he's going to be tougher in big moments, I think, than Carson Beck was. He provides a different style of play than what Carson Beck did, but he's not the thrower. But I look at that receiving core, and yes, they lost Dominic Lovett and Arian Smith. And Arian Smith's going to be a difficult guy to replace from just a pure speed production standpoint. I don't think he was a great receiver. I think he was really fast. Couldn't catch, wasn't a great route runner. He has like the big catch against Notre Dame, and then he does nothing the rest of the game. They replaced him with Dylan Bell comes back. London Humphreys comes back, but then they landed Zechariah Branch. Who knows what he's going to be? He can replace Arian Smith's speed, but what kind of player is he going to be? But they got Noah Thomas out of Texas A&M. That's a really good pickup. Mm-hmm. And you've now got two bigger guys in the lineup with him and Dylan Bell, which for a guy like Gunnar Stockton, I think is important. A guy that can kind of throw the ball up, some back shoulders. They're going to be loaded at tight end again. But here's where I have some questions. They lost 4 starters along their offensive line. Now, the thing that helps them is guys coming back started multiple games last season. So, obviously Monroe Freeling comes back. He's considered their starting left tackle. He started 5 games last year. Ernest Green started 9 games last year, but he wasn't very good. Mike Bobo started 2 games last year as well. And then Micah Moore started 5 games. So they had a lot of injuries last year, and that allowed some of these new starters to play. But what did we all say was the problem when they lost their starters? They weren't the replacements weren't that good. They weren't. Ernest Green was pretty bad when he was in there. Drew Bobo's a solid, tough, try-hard guy, but he's not a very talented player. And his dad's the OC, and all that's great. Micah Morris is not Tate Ratledge, and I think those are very interesting things to look at, Sean. When I look at them, their offensive line, and then the other side of the ball, they lose a lot from their front 7. They lose Jalen Walker, we knew about. Michael Williams, we knew about. Warren Brinson's gone. Nazir Stackhouse is gone. Tyrion Ingram-Dawkins is gone. Small Munden is gone. Chaz Chambliss is gone. And Damon Wilson transferred out. He transferred to Missouri. I'm thinking okay, look, you lost Jalen Walker and Michael Williams, but Damon Wilson's on the verge of becoming a star pass rusher, and he left too. And I don't think Georgia is going to be able to reload the way that people think they are, because they've lost so many of their stud recruits who've left before.
Yeah.
And when I look at the guys slated to step into the starting lineup, Sean, I'm not blown away. They're still going to be really good at linebacker. I think Dalen Everett takes a big jump at corner next year. He was talented. He was just young. He was a lot like Christian Gray, that he made a lot of young guy mistakes, technical mistakes, but he's very talented.
People just latched on to the one or two he would make a game,
right,
and not see the rest of the game. Yeah.
Right. Daniel Harris, not that good. He's not a typical Georgia corner. They don't have anybody that's definitely geared to kind of beat him out. Ellis Robinson Jr. is a good player. Safety, KJ Bolden's a really good player. But you lose Dan Jackson and Malachi Starks. Ja'Cory Thomas is a solid player. You did get Zion Branch and Jaden Harris and Adrian Maddox in the portal, but they're just kind of okay players. They're not difference makers. I don't think Georgia's as talented as people think they are. I look at this football team and I see Georgia talent at some spots, but I don't at others, Sean. I don't see a team that's got I said, I think the receiving core could be better than last year, but it wasn't that good last year. Their offensive line won't be as talented. Their tight end is loaded. Their running back room is going to be really good. I don't think their D-line is as loaded as it's been in the past. I don't think that their secondary is as talented as it's been in the past. There's Dalen Everett, I think, could be a stud. I think KJ Bolden could be a stud. But just overall, Sean, I don't see the same talent level that a lot of other people assume that Georgia has. I just don't see it. Maybe I'm wrong. And, Sean, if I'm wrong, please feel free to say, hey, Brian, you're my guy. Love doing shows with you. I hope you believe that. I know you believe that. But you're wrong on Georgia. But when I look at all that, they got to play at Tennessee, home against Bama, at Auburn, home against Ole Miss, Florida on the road, Texas at home, at Georgia Tech. It's not the gauntlet it was a year ago, but I just don't think this team's going to be that good. I think their schedule is more favorable than last year. There's a lot of losable games. I think Georgia could end up doing what they did last year, which is just kind of beat a overrated SEC and still get in because they're really well coached and all that. But I think if they do get in, the same thing that happened to them this year is going to happen to them next year. They're going to get some Notre Dame or somebody, Penn State, somebody like that didn't win their league, that gets in the second round and smacks them again. I just don't see it with this Georgia team. I don't.
I think they are likely to make it to the SEC championship game or truly contend late in the season for the SEC championship game. And that, whether or not they win those big games to get into the championship game and then make it into the 12-team playoff, that's shaky. No need to regurgitate the things that you said because you laid it out perfectly from a roster.
Do you agree with a lot of that, Sean? Like the personnel they have?
You see, this is for me. I think both Dan Lanning, who is a protege of Kirby Smart, I think both of them face the same question because of the last 3 years. We know what we can do. Are we willing to do what we need to do? I think they know what they can do. Georgia knows that, look, we have talent. We might not be as talented, but we have talent to line up and play football the way we've been playing football and be in the hunt. But if we really want to take another step, are we willing to go from that defensive first team and recognize that our strength is probably going to be our offense and our skill players and open it up a little bit more and now allow the young recruits that we have to kind of rebuild this defense and maybe go in a different direction? That's going to be the challenge for Kirby Smart. Can he evolve? Because he's been so used to doing it his way. And it's worked. He's won national championship. It's gotten him to multiple national championship games. It's gotten him to ACC championships, won SEC championships. But if he has enough humility to recognize, okay, things have changed. I'm losing guys that would never even think about leaving.
Right.
I'm starting to lose them in the portal now. And it's impacting the way my program has been able to run and be successful. What are those changes that you need to make now? Right? And so I think Oregon has the same issue. Highly successful, top recruiting classes, portal moves, transfer portal additions, top notch. But every time we face a big time physical team or a really good team, when it matters, we get smacked in the face. Washington just lined up and smacked us in the face. The last 3 times we faced them before Kalen DeBoer left. We beat Ohio State, but when it matters, we get smacked in the face. We beat Penn State in the Big Ten championship game, but physically, Penn State was able to line up and, take advantage of us. And then we didn't look good going up against a physical Wisconsin team on the road late in the season.
Mm-hmm.
These are things that Dan Lanning has to look at to say, man, which is a challenge for him because now he has to deal with the Big Ten.
Right.
It's not the Pac-12. Not to say that the Pac-12 was a lot easier for Oregon to navigate than the Big Ten. I mean, you could say that.
It was. It was in a lot of ways. Let me finish up on Georgia here real quick, Sean. So you say it's likely they make it in, but you don't think if they do make it in that they'll make a run.
No, I think it's likely that they make it. I'm going to say it's likely they make it to the SEC championship game.
Okay.
But that doesn't necessarily mean that they can make it to the SEC championship game with 2 losses.
And then lose
and be a 3-loss SEC team and maybe
and a couple other 2-loss teams.
A couple other 2-loss teams in the SEC, make it in over them. So that is, I think, where they are. I think Kirby's willingness to
he's going to have to change how he builds
and change how
find some of those sleepers that are going to need a couple years. Because I was told this by somebody that covers Georgia that there's a lot of things built into the coaches' contracts about they get bonuses when they finish certain recruiting rankings, which is why they do things the way they do things. And that's worked for them when they could just keep their rosters and sit guys and, because he's trying to do what Saban did all those years, and it worked for him. Right. He won him 2 titles, but we're in a different era now where these kids don't want to sit around. Julian Humphrey was a starter for half the year last year and transferred during the freaking season. Like when you recruit in a mercenary style, don't be shocked when your players act like mercenaries. When you literally had to, like Damon Wilson was going to go to Ohio State and then you bought him. Don't get shocked when he then does that to you and Missouri goes and buys him. Because we know Missouri, Sean, you and I know for a fact that Missouri is recruiting everybody's roster illegally, like just throwing crazy money around. And so I've used the example before, but like when you first get with a girl and it was at a party where y'all hook up and she was with another dude at the time, she leaves him to come. Don't be shocked when she does the same thing to you in 6 months. Like you're not that special. When you recruit a certain way and you get a kid who wanted to go somewhere else, but he was willing to say, hey, for the right price, I'll come play for you. Don't be shocked when he goes and does that again.
That's crazy. Notre Dame has probably kept Missouri from the SEC championship game.
100%, yeah.
From a recruiting standpoint.
Right. So you got to find some guys, Sean, that are in it for the right reasons. Like, does Jeremiah Love and his family want him to get paid? Yes, but it's not a end-all, be-all where it's the only thing that matters. And if Notre Dame's offering this and another school offers more, he's just going to be out the door. He's proven that time and time and time again. And that's where he's going to have to shift the culture of how the culture of the program, but also like he's got to actually start caring about things like, I don't know, discipline and commitment and stuff like that. And he's going to have to start changing the way they recruit. Otherwise, they're going to continue to be in this problem where they're going to have some really talented players and expectation to be high, but they're not going to be a championship caliber team. And I said this before. I said, barring him, and I'm going to add a caveat, barring him changing how he builds a team, Kirby Smart had his run. He had his run. He's not going to win it again. Because the way he's trying to build a roster still to this day does not fit the current model of college football. And his unwillingness to invest in the holistic aspects of building players hurts him, in my opinion. So that's my thing. Now let's go to Oregon, because you started on Oregon a little bit, Sean. And that's an interesting team too, because this is a big year for Dan Lanning. I've seen a lot of rankings come out that have Dan Lanning ahead of Notre Dame, and our guy Kenny Moore, I believe, is one of the people that was making the argument that he should be ahead of Notre Dame. Mark, I don't. First of all, Notre Dame has a better record the last 3 years than doesn't have a better record than Oregon the last 3 years, but they've won more big games than Oregon has the last 3 years. I know they beat Ohio State at home. That's a big win, and beat Penn State's a big win, but they've also had a lot of losses, and every time they're in a situation where there's a championship on the line, they have faltered. Losing to Washington, he was 0 for 3 against Kalen DeBoer. You got the regular season win against Ryan Day, but then when it really mattered, you got destroyed. Yeah, that's just kind of who he's been. They played Georgia his first game he was at. They lost 49-3. I know it was his first game, but you're Oregon. You shouldn't lose 49-3 to anybody. I don't care what game it is for you.
No.
I think this is a big year for him, Sean, where he's going to have to show that, hey, we are a team that can play against anybody, any place, anywhere, anytime. And I think you hit on something about them just culturally as a program. I do think that they still struggle with teams that will come out and punch them in the mouth. Their schedule-wise, they got to play at Penn State next year. Now, they're fortunate they don't play Michigan or Oregon or Ohio State, but they do have to play at Penn State. They get Indiana at home. They play at Iowa. They got USC at home and at Washington. So I think their schedule is, and their talent is such that I absolutely I think it's definitely likely that Oregon is back in the college football playoff next year. I'll say that right away. The question is more so, can they make it? Can they actually do any damage once they get there? And that's where I have my doubts about Oregon. I think their schedule is set up pretty nicely, because if they lose to Penn State, and let's be honest, with all due respect to Washington, Iowa, and USC, the only team in the league that has the talent that they have is Penn State and Ohio State. And they only play, and maybe Michigan, and they only play one of those three teams. So, I mean, even if they lose at Penn State, they're going to be 11-1, and they're going to be back in the Big Ten title game. And if they're in the Big Ten title game at 11-1, they're in the playoff. The only question is now, are they hosting a first-round game, or are they getting a bye? That's the question for me. But I'll be honest with you, Sean, I don't love this Oregon team from a standpoint of them being a title contender like a lot of people are making them out to be, and here's why. I think this team is going to be they are very dependent on the portal, and to a degree that I think makes it a little bit harder for them to maintain their ability to be consistent. And here's what I mean by that. You lose your top running back, you replace him with a guy from Tulane, very talented guy, but we've seen that before. They lose 3 starting offensive linemen, and you're replacing them with 3 portal guys. That doesn't often work out that well with the offensive linemen. You do have Evan Stewart coming back, and the receiving core, they should be fine. I mean, they've got Jeremiah McClellan coming back, Evan Stewart coming back, Justice Lowe coming back, Gary Bryant comes back, Julian Dickey comes back, who's a really talented kid coming out of high school, hasn't done a whole lot. They added Malik Benson, who's not very good. They did lose some very, very good pass catchers, but they should still be okay there. The question is Dante Moore just a great passer, or is he actually a great quarterback? Does he have the leadership that Dillon Gabriel had? Does he have the playmaking ability that Dillon Gabriel had with a less talented roster overall? I mean, look, I think they're going to be fine at receiver, but I don't think they're as talented as they were last year. They're still going to be really talented. Their offensive line's not going to be as good. They're losing Josh Cornerly, which is a big loss. They lost Marcus Harper. They lost Nasheed Struthers. They lost to Johnny Cornelius, so 3 starters in a top backup. And then the other side of the ball too, Sean, is you're replacing Derek Harmon with Bear Alexander. Really? You know, like, I don't know. I mean, you lose some really talented. They lose a talented corner. They replace him with Aaron Johnson, Northwestern. He's a good player, but is he really that guy? Dylan Theinemann's a good football player, but is he really that guy? I mean, we saw Dylan Theinemann against Notre Dame, and you realize the difference between like an elite safety and a guy that's just really good at his level. And he looked like a guy that's really good at his level. Now, there's some other games he played better, but that wasn't the only game he like athletically looked like he didn't belong against an elite team.
Mm-hmm.
Jadarian Price made him look like, dude, you're kind of not that good.
Right.
You know, you're smart and you're a ball hawk and all that kind of stuff, but you're not Xavier Watts. You're not Malachi Starks. You're not Caleb Downs. You're not even in the league with those guys. So I look at this Oregon team, Sean, and I don't know that I like their roster to just kind of just roll the way that it did this past year. I mean, they'll beat up on a weak schedule, but I see them being a one and done again unless some things change. And I'm wrong about their portal additions, but they've added a lot of names in the portal. I don't know that they're necessarily a better team than they were last year with the additions. But at the end of the day, it comes down to Dante Moore. If Dante has matured as a young man, matured as a quarterback, I don't think people put enough into how important it was to have a leader like Dillon Gabriel last year to keep all that together. That's where I'm at, Sean. On top of, you know, how good will they be in the trenches? That's where I'm at. So, yeah, playoff, yes, but right now I don't think they're like PFF had them at number 2 in the top 25. I'm like, based on what? They weren't better than Notre Dame last year at the end of the day, and they have a lot more losses than Notre Dame has. So it's kind of very interesting, Sean.
I'm
Georgia and Oregon are the two teams I just am not on the same page as the consensus around the nation on how good they're going to be next season.
Yeah, Oregon for me, like I said, you've proven what you can do. Are you humble enough to recognize what you need to do? Like, there needs to be something. There has to be something done, because there's no way you can constantly be as high as you are from a recruiting standpoint, but you're as transfer portal hungry as you are. Like, you have all the resources, you have all the money, but you're spending it on Bear Alexander. That's what you're doing. You're spending it on Dynamite. Like, are you just name hungry? Making sure I want to go get the top guys that have the buzz, but are they really good? Like, their back end, their secondary last year just wasn't really good. And you always hear them mentioned with top recruits. And you look at them defensively, and it's like, offensively, yeah, their wide receivers always stacked. I like their running backs. They usually get really good, tough running backs. And Bucky Brooks has become better in the pros than he was at Oregon, in my opinion. He's fabulous with Tampa Bay, but for some reason, man, there is something missing in that program that is holding them back from being able to get over that hump, especially in big games. And I think it is the culture, but I think it's even more talent-based. I just think when they match up against top teams, you see the talent deficiencies in certain areas, and which is strange because, like I said, they have plenty of support, financial support. So it just makes you wonder, like, man, why aren't they getting difference makers, in certain spots, especially defensively? So I think their last Thibodeau was their last great pass rusher off the edge.
Yeah, he was. I do think Uyunglele can be a really good edge rusher. He was a young guy that I think is really emerging. And I think he's going to have a bit of a breakout this season.
That's true. But I don't think Barry Alexander Harmon, I did like.
Yeah. Jordan Burks was kind of up and down. He's very talented, but he was very up and down.
Yeah.
But again, who are they replacing him with? They had the one outside linebacker that was a really good edge rusher coming back. They just lost a lot of talent, and I don't like what they're replacing them with, Sean. That's my thing.
The fact that they went and got Thurman, it's like, wait a minute, you haven't been recruiting safeties? Right. Like, you had to go to Purdue to get that kid?
And he's a good player, but again, I Theron Johnson from Northwestern, again, another guy that I just, maybe some of their freshmen play. I do like Dalen Austin a little bit in the nickel. Maybe Trey McNutt helps at safety. Maybe Naeem Offord helps them out. I mean, they have recruited very well the last couple of years. Those guys clearly they don't think are ready to take over right now. But there's just, like you said, last year we talked about how this was a big year for Marcus Freeman because there was a lot of other coaches that in his class, like Dan Lanning, that had more success so far. Now I think it flips. Now I think there's the pressures on Dan Lanning. And to prove that he can win more of those big games.
Yeah.
And, and then if they go out and lose to Penn State this year, then that obviously kind of takes away some of that other stuff. But then if they go on the road and beat Penn State, then all of a sudden you're like, you know what? Like maybe that'll be the game for me that tells me how good Oregon is. Not that they need to beat Penn State. Like I'm not going to be like, oh, they lost to Penn State at Penn State. See, they're not that. No, that's BS. That's you have a narrative and you're looking for something to confirm that narrative. If they go to Penn State and just go toe-to-toe with it, what I think is going to be a really good Penn State team for 4 quarters, that's going to say, okay, you know what, Sean, they showed me something. Like we said about Penn State when they did that with Oregon, when they battled Oregon for 4 quarters.
Yeah.
In the Big Ten, you know what, they showed. Yeah, I know Notre Dame beat them, but they showed me something that I didn't think that program had. I think that's going to be a big game for them. And if they win it, then obviously it's even a bigger moment. But even if they just battle and show some toughness in the trenches, that I think is going to be key for them.
Yeah.
And
so
we'll see with Oregon.
I mean, look, once again, they're similar to Georgia because it's likely that they're going to be in the hunt for the Big Ten championship game, right? Which will give them an opportunity to automatically get into the 12-team playoff. But, Ohio State is still going to be good from a talent standpoint. So I just don't see Oregon right now, as it sits today, defensively. I don't see Oregon being able to really do anything with Ohio State. The Penn State game is on the road, right? Is that Penn State?
Yes. And
That's
they would
gonna
only
be
play
tough,
Ohio State
man.
in the Big Ten title game.
Yeah, that Penn State game is going to be tough. But outside of that, from a talent standpoint, they should be able to outmatch.
Overwhelm everybody else in the Big Ten.
Yeah.
The question isn't playoff for them; it's what will they do after that. Sean, let's get in this last category real quick because this is going to be a fun one. So let's get to that last category. But before we do, folks, do me a favor: don't forget to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit the notification bell, share this podcast, and as always, we would really appreciate a 5-star review and sign up for the message board at boards.irishbreakdown.com. So let's talk about these last 4 teams, Sean, because I think as a group, what I find very interesting is the 4 teams that made it to the college football playoff last year, the semifinals of the college football playoff last year. 3 of them are replacing quarterbacks, Penn State being the only exception. Ohio State's going to have a new quarterback. Texas is going to have a new quarterback, and Notre Dame is going to have a new quarterback. We're going to talk about those 3 teams plus Penn State. And we're going to go in order of they got knocked off. So we'll go Penn State, Texas, Notre Dame, and Ohio State in that order. And so let's talk first about Penn State because there's a lot of talk about Penn State being a trendy pick for the to be a national championship contender next season. And there's a lot of talk about how, this is the year they turn the corner and this is the year they do this and this is the year they do that. And there's always this hype about Penn State. And every year at this time, when we hear about how good Penn State is going to be, you just kind of laugh, Sean, and you're just like, y'all forgot who your head coach is. And I'll say this, I still think there's something to that. However, Penn State showed me a little something this season, Sean. They showed me a little bit more toughness. They showed me a little bit of a willingness to battle against the bigger teams. They showed me that they're a competitive team, like mentally competitive team. I think they lost 2 games to just better teams. 3 games to just better teams. And when I look at this Penn State team, and they lost some good football players. But I'll say this about them. I think that they return some really talented players. I believe that Penn State had a chance has upgraded their receiving core, which was needed. And they're in a position where at the places they lose players that are really good, they have actually recruited to the level where they should be fine, which is like, here's what happens. That doesn't mean that the guy that steps in for Abdul Carter is as good as Abdul Carter. No, what that means is that guy's a good player, and Denai Dennis Sutton becomes your next star. That's what I mean. And then when you look at Tyler Warren, no, you won't have Tyler Warren next year, Sean, but this is going to be one of the best tight end rooms in the country talent-wise with Luke Reynolds and some other players coming back. So I look at this team, Sean, and they've got all the ingredients for me. They have an experienced quarterback coming back who clearly showed he's good enough to lead them to the Big Ten title game, the college football semifinals, right? You have a team that is going to have the first or second best running back room in all of college football. Great talent coming back at running back. They upgraded their wide receiver position, which was a weakness. You added Kyron Hudson from the portal. You added Devontae Ross from Troy. Tyseer Denmark's a talented redshirt freshman. Liam Clifford comes back. So I think they added some upgrades there. You're going to still be good at tight end, even though you don't have a stud like Tyler Warren. You're going to be good there. Your offensive line returns, 4 of 5 starters, and you really kind of have 5 starters coming back because Anthony Donko started this year, and he was replaced by Nolan Rucci. You could see one of those guys maybe moving to guard to replace Sal Wormley if they decide not to go in another direction. So their offensive line should be really, really good. They lost 2 starting defensive linemen and one of their top reserves, but Denai Dennis Sutton comes back. Zane Durant comes back. He's really good. Caleb Artis is an ascending player. Smith Vilbert comes back. Sean, I look at this football team, and I think there's plenty of talent on their D-line to keep rolling. They did get Owen Wayfield through the portal. We'll see if he can help out at all. They do. Kobe King comes back, but Dom DeLuca replaces him. There won't be no problem there. Tony Rojas is back. They lose, and this is why I say recruiting. They lose Jalen Reed, good football player. Who are they replacing him with? DeJuan Lane, who we wanted bad 2 years ago at Notre Dame. They lose they lose Kevin Winston, but they lost him already. They lost him during the season last year, and Zaki Wheatley stepped in and played really good football, and he was really good in the postseason. And then, of course, you lose Jalen Kimber is gone, but you're good there. Zion Tracy could step in there. You've got Elliott Washington. They've recruited the secondary very good. And then, of course, A.J. Harris comes back, who's very talented. Sean, this is still a super talented football team that I think is going to learn some lessons from their season this year. KJ Wentz is going pro, Brandon. But this is a team that I look at and say they have a shot to be really good this season. And they also have a schedule that is challenging but sets up nicely. Yes, they play at Ohio State. But they get Oregon at home. They get Indiana at home, and they get Nebraska at home. After the at Ohio State game, their toughest road game is at Iowa, and their next toughest road game is probably going to be at Michigan State or at Rutgers. So I think their schedule sets up real nicely. If they can go 1-1 between Oregon and Ohio State, that they're going to be a one-loss team and have a shot to be in the Big Ten title game again. Mm-hmm. And I really like this Penn State football team. So I think they're definitely likely to be a playoff team again. And I think they have a shot to get back to where they were this year, which is back to the semifinals. And I don't know that they'll need the easy path like they did last year, assuming James Franklin doesn't ruin it all. That's the big concern. Now, I know you went from Tom Allen to Jim Knowles. I don't think that's much of an upgrade in year one, because as we've seen, Jim Knowles usually needs at least 2 years for his defense to really kind of take hold, but he'll have a lot of talent. And I know they lost Ja'Juan Seider, but they'll be okay there because of the foundation he laid. They can just kind of build on that. So I think overall, I really like this Penn State team. And you know me, I'm usually like a Penn State's overrated, Penn State's overrated, Penn State's overrated. And that includes this year. And they'll be overrated next year too. If they, they'll probably be, instead of being fifth, they'll be second, you know what I mean? Or seventh, they'll be third. But I really like this Penn State football team, Sean, coming back next season.
Yeah, it's likely for me as well. I think everything you pointed out from a roster standpoint, I love Reynolds and Dinkins. What they lose, see, the best players that they lost, they're traditionally known for replacing. Like, because it's like, yo, are they going to be able to replace Michael Parsons? Yeah. Here comes Abdul Carter. That's what they do. They always find someone to wear number 11, be really good, and eventually become
like Jason Oweh.
Yeah.
They reload in the front seven.
They reload. So they know how to recruit. They reload. The defense is normally going to be really good. I think the wide receiver position is something they're going to have to answer. But then I think Tom Allen is going to be an upgrade as well as a coordinator. And I think him with Kolanicki is going to be one of the most devastating combinations of offensive and defensive coordinator in the country. So that bodes well. And hopefully they can take things help to take some decisions out of James Franklin's hands. Like, that's not even allowed to get to him. But let's go out and kind of like dominate and take some of those big decisions off the table in late game situations. But I'm with you, man. I think they're likely to return. I think, and it's one of those teams very similar to Notre Dame when, Howard Cross, Riley Mills, Xavier Watts, all of those guys said we're coming back. When you see all of their guys like, yo, we're coming back, that lets you know they're off-season working. Like right now, they're, working extremely hard right now. They are motivated. Like, we're getting back to that semifinal, and I think that's going to push them to be a really good team. And I think you're going to see it in the best games. Definitely, man. If I had 3 games to choose from, that Penn State-Oregon game would be one game I probably would say, yeah, I want to go watch that one up close.
Yes. Like if Notre Dame had a bye that week, I'd be like, you know what?
Yeah. And Penn State has a bye, by the way. They have a bye leading into that Oregon game. So.
Yep. And then if you're ever going to beat Ohio State, this is going to be, in Columbus, this would be the year to do it. They have a shot to kind of get there. And then Oregon has a bye after they play Penn State. So have them in there. So Penn State, to me, Sean, is my first of the Final Four teams that I think has a shot to get back to that level. Because, again, this is not just getting back to the playoff, but these Final Four teams repeating isn't just getting back to the playoff. It's also about, can you get to the playoff and do damage once you get there.
Yeah.
And I think Penn State has a shot. Let's talk about Texas, because this is another team, Sean, that I think is going to be very good. Don't get me wrong. Texas is going to be very good. But there's this assumption that we're turning them into like the new hype team every year, where I'm seeing a lot of people saying that Texas is the number one team in the country. A lot of people saying that Texas next year is the preseason number one team in the country. I think two things are why. Number one, Texas is going to be that new hype team. And number two, because there is so much, some of the teams that are otherwise going to be good lost a lot. So they're not the only team that lost a lot. But here's where I'm at. Like, first of all, what has Steve Sarkisian done to say that he should be ranked ahead of the Marcus Freemans and Dan Lannings of the world? Like, what has he done? He showed that he can lose to the best teams in the semifinals every year. I mean, yeah, great. You beat Arizona State in overtime. That's your big postseason win, is an overtime win over Arizona State. You lost to Ohio State this year. You lost to Washington last year. Georgia's owned you. Like, what is Steve Sarkisian? Now, great offensive mind. But what has he done at Texas to make us think that we should just throw them as the number one team in the country? I don't understand that. That's a bit of a head scratcher for me. But beside that, what makes you think they can do that with all the personnel losses they had? They lost two of their top three receivers. They lost their tight end, who was their leading pass catcher. They lost their All-American left tackle. They lost their left guard. They lost their center. They lost their right tackle. So they lost 4 of their 5 starting offensive linemen. They lost their top 2. Actually, they lost their top 3 defensive tackles from last season, because not only did they lose Collins and Broughton, but Bill Norton is gone. They're replacing them with 2 transfers that everybody's all excited about with Travis Shaw. But I'm like, Travis Shaw's tools don't match his play and his production. His film from a play standpoint is not as good as his film from a tool standpoint. And that concerns me a little bit. Like, a kid with his talent didn't dominate the ACC? Really? That concerns me. And you lost a lot from your defense. You lost Ja'Day Barron. You lost Andrew Makuba. Gavin Holmes is a key rotation player. You do return your linebackers, so that's obviously big. They return their linebackers. And Trey Moore comes back. Ethan Burke's a nice player. But this team loses a lot of talent, Sean, a lot of talent. And, of course, you lose Quinn Ewers, which people can say all you want how that's not a loss. But this kid did lead you to the semifinals back-to-back years. I love how he gets blamed for every loss, but Steve Sarkisian never does. So, well, it's Arch Manning. Okay, well, great. Arch is a talented kid, but is he really ready to just lead the number one team in the country? Can we just let him play a little bit first? So I mean, I think I would probably lean towards Texas being a playoff team this year. But I just don't see the same level of, oh yeah, that's the number one team in the country, assumed number one team in the country as other people do. What helps them, as I said, is a lot of teams lost a lot, but they got to play at Ohio State. They got to play at Florida. They got to play at Georgia. They got to play Oklahoma on a neutral field. They got to play Arkansas, who gave them a tough time. And they got to play Vandy, who gave them a tough time, at Mississippi State, and they got to play Texas A&M. That's a challenging schedule. I would lean towards likely back to the playoff, but I need to see a lot from Texas, Sean, before I'm ready to say they're going to make a run. But here's my one counterpoint to myself.
Okay.
The one thing I do like about what Texas is doing, however, is the vast majority of the guys that are replacing the departed guys are high school kids that they've recruited and they're developing. So, yes, they lose Isaiah Bond and Matthew Golden and Silas Bolden, but who are they replacing him with? Ryan Wingo, recruited. Right? DeAndre Moore, guy that they're recruiting and developing, played a ton last year. Jamie French, Kalik Lockhart, a lot of guys that they recruited and that they're developing. They're losing their tight end, recruiting with guys that they're replacing. They get CJ back. So they lose Jadon Blue to the NFL, but they get CJ Baxter back, who got injured last year in fall camp, on top of having the Wisner kid coming back. Jarrett Gibson will be back, is back this year. You know, you're losing a lot of your defensive linemen. You are needing to replace them with portal guys at D tackle. And technically 3 of your starting defensive linemen will be portal guys, but Trey Moore's going into year 2 at Texas, which matters to me because now he's more into the culture. He stuck around. He could have jumped back in the portal and got another payday. He stayed. That tells me a little something. Secondary, same thing. You're losing Makuba. You're losing Jade Barron, but you're replacing all these guys that you're losing with players that you have either recruited out of high school or you recruited to the portal and as younger players so they can kind of go through. They're not just the 1-year mercenary players. That's the thing that's my counter is like, but they're going to be really talented and really young. And isn't that what Notre Dame was this year? A lot of young, homegrown players that are really talented you developed. And that would be my counter to my initial point of I have some skepticism about Texas based on all that they lost and whether or not Steve Sarkisian can build that type of team. But then I look at the roster, Sean, and I'm like, but you know what? That team is still really talented.
Yeah.
Really talented.
Yeah. And I think that's why the buzz, especially, I love their young wide receivers. You talk about Clemson. They would rival Clemson as far as explosiveness at the wide receiver for the youngsters. Like, because Ryan Wingo he's
good.
I would love to see the connection he has with Arch Manning. Right? But once again, man, Sark has to prove some things to me. Like, what is it, Sark? What is it about you that you get 1 yard away from tying Ohio State? And that's the route you choose to take? You choose to trick them? Instead of lining up with that big offensive line and just saying, hey, you're going to have to stop us 4 times? That, for me, that is the biggest question. Not the talent on the roster. That's the biggest, because that, the players feed off of that in big moments. What's our identity? Who are we? Right? That's the next step for Sark. So if he learns that lesson with the talent he has, because they go to Georgia, if I'm not mistaken, which would be a big, for me, that'll be a huge mentality test.
Yeah, it's in Athens.
That's a huge mental test, in my opinion. I'll learn a lot about them going on the road to face Georgia because they should be fully motivated.
Let's be real, Sean. First of all, they should have been fully motivated in the SEC title game. They weren't. However, here's the thing. How many teams can say that in the last 5 years they're taking a team into Athens and that team has the more talented roster? And I would say by quite a bit. And that's true of Texas against Georgia this year. But here's the difference. That was also true last year in both games against Georgia. They were the more talented team, but Georgia was the better team. What Coach Sarkisian, who I actually like, by the way, like I'm actually, this, Sean, I'm actually a Steve Sarkisian fan. I like him as a coach. I just am at the point now where it's like we're assuming things about him that he hasn't proven yet. We're projecting what he did as a coordinator onto his head coaching success. Guy's been a head coach for like 11 years. He has as many 10-win seasons as Marcus Freeman does. I mean, but to your point, that's the kind of game that you and I have talked a lot about with Notre Dame over the years. That's that game where if you win that game, that's the springboard to nobody's beating us now. And even though Georgia wouldn't be the most talented team they'd play on their way to a championship, you go down to Athens and beat that team in November. With all the issues you've had about toughness and that team's kind of owns you and all this kind of stuff, that could be that kind of game that gives that team the confidence it needs. A young team, the confidence needs to say, Nick, nobody can beat us now. And could be that springboard towards, maybe becoming what people think they should, because I don't have a problem with people saying Texas is going to be a top 2 to 3 team next year if you're just looking at the roster independent of the context of the roster. It's a very talented roster. But is it the kind of roster you look at and say, okay, but hands down, they're the best team in the country and they've proven that they can be this or that or the other thing? That's the bigger question mark. He's got to prove he can win those kind of games, but it's a very talented roster.
And compare them to Oregon, right? Texas goes to the portal to get depth or just to add to
hit okay, we're not as good there as we need to be. Let's go fill out.
Right. Oregon is trying to go get impact in the portal. And so when you look
They
at
faced a
roster,
similar situation this year. I'm sorry to interrupt. Just let me make this
no,
point,
go ahead.
because I don't want you to go past it, because you're making a great point. They're in very similar situations. They both have really good freshman and sophomore classes.
Mm-hmm.
But Oregon is going to the portal to reload their roster, where Texas went to the portal to fill a couple holes. But they're going with their younger players. They're going with their that they recruited from high school, that they are developed. Whereas Oregon's reloading with the Bear. I mean, Bear. How does anyone look at Bear Alexander as a guy that's going to come in and be down for the struggle of our football team? Like, seriously? Like, it just like that's I don't think Texas would have ever taken a kid like that.
Yeah.
In my opinion, like, no way. So they went to the portal because, like, interior defensive tackle, they lost a lot from last year's team, and they're not at the point now recruiting wise where they feel they could reload. So they went and got Travis Scholl and Cole Brevard. Totally fine with it. No problem with it. But there's a lot of other positions they could have gone and gotten a more veteran player, but they're like, no, we're going to go with these younger guys. We're going to coach them up, develop them, and then by the time we get to November, we think we could be something with this team. Yeah. That's what I think he's doing, and that's the route that I think is best. That's what Notre Dame has done. I think that's what Ohio State has done. The reason people think Ohio State does the portal more than they do is because they did it at premium positions. They don't actually have – they had, I think, 4 portal guys start last year. Ohio State quarterback, kind of running back.
Safety, quarterback, running back.
Safety, and
center, starting center.
Like, the playoff team didn't have any portal guys. It was all homegrown. Yeah. But start the season, left tackle, center, and corner. So to start the season, you had like 6. Quarterback, you had quarterback, left tackle, center, corner, because Igbignosin was a portal guy the year before, Caleb Downs, and there was one other we just said. But that's not a lot. And that's how Georgia hasn't gone to the portal a ton. They go to the portal to fit some needs. I think that's the way to go, to hit the portal the right way. And Texas is doing that. And that's where I said all the negative things at first, but then the counter is they're really talented. And I like the fact that they're relying on their young talent and saying, we're going to roll with these guys instead of going out and hiring a bunch of mercenaries. I like that strategy. So that's the part about what I'm saying about Coach Sark that I need to see. Or that I like from this team. Now he's just got to shoot and win those games. But to your point, that Georgia game could be it. That could be that program-defining win that they have been lacking under Sark. In my opinion, they are lacking. I know the Alabama win a couple years ago was huge, but they weren't able to capitalize on that and really take that next step. Right. And now this game could be that, because this is the team that's kind of that's their Stanford for Notre Dame in 2012. Yeah, we got better players than them, but man, they keep kicking our butt. Physically kicking our butt. So let's move on to Notre Dame, Sean. Speaking of Notre Dame, and we'll briefly talk about this one because we talk a lot about Notre Dame. But you look at this Notre Dame team, and they're in a similar situation to some of these other teams. They're losing their starting quarterback. They're losing some key veteran players, obviously losing Riley Mills and Howard Cross. So they're losing their interior guys just like Texas did. They lost their star cornerback, but they lost him much earlier than Texas. So they've already found his replacement. But you could say they're losing their star safety like Texas is their star DB. If you want to get specific about DB and not less specific with DB and not corner, they lose Ja'Day Barron. Notre Dame loses Xavier Watts. Notre Dame loses their nickel. Obviously, Notre Dame's going to lose one of their captains at linebacker and Jack Kaiser. Notre Dame doesn't lose a lot of players, though. It's just the guys they lost were really important. And so when I look at this Notre Dame team, Sean, that's the question that we have to ask ourselves: is this is a team that returns a lot of talent from last year's team, but we have to find out, is this the new normal at Notre Dame? This 14-win season, this run to the national championship game, or is it sort of just the year where everything went right? If you're looking at reasons to be excited as a Notre Dame fan, a lot of talent coming back at the skill positions. Even though you lost some guys, you've got a lot of talent coming back. You've got some talent coming in the portal. They hit some of their needs in the portal at wide receiver. You've got one of the best running backs groups in the country, if not the best. Your offensive line should be better, and it's very talented. You should be a lot better at defensive end the next year. Your linebacking core is loaded. You're very talented at corner, although proven depth is a little bit of a question mark. And even though you lose your star safety, you have a lot of good football players there. And then, of course, you've got a very, very good coaching staff in a lot of different situations. So there's a lot to like about Notre Dame. The big question mark is your major question mark at quarterback, because Notre Dame is just like Penn State, just like Texas and Ohio State in Final Four teams that have to replace quarterbacks, but they're unlike those teams because they all know who their next quarterback is going to be. It's going to be Julian Saint at Ohio State and Arch Manning at Texas, and Notre Dame doesn't know who their next quarterback is going to be. And who that is going to, I think, impact how the season goes. So to me, when I look at Notre Dame and I look at their schedule, I think Notre Dame is likely to be a playoff team again. I have them back in the playoff next year. The question is, they're to me like my question on them is, can they make the run that they made, though? Can they get back to the semifinals again? Are they that type of team? The quarterback battle and Chris Ash's ability to be what we think Marcus Freeman hopes he can be are the question marks. Or can the offense be good enough to where they can develop at a level that negates whatever step back you might have on defense, if one even comes, just working with that assumption. So, and the schedule also for Notre Dame sets up very nicely. You get two really tough teams at the beginning, and then after the A&M game, you are significantly more talented than everybody else you play. And a case could be made that the only team that you play that might be somewhat on your level from a talent standpoint, you get at home. And that would be USC. So that's where I look at it, is Notre Dame's going to be very, just like Texas, very talented. But their coach has proven that he can get his team to that level. And I don't think their schedule is after the second week is as challenging as what Texas's will be in October, November, or what Ohio State's will be at times in November. So that's why I say likely to get back, Sean. The only question I have about Notre Dame is, can they get back to where they were last year, which is the title game? And that's the final piece of this. Likely to get to the playoff, very likely in my opinion. I'll be shocked if they don't. The question is, can they develop a team that can once again get back to that title game? Andy Staples thinks that they will. He's got Texas and Notre Dame in the title game for next year. Mm-hmm. But they've got to prove that. Marcus Freeman has shown he can do that one time, but can he? Is this just the new norm? This is what I said when you step away, Sean. Is this the new normal at Notre Dame, or was this just a year where everything went together? That's the question for Notre Dame.
Yeah, I definitely think Notre Dame is definitely. I would place a lot of money if I was a betting man that they would make it, whatever prop bet before the season, that they make it back to the playoff. Play it if that's what you do. Making it back to the national championship game. Not very likely, but I would definitely say likely. At least the semifinals. And then, semifinals, you're facing another really good team. So anything can happen. You saw the way the Penn State,
Oregon, Texas, Ohio State.
Absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely. So, but what's intriguing to me, especially when we talk about the last 8 teams, I think the talent is there for the most part. But I think there are questions that remain for 7 of the 8. I think there are questions that remain, right? And the question that remains for Marcus Freeman is, no. You got over the hump against Georgia, and then within a season where you failed to handle success, you showed going out against Penn State that your team could handle success. Like with this program kind of relaxed after getting a monumental win against Georgia and then falling down early to Penn State. You and your team answered the bell. You answered that question. Like, no, we're not satisfied. Only to go up against a more talented team, and you just didn't have enough on that particular day. And so now, going into every matchup now with considerably more talent, now it gets to the point to where, okay, I'm going to be honest. I said this last week. I'm going to be honest. I think his biggest decisions come in the offseason. How is this quarterback competition? How is it going to happen? Is it going to be someone that the team is like, yes, that's our guy, or is it going to create factions? Like these are major decisions. How is this handled? How does it play out? Because these are small things that could lead to bigger problems. And so that is a huge decision through the spring. And if it goes into the fall, I'm wishing that it doesn't go into the fall. Not for our sake. Let me be very clear. We don't need to know. I need the coaching staff to know.
And the team.
And the team.
Right.
Yes. That's the dude. We don't need to announce it right now, but we know. That's the dude. And if that can happen, I'm going to feel really good about them making it back to the national championship game. I'm going to feel really good, right? And then on the other side, yes, you lose a fantastic defensive coordinator. I feel pretty confident that your secondary is still going to be pretty locked down. I feel comfortable about that, right? Because now, you've recruited to the point that now your backups to your top two defensive backs are probably going to be really good. And now you're going to have backup safeties that have played and gotten better behind the Don Shula. It goes back to these are not the portal guys. I think are really good fits as safety and nickel. But now it's like, the backups and the youngsters are there. Defensive line, you lose a lot. You go to the portal, especially on the interior, the return of Jason Onye, just from a depth standpoint, you feel good about that. Okay, if he doesn't take the next step and become like a dominant guy, can he be a really good rotation guy to where there's not a drop-off when he comes on the field? That matters, right? I expect the edge play to be very fast and athletic next year. And I'm just talking about the elevation of Thomas and Young. I'm not even thinking about Trey Orey, right? That's based on if he comes back anywhere close to where he was, he's going to add to that mix. I expect Chris Burgess to be a kid that makes an impact as a true freshman coming off the edge. So the talent is going to be there. The depth is going to be there. For me, outside of that quarterback, where's the leadership going to come from?
Yeah.
Where's the leadership going to come
That's
from?
the biggest thing that Notre Dame lost with Riley Leonard, Riley Mills, Benjamin Morrison. I mean, Sean, I'm sure you watched that last Peacock series, and I pointed this out the other day, but when I'm watching Benjamin Morrison, whose season's been over for 2 months, sitting in the locker in the captain's meeting with Marcus Freeman, talking about how, hey, I'm worried about talking to locker room now. They're already looking ahead to Georgia. What does he care? He ain't playing. But no, he was he was bought in. I'm a captain, and this is part of my job. Even though I'm not, if I can't help the team this way, I can help the team. There's a lot of guys that are going to be high draft picks that are just like, well, my career's over, so I'm checked out. I'm going to go. I'll be at games, but I'm going to. And that's leadership. Well, you got to replace. You may have found a way to replace Benjamin Morrison in the lineup, but can you replace that type of leadership? Jack Kaiser's leadership. I mean, you watch those meetings with Marcus Freeman meeting with the leaders in those shows. They're all gone. They're all gone. And so those are things I look at, say that's a great point, Sean. Leadership is going to be a big thing for Notre Dame because that's something that fueled this football team this year and allowed them to have the success that they had. Yeah. So that's going to be a very interesting one. Very interesting one. So you want to wrap up with the last one, Sean? Want to go with the defending champion Buckeyes?
Hey, man. It's a lot of talent, bro. There's a lot.
Very interesting team, Sean.
If the quarterback can play.
Yeah. So let's look at Ohio State. First of all, their schedule this year is going to be very interesting. Texas at home. They got to go to Washington. They play at Illinois. They got to play at Wisconsin. Penn State at home. At Michigan. Can they break the 4-game losing streak to Michigan? Can they beat Texas in a rematch against a very talented Texas team when you've got a lot of newcomers? That Illinois game could be very interesting. You got Penn State coming to your place, and that's going to be they play two of the most talented teams in the country next year. Now, fortunately for the Buckeyes, they get them both at home. But those are two very talented football teams that they got to play next year. And they got to do it with a lot of turnover from their team, Sean. Obviously, receiver, they're going to be loaded, but you can't just assume that they're going to be able to no problem replace a Emeka Egbuka. You lost 2 stud running backs. You're going to replace them hopefully with obviously James Peoples comes back, but you also got C.J. Donaldson out of the transfer portal, big, like 240-pound running back out of West Virginia. You have your offensive line on the interior returns intact from what it was in the playoffs. So you lose Seth McLaughlin and Donovan Jackson, who were your starting center and left guard to start the season. But by the time they got to the playoffs, Jackson was playing left tackle and McLaughlin was out because he was injured.
Right.
So so Carson Hinsman, Tegra Teshabola, and Luke Montgomery, plus Austin Sareveld rotating in a lot. He would start at times as well. That was your offensive line interior for the 4 playoff games. So they showed they can win with those guys. The question's going to be for their offense, Sean, is number one, quarterback, which we'll get to, but then you've got to get better at tackle. When you look at the roster next year, you've got to get better at tackle. They got a kid from Rice who's a very big, talented kid, and NFL scouts rave about him, but I don't love the film. He's very talented. But if it clicks, you got a guy that's got a lot of tools. And then at right tackle, you got Phillip Daniels, who's coming in from Minnesota. He was okay at Minnesota. He's got talent, but neither of these guys are necessarily elite players. But if you can coach them up, and I do like their O-line hire to replace Justin Fry. I think they made a good hire. But is Brian Hartline and I mean, let's be real about this, okay? With all due respect to Keenan Bailey and Brian Hartline, Ryan Day is going to be more involved with the offense this year than he was under Chip Kelly. Let's just be real about that. Is that group good enough for them to win again? Or are they going to kind of go back to where they were in 2023? It's a question. We got to see that. Is their offensive line going to be able to kind of play the way they did in the patchwork way that they did last season? We're going to find out without Chip Kelly, without those really talented running backs. That's a lot of talent they're going to coming back. And now you've got to replace a quarterback. Now, listen, Will Howard, it's not a super, super talented guy. I think but you can't deny how he played in the championship game. You can't deny how he played at other times in the playoffs, and you can't deny the fact that team won a championship with him. Julian Saint's a very talented player, but he's a guy that's never played a meaningful snap of football. He just hasn't. How's that going to be? We're going to find out. The difference between like my thing with looking at him and like, let's say, a CJ Carr or a Kenny Minchie is I think Ohio State's going to need to rely on Julian Saint more early than Notre Dame will have to rely on CJ Carr, Kenny Minchie. And I'm using them as examples, not Steve Angeli, because Steve Angeli's played some very meaningful downs. I'm talking about looking at guys that have never played a meaningful down as the starter. Steve Angeli's a starter. That's a little bit of a different situation. He's a senior and all that other kind of stuff. So that's a bit of a question mark. And then if CJ or Kenny's a starter and Julian's saying is those kids are having a welcome to college football immediately out of the gate. Notre Dame gets Miami on the road, and Julian Saint's got to play against Texas. So yeah, it's at home, but you're playing against a much better team than what the Notre Dame kids will be playing, although they'll be playing against a very good team as well. Other side of the ball, Sean, this is the question mark for me, or this is less of a question mark for me. Now, it's hard to really say for sure how I feel about Ohio State getting back there because I don't know who their defensive coordinator is going to be yet. And until they make that hire, we don't really know. But when I look at it, I say, yeah, you lost 2 great ends. Kenyatta Jackson, I think, will be fine. I'm not quite as sold on Caden Curry, to be completely honest with you, Sean. I'm just not quite as sold on him as being sort of that great player. They did get a portal guy from the FCS level that's got some ability. Linebacker, I think they'll be fine. Cody Simon had a great year, but Arvell Reese stepping into the lineup, I think he'll be fine. You lose Denzel Burke. I really like Jermaine Matthews. I think they'll be fine there. Caleb Downs comes back. Jalen McClain's going to step in for Lathan Ransom. I loved Jalen McClain coming out of high school. I wanted Notre Dame to get him bad out of Jersey. Really good football player. I think defensively they're going to be fine. I do. Edric Houston steps into the deal. They're going to have to take some lumps early with just being assignment correct with some younger players. But I think overall, as long as they make a good D coordinator hire, they're still going to be really good on defense. Yeah. The question for me about them repeating, Sean, is the offense. So my thing is, I think they're likely to be back in the playoff. I have very big questions about whether or not they can get back to that semifinal title game run with all the losses they had. Because you talk about Notre Dame losing leadership. Notre Dame still has a lot more proven leadership coming back than Ohio State does. I mean, they lost, and this is what was lost in the whole they bought a team thing, is they did that primarily with their homegrown dudes. They lost a lot of guys that have been in that program for 4 and 5 years. And are they able to – they'll reload enough to where they're still going to be minimum 10-win team. But did they reload enough to now get to the playoff and then make a run? That's the question. I don't know that they don't. There's just way more questions about that now.
See, once again, we're about to talk about a coach. Ryan Day, did you learn your lesson? Did you learn your lesson? Because I think the brilliance of your coordinators helped a lot in the playoffs. Took a lot of pressure off Ryan Day. Now both of them are gone. Do you go back to being that old man, or did you learn your lesson from this championship run and use that to go ahead and make another run back to the national championship game?
Which was what,
at least
Say it.
Semifinals.
Say it.
Dude, just whatever needs to be done. I'll just leave it at that.
Don't always try to feel like you have to prove to everyone that you're the smartest guy in the room.
The smartest guy in the room. Yes.
My dudes are better than your dudes.
Yes. It's
on 3rd and 11, I'm not drawing up something creative. We know we're going to cover 1. You drop back. You don't have a read. You're throwing the ball to number 4. That's it.
That's it.
You feel like Ryan Day would have come up with some like real creative, like let's run these 3 guys off and then bring this guy on this, and then we'll like, no, man, that ain't it. And don't be afraid to like. After the Michigan game, the lesson learned was this is still football, man. This isn't 7-on-7. This is still football. You got to line up and punch people in the mouth. And Ohio State played defensively, they played like that all year. Offensively, they needed that Michigan wake-up call to play that kind of football. They better not wait till too long. If they wait till the Michigan game next year, they're going to be in trouble.
That's a problem for me, bro. You with that roster, you needed a wake-up call.
In game 12?
Those players came back for that reason.
Right.
They came back for that reason. They needed a wake-up call against that Michigan team.
Right.
That, for me, that's a little bit of a red flag, in my opinion, when it comes to the coach. Because I don't know if he makes that call if Chip Kelly is not. I don't know if he makes that call. Maybe he does. I can't say for sure that he does. So that, for me, do I feel comfortable that they're going to go into Ann Arbor and win that game? No. That's going to be a better Michigan team, in my opinion. Overall team, they might not have the 2 first-round defensive tackles. Heck, Will Johnson didn't play at the end of the year. Jair Hill, a kid that Notre Dame was initially on, came on as a defensive back. Could he be the next one at Michigan? We'll see. But from a culture standpoint, who am I going to trust from a mentality standpoint going into that matchup? Oh, I'm definitely leaning towards Michigan, right? Because that is like the next hurdle to get over for the Ohio State program, right? And Ohio State fans won't care because they won the national championship. They won't care, but on that Saturday in November, they'll care. if they lose 5 in a row, they're going to care.
It's like if you haven't figured it out by now, you have to ask, like, when are you going to figure it out?
When are you going to figure it out?
Like, it's just so weird. Sean, I'm going to ask you this as we wrap up this segment, because there's a couple super chat or a couple questions we'll get to. We're not going to be able to get to all of them because the show is gone. We're now at 4 hours. But if you were to rank the 4 playoff team, the 4 finalists, who has the best odds, best to least best odds of getting back to where they were this past season, meaning the Final 4?
Mm-hmm.
Who has the best odds and who has the least best odds to get back to that level? I kind of have an idea of who my number 1 and number 2 are, but I'm a little less confident on my 3 and my 4. Like the order of in my 3, but the order of them is where I'm at. and here's my least likely of the four. It's Ohio State. That's my least likely of the four. My second least likely, and here's why. I think they just have too many personnel losses as a team and in coaching. They lost both coordinators. They lost their offensive line coach. Like, that's a lot of turnover in one offseason on top of just a ton of just big-time players that played key roles in them win a championship. Number one. So that's why they're my number four. My number three, you're going to find this interesting, Sean, is Penn State. And I put Penn State in the top two as most likely just based off roster. But the James Franklin factor, it's like, you kind of got to deduct 20 points from this grade. Mm-hmm. And if I had more faith in their head coach, then I would maybe put them one or two as far as getting back to semifinal when you look at their schedule and the talent they have coming back. Great offensive line coming back, in my opinion. Elite running back room coming back. They upgraded their receiving core, veteran quarterback, very talented defense again. But the James Franklin factor is really what it comes down to for me. I'd go Notre Dame number two. And that is because I think Notre Dame and Texas number one. And the reason, and it's kind of funny because I said I have some questions about Texas, but here's my thing. If Texas gets to the playoffs, it means a lot of the concerns I have get answered, and they will then go on a run. And they got to get semifinal. But I also think with Texas is they're super talented. They're very talented. My questions with Notre Dame are still, there's some question marks at key positions that I have that I don't have as big a question marks as Texas. The big one being quarterback for Texas. Now, I think Notre Dame's offensive line should be a lot better than Texas, and that's actually my biggest question mark for Texas. If I were to say what's the one stumbling block for each of these teams that could keep them there, it's head coach for Ohio State, it's head coach for Penn State, it's quarterback for Notre Dame, and it's offensive line for Texas. Those are the four biggest question marks I have. And at quarterback for Notre Dame, it's more of, do they start the right guy? Or one of two guys. And so for Texas, if you can get the offensive line playing well, they got a ton of talent. I struggled with where I was with Notre Dame and Texas as 1 and 2. And I struggled a little bit with Penn State because of where they are relative to where they should be with their talent. Those are all those things that I struggle with, Sean. So it wasn't as easy for me to come up with that 4. What would you, and based on your facial expression, as I'm talking, I can see it churning that you're having a similar back and forth discussion with yourself that I've had as I've been thinking through these 4. So Penn State or Ohio State, Penn State, Notre Dame, Texas. That's my 4. That's the order of my 4 as far as who I find is least likely to most likely to make the cut, to make it back to the semifinals next year.
I'm going to go Penn State and Notre Dame have least to prove to me. Ohio State, from Ryan Day's standpoint, has a lot to prove to me next year.
So you agree with me on them as the 4?
And what I mean by that, they brought everybody back. They retained their guys. They added Caleb Downs. They added Will Howard. They added Judkins, and he still almost blew it. He still almost found a way to blow.
Twice.
You know what I'm saying?
Michigan, and then almost blew the Notre Dame game in the second half. Yeah.
The Texas game. Texas was right there to tie it up after they got dominated for most of the game. I just don't trust the dude. I know he's a championship coach. I don't trust him. I just don't. If you had to stack the deck to do that and still almost found a way, I got questions about Ohio State. You pointed out the roster situation there. It's still going to be an extremely talented team. I feel easier about Penn State and Notre Dame. Texas has to answer that Georgia question for me. Yep. You still have to answer that toughness question, because it reared its ugly head once again on the 1-yard line against Ohio State. You're just not tough enough. You're just not tough enough. Roster full of talented players, probably the most talented roster in all of college football. You're just not tough enough for these moments. You're not built for these moments. You weren't built for the moment against Washington the year before. You're just not built for it. but they're talented enough to get there because they've been there 2 consecutive years. So I'm going to go Notre Dame 2. I'll slide Notre Dame in at 2. And as much as I don't like James Franklin, I do feel comfortable with Penn State making it back to the semifinals. I do. I do, especially with the addition of Allen and their OC-DC combination. Now, I feel like that effect can have the same effect for James Franklin that it had for Ryan Day, having those 2 coordinators. So for me, interchangeable 1-2.
Year 2 with Total Nicky is going to be really fun to watch.
Yeah. And now I'm going to go Ohio State 3. Dude, that toughness thing for me with Texas is just I got to see it.
Yeah.
I got to see it. At least I saw it in the playoff with Ohio State.
Right.
At least I saw it.
Yep.
I have to see it with Texas. Texas would have to be 4 for me. I would put 1-2 Notre Dame, Penn State, and then 3 for me is Ohio State. 3 for me is Ohio State. Because I think Ohio State eventually probably ends up playing. I just don't like the fact that because Oregon doesn't play Ohio State regular season this year, do they?
No.
I can't remember the schedule.
No.
Right. So it's like Oregon plays Penn State and Penn State plays Ohio State. Yeah. Yeah, I'm good with that. But I understand why you had it ranked the way you had it ranked, right? And I'm basing it on questions that need to be answered. Like Notre Dame has easier questions to answer. Penn State has easier questions to answer, but they're very important. Ohio State, they lost a lot. Like you said, leadership, they lost a lot. Those coordinators, huge, especially in big moments. Huge.
That's just so much to overcome in one offseason, Sean. And again, our conversation is not about will they be good again? Will they we're not talking about Ohio State going to 8-4. We're just saying, can they get back to the Final Four? That's going to be tough. That's going to be tough. Where like somebody like Archer, how can you say that Texas and Penn State coaches don't have more questions? Like, first of all, I don't know. You've been on this show a long time. Do you really think that there's a single coach in America that I would rank James Franklin ahead of when it comes to question marks?
No.
The difference between Penn State and Ohio State is Penn State returns way more of their best talent next year. And they also have an easier path next year, in my opinion. So that's the thing, man. It's like, of course Ryan Day's a better coach than James Franklin. But it's the questions we still have about Ryan Day, because just winning a title doesn't all of a sudden mean that you're a legend. And the win percentage is this, that he inherited a phenomenal situation replacing Urban Meyer. Where Sark at least had to step into a bad situation and rebuild it. He's done a great job rebuilding it. But Ohio State lost so much this offseason that it's really hard to expect them to repeat what they did this year. I mean, just so many, especially on defense. And we're not talking about just veteran guys like Jack Kaiser and Howard Cross. We're talking about guys who are going to be like first and second round draft picks. So not only experience and veteran, but guys that are like really talented teams or players. Whereas most of Notre Dame's best players, like athletically best players, are coming back.
Yeah.
With the exception of like Riley Leonard, who's a great athlete and like Riley Mills and Xavier Watts. Like losing Howard Cross, he's a great tryhard guy. Maybe you could argue Riley Mills, but like Riley Mills is not even if Riley Mills wasn't injured, he's not a first or second round draft.
Yeah.
He's not that. Ohio State's losing like guys are going to be like even higher level of talent at the top. Where most of Notre Dame's guys like that, their best athletes were freshmen and sophomores. Now there's some exceptions, obviously Jeremiah Smith, but just overall, that's a lot of talent to lose. And they lost. I mean, think about this, Sean. Ohio State, just from the title game, just from the title game, not even talking about where they were at the end of the regular season or where they were at the start of the season. Like you could say Ohio State lost what? 3 starting offensive linemen from where they were at the beginning, 4 starting offensive linemen from where they were at the beginning of the season, right? Fryer, McLaughlin, Jackson, and Simmons. And then all 4 starting off defensive linemen. I don't think that the offensive situation is that bad because they lost Simmons in the first half of the year, and then they lost McLaughlin in the regular season, and so they had the whole rest of the season or rest of the playoffs to get those guys some experience. But even just from the playoffs, they lost 6 starters, 6 of their 9 starting linemen on the 2 sides of the ball. That's a lot. On top of losing your quarterback, 2 high-level running backs, a really good experienced cornerback, your entire starting defensive line.
I might put Ohio State 4th now.
And you lost your offensive coordinator, you lost your defensive coordinator, you lost your offensive line coach.
Yeah,
they'll still be really good, and I expect in 2 years, in 2026, we're going to be right back to Ohio State's one of the top 2 or 3 teams to win a title, because then they'll have Julian Sayans going into year 2. Jeremiah Smith will still be around. The offensive line will be returning probably like 4 starters.
Yeah,
it's just they lost so much, and that's one of those things that I look at and why I have the questions I have with them.
All 4 teams are going to have strong cases to get back to the semifinal.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So to sit up here and rank them, you have to have something that you put at the center or the anchor of why you're putting this team over that team. So for me, it's questions. Like, who have the bigger questions? Notre Dame and Penn State, they have questions, but they don't have. I mean, Al Golden can be a question,
right? But we at least know who's going to replace him. We still know who's going to replace him.
We don't know exactly. Offensively, I expect Denbrock's system to be better,
right?
And the Notre Dame offense to be more diverse and better, specifically going up against top-notch competition this year, right? And the talent is still there. The depth is still there. We talked about that. Their transfer portal, getting Malachi Fields, is far different, no shade, than adding Bo Collins. It just is. So, look, Penn State, as much as you want to talk about James Franklin, like I said, the coordinators can have the same effect. That's going to be a talented, veteran team that's going to be on a mission. They're going to be on a mission, very similar to what we just saw Ohio State. I'm not comparing them talent-wise to what this Ohio State team was.
Yeah.
No.
Because to your point, on all that talent we just talked about, and they still needed some luck to get into the playoff. And then kind of go on a run. I mean, you still lost 2 regular season games.
If there is no 12-team playoff and it's the 14 playoff, Ohio State goes down as
That's the problem with Ryan Day. Yes, he did a great job rounding the troops after, but it shouldn't have taken that. That's my point. That's my point. Because just because you win a title doesn't make you an elite coach. I could go a long. I mean, look. I mean, let's name some of the head coaches in the last 15 years that have won national championships. Gene Chizik, Ed Orgeron. Guys that were fired within 2 years of them winning those titles. And it's not he's a bad coach. He's just not the coach that I think people make him out to be based on some of the things that we've seen. That's what it comes down to. So.
It's like I see a lot of people like throwing shade at Penn State. You can say what you want to say about James Franklin. Penn State's one of the top 8 programs in the nation.
Sure.
So we stop that. As bad as he is, you can put.
That's what's so frustrating.
You can put a large bet on the fact that they're going to make the quarterfinals.
That's what's so frustrating with James Franklin.
They're going to have a good chance of making the semifinals.
Should be better with the talent they have.
Absolutely.
But he's one of the things holding them back.
Right. We're not going to sit here and act like, they're going to miss the playoffs.
Because they would have been in the playoffs the year before too. I mean, the question with Penn State is not will they be a regular playoff team? They will be. Because he's a great recruiter. That's the one thing he does do well. They're always going to have talent. Yeah. The question is going and one of the biggest concerns he made a lot of bad hires in his first 5, 6, 7 years. Outside of Joe Moorhead, a lot of bad hires. He has made a lot better hires lately. Andy Kotelnicki was a great hire. Tom Allen was a great hire. You lose him and you replace him with Jim Knowles. He's made some big-time home run hires. Les Miles is another one. Winning a title does not make you an elite coach. It just means that year it all went right for you. And I would argue that he wasn't even the best head coach on their team this year. I say that was Chip Kelly.
Yeah.
With all due respect. So anyway, that was a fun conversation, Sean. There's just a couple mailbag questions I do want to just quickly get to, just to answer some questions. Idem Banami, this is a great message board question. I'd love to talk about Steve Filer. So ask that one on the message board. We did have one here from Ronnie Reeves. Ronnie said, I saw on one of the recruiting sites that Brady Hart was 3-star after he reclassified. Any reason for the slide? Yes, very, very easy reason. 247 Sports sucks. That's who ranked him as a 3-star. That's the reason for the slide, because they suck, because Brady Hart is super talented and absolutely should be a top 100 player even with the reclassification. So yes, they are it's 247 Sports, man. I mean, that's literally the reason why. Sly Fox, is Ja'Juan Payne healthy? And if so, do you think he gets in the mix, or likely him and Young hit the portal? I'm not going to start guessing on portal. You guys always ask me these portal questions. I never will speculate on who will or won't go in the portal, so I won't address that part. But if Ja'Juan Payne's healthy, he'll have a shot to battle. Ja'Juan was a very good third down running back, short yards running back for Notre Dame in 2023. He'll get that opportunity. Andrew Gilmore, should Notre Dame fans know more about Caleb Davis and Matt Jensen now that Bowden is gone? And they have apparently decided to say, absolutely. I mean, those are a lot of those guys behind the scenes that have been doing work for a while. Chad Bowden worked hard to get Caleb Davis back from Troy because he left with Jared Parker to be their recruiting coordinator, player personnel guy there. So that's obviously a big one. So yes, we should definitely know more about them. Mark Avalone, how do teams recruit the center position? Do they figure they can convert any interior O lineman to center, given you're a better high school lineman play tackle or guard, or do they want center experience? Not many coaches care as much about center experience. Some do, but not many. Teaching is snapping the ball is a learnable skill, and tackles, guards can move to center. I mean, Jarrett Patterson was a good center for Notre Dame. He was a left tackle in high school. Sam Mustipher played offensive tackle in high school. Nick Martin played offensive tackle in high school. Ashton Craig was an offensive tackle in high school. So you look for certain athletic traits. You look for a level of strength. You've got to have some short area power, and you've got to have leadership traits. And you have to be a high football IQ guy. You got to be really smart to be a center. So anytime you hear about a kid, you hear Cam Herron's being recruited to be the next center, you can assume that Notre Dame has learned that this is a pretty smart kid during the recruiting process. You just can assume that if they're targeting him for center, yes, him playing center helps him with the transition, but I promise you it's not because he played center. It's because they see traits that lead to that playing center at that level, including being really smart. So, and it's like everything else, it's also different for everybody.
And speaking of Cam Herron, you're talking about going back to what you said, you're talking about a young man that played 4 to 5 positions on the offensive line last year. Literally based upon the team they were facing, his coach would tell him in the middle of the week, you're playing left tackle. You're playing right guard.
I think between his junior and senior season, we probably saw him play all 5 offensive line positions, I believe.
Yeah.
At some point in time.
Yeah.
You don't do that if you're not a really smart kid.
Mm-hmm.
Like really smart kid.
Yeah.
Last one here, Sean. Broke Neck Boy. I did not start watching it till later, so I caught up on it, but he wanted to ask our opinions on the Super Bowl. Yeah, there was a comment here from, let me just say, Ballpy and Shillelagh, usually NFL play frustrates me, but the Eagles defense was stunning, absolutely surprisingly fun to watch. The D-line absolutely dominated. The secondary made some big plays. Aside from scheme, it reminded me of watching Notre Dame's defense the past few years. It seems that the NFL has prioritized offense as a whole, but does defense, in fact, win championships in the NFL? So we'll address that one too, but then just overall from Broke Neck Boy, thoughts on the Super Bowl. So
I'll start it like this. I watched it on DVR. I was at an event and left there, picked my wife up. We came home, ate dinner, and just kind of caught up on everything. And then once I saw where it was, I was like, oh, I started watching like something on Netflix. Let me enjoy the rest of my evening with my wife. But I hope, for me, I think the Chiefs have been laughing at the rest of the AFC, because I don't know if it was on accident or genius. I think in order to beat a team like the Chiefs, you have to have a dominant defense. That's how Tampa Bay beat them, with a dominant pass rush that was able to take Patrick Mahomes' passing game away and that's because you just having a quarterback and an offense. That's if you don't have the defense to shut them down, it's going to be a problem. Now, this next step, because it's hard to make that 3 to 4 year run and then like ramp back up. So it's going to be very interesting, right? Because Philadelphia's in the mix of their 3-year run. They've only won one, and they missed the playoffs last year. So that what you've seen is very difficult, right? And so I think we saw that with Georgia. They went on a 3-year run, they got to the end of it, and now it's like they're having to figure out how they're going to ramp it back up. I just thought it was a Super Bowl. I mean, dude, the Super Bowls, you get blowouts. I think they figured out what you need to do to beat a great team. I'm interested in if AFC teams now go and find those premium pass rushers and defensive lines to really cause havoc instead of stacking offenses with the great quarterbacks that they have. Like Baltimore stacks offense. They look to go offense. Buffalo stacks offense. Like, no, in order to really beat that team, defense. And we hear it all the time. Defense wins championships, right? Unfortunately, Notre Dame, the majority of their impactful injuries when they got to the national championship game was on the defensive end. Like, if you have Benjamin Morrison, Riley Mills, a healthy Howard Cross, Traore, Botello, I mean, this is hypothetical. But if you have those guys in that game's different.
We're maybe having a different conversation.
Yeah, a game.
Let's not also act like the Eagles' offense didn't also do some really good things in the first half also. And if not for a BS offensive pass interference on the first drive, that might have been even worse. But what helps your defense is when you jump on a team 24-0 and you don't have to worry about them running the football anymore, and you can just pin your ears back and get after it. That helps too. Yeah. You don't have to worry about defending the run if you're an edge player anymore. It's just about, hey, we're going to get after the quarterback now.
Yeah,
that helps.
I mean, they jumped them 24-0, but that was a pick six and then an interception that put you at the 10-yard line. So I mean,
sure. Well, my defense kind of you were driving down the field on your first drive. You had a BS penalty on a 4th down conversion that gets you inside the 15.
Oh, absolutely.
What I'm saying is the offense did their part also, is what I'm saying. Now you shut them out to get to 24-0. But what I'm saying is my point is this: if your offense doesn't do what it needs to do, it's 13-0 in the third quarter. And now we're having a different conversation about the Chiefs' game plan in the second half of the game. Because they can still run the football if it's 13-0 or 14-0. My point.
Yeah.
So the offense did their part. I also don't know, Sean, if it's really repeatable to just have a 4-man pass rush. They blitzed 0 times yesterday.
0 times.
Like sometimes, Sean, some great teams just play bad days, have bad days. The Broncos against the 49ers, yes, the 49ers are a better team. They weren't 55-10 better than the Broncos. It just sometimes it's just not your day.
Mm-hmm.
Just not your day. Yeah. And yesterday, the Chiefs' offensive line, which isn't great from what people say, just they're not that bad. They're not that bad of a team. It's just they had a bad day.
Their offensive line was pretty. I mean, when you have to move
Sean,
the all-pro
they're
left
not
guard
in the national. They're not in the Super Bowl if their offensive line was that bad all year.
No. My point is, they don't get to the Super Bowl if they had to face a dominant defense. They never faced a dominant defense.
You really think that offensive line, if they play like that all year, you really think they're 15-2
in the playoffs? In the playoffs,
this is a genuine question because I don't watch the NFL. Yeah. That offensive line, as bad as they were yesterday, because that's the only game I've seen them play. You think a team can go basically 17-2 if they played that bad all year? I've heard they weren't good. But I think yesterday was that was the worst version of it.
I'm not talking about winning football games. If you're a good team, you can win football games against teams that you're better than in the NFL. Can you win games against elite teams when it matters with that offensive line? Maybe. But you can't do it unless you have an extremely elite
I'm
quarterback.
referring to the way the game played. The blowout is what I'm referring to.
No.
Not whether or not they could or couldn't have won.
What I'm telling you, if they played 10 times, the Chiefs wouldn't play like that all 10 times. If
That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
My point is, when you get in a game like that, if you have a weakness, elite defenses are going to expose that, and it's going to look bad.
Yes.
My point is, they didn't face anybody else in the playoffs that had a defensive line that could expose.
I don't know if they did or didn't, because I don't know who they played. So my point was simply, you saw the worst version of the Chiefs yesterday. That's my point.
Absolutely.
And that's what happens sometimes in football. That's why we get blowouts. Like the Cowboys were not 52-17 better than the Bills in just how they were built. It's just that day, that's how it played out.
That's why when they played the next year, it was closer.
I'm not even saying that the Eagles might not have been the better team. I don't know. Like I said, I don't watch the NFL.
The Eagles have been the better team all year.
There's no way a team with an offensive line that plays that bad all the time is in the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
I do know enough about the NFL to say that. Because I've heard people say like their offensive line's been an issue all year, but not to that degree. But I also think the Eagles just came out and what I liked about the game, Sean, is I thought the Eagles came out aggressive in that game. Like they weren't playing like, oh, the two-time champs and you know the Niners when they were rolling in the Cowboys when they were rolling in like there was times when you were beat before the game even started, and you just like, well, we're not gonna beat them. But then there were just some teams like they weren't scared of them, right? I mean, like the Patriots or the Giants were not afraid of the Patriots. They probably should have been, but they were too dumb to not, you know what I mean? Like kind of jokingly. But I loved how the Eagles came out last night and were just super aggressive. They were doing things to, force Patrick Mahomes to hold on to the football longer. I thought Vic Fangio did a phenomenal job, former Stanford DC, former Broncos head coach. I mean, I have never seen a team in modern football play the way they did with two high safeties. They weren't even loading the box. I mean, they weren't throwing numbers at the Chiefs. They were beating with the front four, taking away the quick game. Yeah. And then, of course, you had a couple times where Mahomes threw some nice balls and dropped passes, but I don't think it had that big of an impact on the game.
No, I think first of all, Mahomes was off early.
He was bad, yeah.
He was off. Because they were
still threw the best pass of the game, though.
Oh, the Worthy?
Oh, my God. That ball went almost 70 yards in the air, Sean.
And
he threw it with his back foot on the 60, and he dropped it perfectly at like 2 yards away from the back line. That was ridiculous. Ridiculous.
I think that is something you pull from, right? Because the game that Worthy played and how far he's come, because early in the season, he was just a speed guy. And for him to become the number one guy for
Is that what he was for them late in the year?
Yeah, that. When they bring Rasheed Rice back off his injury, now they have those two young guys. Because Rasheed Rice did that for them last year. He became the number one guy towards the end of the year, going into the Super Bowl. So now they have those two young guys, first-year player, second-year player, or second and third-year player next year. Travis Kelce, he's at the end.
He sucked, and I enjoyed every second of it.
He was every single second of it. He was horrible.
He was a liability. He couldn't catch the ball, couldn't get open. He sucked as a blocker, and I enjoyed every single second of it.
Yeah,
that's my least favorite player in the NFL. I can't stand that guy.
I will say this: I was impressed early because they had someone pointed. Drew Tranquil was great early in that game. They had a really good game plan against Saquon Barkley. Really good.
He did nothing
against Saquon Barkley.
He did. I mean, he went 50-something yards on 26 or 27 carries. Yeah.
But that's just one of those things.
I thought Jalen Hurts threw some really nice balls in that game, though. I thought he was really good.
Man, kudos to that young man. Kudos to that young man. Someone chronicled. I saw the Jordan commercial today. I didn't see it yesterday. Going from a kid that got benched in the national championship game. Or just got benched and to come back and look, That's what you love seeing. That's what you love seeing, man.
You know, you learn so much about him in 2018 when he was the backup quarterback to Tua. You learned more about Jalen Hurts that year than you ever did when he took him to the title game in back-to-back years.
Mm-hmm.
You know, what he did at Oklahoma. Even, you know, you see, what do you do when you have no reason to be a certain way? And to watch him on the sidelines and be a leader and cheer on Tua, and then whenever his number was called, to step in and play well. You see guys that go through things like that, and you're like, you want that guy to succeed. It's like you want the good guy to win sometimes. And I'm not saying Pat Mahomes isn't a good guy. I'm making a point just simply about Jalen Hurts. You like to see the good guys get there sometimes. And he did that. And I was happy for him. I don't particularly care for his head football coach all that much. But I think Saquon Barkley is one of those guys you want to see get that ring. And then Jalen Hurts, you just like to see that young man have some success. But like the best throw I thought he made all day didn't even count. That 4th and 2 throw he made on the first drive.
Yeah,
that's a terrible penalty. Yeah. That's such a bad call, in my opinion. But
well,
that was
2 calls. That was bad, and then it was like a 3rd and long that they called illegal, unnecessary roughness, hands to the face, and I'm like, man. And then Tom Brady was right on it, like, dude, come on, man. Like,
you talking about the one against the Chiefs? Where like they called a personal. I'm like, that was a terrible call. Like this is football.
The ball was like 5 feet over.
That shouldn't even been a penalty in flag football. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Yeah, it just kept like the officiating last night just reminded me of like this is why I don't watch the NFL. Like we didn't get home until halftime. I mean, we went and saw Mufasa last night. Yeah. I mean, I didn't really care to watch Super Bowl, I'll be honest with you. So we went there and then we went to Whole Foods and it came out. I'm sitting there working, so I'll put it on downstairs in the basement. So I was watching it. But it's just you watch the officiating, you're like, yeah, this is another reason why I just don't like the NFL anymore. Yeah. It's just this isn't football.
That's what I think. That's really where Georgia is, right? What you saw yesterday from the Chiefs is that over a 3-year period in NFL roster attrition, right? Not having to have Trent McDuffie be your field corner when that was L'Jarius Sneed for years, who's much bigger and physical and matches up better with A.J. Brown, right? Yeah. And now McDuffie can be on the inside against Devontae Smith, and you don't have to play zone as much. Now you can man like Spags wants to do and get into his different packages and everything. So that just goes to show you, like, man, you know, can you imagine Benjamin Morrison being available in the national championship game? Now it's like, okay, we can comfortably go man, do little different things, especially if we have our guys. So what you saw yesterday was that the better team won, but you saw 3 years of championship runs, what it does to your roster, man. You're not about to be just as good. You're just not. And the fact that I think Jalen Hurts said it. He said, man, look, it took us 3 years to become good enough to do this. He was like, so I have profound respect that the Chiefs got to this point. He's like, the fact that they got here to have the chance to win 3 in a row, and I'm just not winning 1 after our 3-year run. He was like, yo, that's insane. He was like, so
yeah. I believe, and I think I'm correct on this, but I believe that they're the first back-to-back Super Bowl champ to actually, I might be wrong on this, to make it back to the Super Bowl in the 3rd year. Yeah. I know several, like the 99ers made it back to the NFC Championship
Cowboys
game.
Made it to the NFC
Cowboys made it back to the championship. Yeah. The Broncos sucked the next year because remember you had Brian Griese quarterback and then Terrell Davis got hurt against early in the season. And I think the Steelers one year, I think the 80 Steelers also made it back. I think the 1980 Steelers also made it back to the AFC Championship. Let me look at that real quick. No, it would have been was it the 76 Steelers? Because the Steelers had 2 back-to-back teams. Yeah, the 76 Steelers made it back to the AFC Championship and lost to the Raiders.
Yeah.
And then the Raiders beat the Vikings in the Super Bowl that year. So
I think we had a phone conversation about this, like even like dynasties like Alabama, it's really broken down into 3 4 year intervals. Like you
Mhm.
get a run 3 to 4 years, and then you got to figure it out. Like,
Right.
okay,
And then
the next
reinvent
iteration.
yourself a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's the next
Mhm.
iteration? And so now,
Yeah,
that's
because Bama had 9, 11, and 12, they played for the title. And
mhm,
13, they didn't. 14, they got, whooped by Ohio State. And
yeah.
then 15, 16, 17, 18, they made it. And then
Mhm,
the weird COVID year, but
yeah.
even then there's periods of being down,
Yeah.
and that's that. I mean, because that's I mean, so you got to give the Chiefs a lot of credit for the success they had this season. Like
Yeah.
you said, you just don't
Yeah.
see this often.
Like you don't see it and then they don't make unless you're making big time move. Like their number one receiver got knocked out with a knee injury the third week. Like
Who did?
the offense, Rasheed Rice.
Oh
Like
yeah,
so he gets the ACL, gets third game of the year. It's really just being there was incredible. They don't. I mean, you can't tell them that. I'm sure they're heated
yeah,
as a team,
yeah.
but nah, man. I was ecstatic to see Philly. I don't particularly care for Nick Sirianni. Kind
Yeah,
of corny. He's kind of corny to
agrees.
me, but you
Yeah,
know, but Saquon, the way he got treated by the Giants,
yeah.
yeah, stick it to him.
Seems like a
You
good
know,
guy too. I mean, I could
yeah,
be completely wrong, but
absolutely,
just seems like
absolutely,
he's not out there doing the drama thing. He's quiet. He doesn't
yeah,
do a ton of commercials. He's just you watch him go up to his lady before a game. Like almost every
mhm,
game, they have this ritual. I think I read where like she'll come up and she'll have the two kids and he'll give them
yeah,
kisses, and it's just like
yeah.
it just seems like I don't know. It seems like a guy
And
it's
to,
easy to
and
root
to,
for.
to all the Bears fans out there that still want to try to convince me that passing on Jalen Carter was the right thing to do for Darnell Wright, yeah, have fun with that.
Yeah, yeah. Hard pass. Well, Sean, that's going to do it. Great show today, man. Awesome show today. I enjoyed that very much, folks. Hey, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit the notification bell, share this podcast, give us a 5-star review. We'd greatly appreciate that. And as always, make sure you've signed up for the message board at boards.irishbreakdown.com. For Sean, I'm Brian. Have an awesome rest of your day, everybody, and we'll see you again here very soon on the Irish Breakdown Podcast.